Welcome everyone. How are you guys doing today? Where are you all tuning in from for today, our stream? You are stuck with me today. We're going to be alone here for the next couple of hours. So it is the time to ask all the questions and break down everything that you wanted to ask me when Jonatan usually breaks, in between the things. Good morning. Serena is here. Welcome. Welcome, Serena. Henry is here. Good evening, Henry. Welcome. I'm not gonna try to pronounce the name because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get it wrong, but it's very, very nice to see you here. Hello, welcome here. Stockholm is in the house. Thank you so much. This is a very kind comment. This is very kind of here. I'm gonna be connecting my futures, and we're also gonna have a look at some interesting things today concerning footprint. We did have a lot of moves yesterday in the market, so maybe we're gonna get some interesting setups today as well. Hey, welcome. Good to see you. South Africa is here. Good. Amazing. I'm really looking forward to visit South Africa. Like I was really so close last year in March visiting South Africa, Cape Town, and then my trip got called off. And I'm still thinking about going there. Such a beautiful place. Supposed to be. Israel here. Good evening. Good afternoon, Israel. Good morning. Good morning. Miami is here. Good morning. Well, that says an early stream for you from Miami. What is it like? What hour is it? What time is it there? Wolf of Prop Street. That's supposed to be like 6 hours. It's about 4 a.m. if I'm not mistaken. Hello from India. Welcome. Yeah, 4 a.m. 4 a.m. Well, that's an early morning. Early bird you are. India is here as well. Turkey is here. Fantastic. Pakistan is with us as well. Germany is here. Welcome. Good to see you guys. Amazing to see all of you. Let's have a look at some charts. I see you are requesting the GBP USD several times already. One person. Nope, that's only one person. We're going to have a look at it in a second. Morning from SA. you are, I see. Saudi Arabia, Sri Lanka. I went to Sri Lanka, and Sri Lanka is incredibly beautiful place to be. Like I've spent there a couple of weeks 2 years ago, and it was magnificent. Greece, also absolutely amazing. Looking forward to revisit. Euro USD, GBP USD. Let's have a look at this. Brazil is here as well with us. New Zealand. Wow, everywhere. From everywhere you guys are. Good to see everyone. So let's have a look at some charts. And you are asking about GU and EU. Well, in fact, we talked about it yesterday on the stream for those of you who've joined. And what we saw is that we were looking at the price to come into the zone and looking for a buy. And we see that Euro USD overnight, after our FOMC news, and the press release, this is what happened. So the price perfectly rejected the zone that we were looking at and went to the upside. Not gonna lie, I did not take this trade. And the reason for this is because I was obviously sleeping because it was like at 1 o'clock my time. And I didn't take this, but it is looking really, really good for the continuation to the upside at the current moment. So it is in my zone. It did make a move to the upside. So we had the consolidation here, recovery, and then move to the upside. Now, if you look at the 5-minute time frame, and I would obviously prefer if my futures platform would be launched, but it is giving me some technical issues today. Let's wait 1 second. So I can actually see what I'm trading. That would be useful. And perhaps some... That's better. So Euro USD, while my future platform is launching, want to see the little bit, perhaps a bigger retracement to the downside. So if I look at the volume distribution right here, what you will notice is that our maximum volume is around here, which is the price was holding all this time, and the price was holding this on is because there was a move. Now the price did go down, and I want to see it on the value area low. Price goes back to value area low, I'm going to be buying and use that part for me. For the current moment, it is a little bit too deep for me. Because what we see is that we also have the small accumulation here, small consolidation. I am assuming that we can reject this zone, go back lower, and reach the value area low, and then continue to the upside. So this is our value area low. We are rejecting this zone now, so this is what I'm looking at. Continuation to the downside and rejection of this zone. Let's see how the volumes are distributed here. This is the value area high, great, fantastic, and this is our point of control of the day. Amazing. So we have this full zone here where the price can reject. So that is 1, 2, 4, 60 and 530 levels. Okay, let's do it differently. This is our daily point of control. This is our value area high of the consolidation, and then now the zone. Okay. Can you guys hear me? No, you can't hear me. Can you hear me now? It is sometimes with this machine, with the other one is okay. With this one, you might not hear me for a little bit. Can you hear me now? Let me adjust a couple of things. Yes, perfect. Perfect now. Thank you so much. Random advice. Your nickname is actually right on point. Obviously, I'm not doing it on purpose. So what we see here for EUR USD, let me come back here. Like, why are you doing this on purpose? Of course, I'm doing this on purpose so you can't hear me. Like, obviously, no, I'm not. So this is the zone we are looking for. So this is a value area low from the move to the upside. So if we look how the volumes are distributed here, and this is value area low. So the maximum volume lower boundary, maximum zone on this move to the upside. Then here we have the value area high of this move, consolidation, and the daily point of control. And if the price comes back here, I am most likely going to be looking for a buy. So if we go in back here and rejecting, then this is a buy for me. And then I want to see the price going backwards to, let's see, 1,030. No, that's another consolidation. So this is right before the drop, overnight, before the overnight layover. And that is the zone I'm going to be targeting. So right here. So this is EUR USD. I am my analysis, and that's approximately about 40 to 50 pips to the upside if it does give us this correction. I know, Rafael, I know. We actually had like great ideas yesterday, both for EUR USD and for GBP USD. We had short ideas, and they both would work out perfectly. But the problem with it is that it would only work out overnight. I try to not hold trades which are around break-even or around like stop loss somewhere overnight. So I usually am leaving my trades only if they are in the profit already. And if they're in profit, I can move my stop loss to break even. I can secure the trade, or at least cut part of the stop loss. Then I am letting the trade go. But this is GU, and if you look at the GU, this is also what happened yesterday. So we looked with you here. If you go back in the yesterday's stream, we looked right here for GBP USD for a sell, and I said, hey, I'm going to close it because it closed above my volume, and then obviously it dropped. And it dropped really massively from about 100 pips, and most importantly, it did reach the zone that we also talked about. So the price went here, consolidated a bit, made a move to the upside again. And right now it did reach this consolidation here. So it is rejecting. So again, if we go back to this zone, we perhaps can look for the continuation to the upside again. I do see the possibility of going lower because this is a previous daily volume and this is a previous consolidation before the overnight drop that happened. And again, it would work out great, but it would be overnight as well, majority of the rest of the move. So it is what it is. It's a part of the game. It's a part of the game. Sometimes it's impossible to catch all the moves in the market, and that's okay. So I'm actually thinking about maybe selling EU for a small... One second. I have two laptops connected and my mouse is like transferring between those two, and sometimes it's like getting lost somewhere between two screens. So I'm thinking about actually selling EU probably for this small move to the downside. Let's say if I sell it here, 10 pips stop loss, let's say 20 pips. That could be good enough. That actually could be good. And that is probably what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sell EU right now. Because before, I usually don't do this, but this is right on the volume, and our EUR USD in the GU is actually also right at the volume right now. So they are perfectly aligning. I usually use one of the two, so EU or GU, for the extra confirmation on one of for each other, or also as a sign that I shouldn't be taking the trade if one of those is in a bad position. Like whether it's now, both of them are, my short confirmation, giving me the short confirmation. I am quickly opening the order. If you guys have any questions in the meantime, feel free to ask. So let's see. It might completely go against me, of course, and it might not go back and it reaches this, but what I see is that GU is also in a perfect position for a sell right now because it reached this zone here. It was a perfect rejection, drop to the downside. It broke the previous low. It's also looking really, really good. So if I'm placing my volume profile over all this is the point of control. And if you look closer, we are going to see that it also broke the point of control of this consolidation and that consolidation. So we are right now rejecting the same area. So, and we broke the structure. So it's actually perfect confirmation as well for sell. Possibly GU as well. I don't like trading correlated currency pairs though at the same time. So I'm probably gonna skip GU and focus on EU for a moment. Okay, are you guys buying GU? Are you guys selling GU now and EU? Let me know in the chat. Maybe someone is completely trading in the opposite direction. Or I'm trading in the opposite direction. This is not a signal. Like I can be completely wrong, and I can hit the stop loss, and I don't have my crystal balls, guys, with me, so I can't ask the crystal ball how we should be buying or selling. But yeah, it's not a signal. It's just an analysis. It's my bias, and I can be as wrong as any other trader. And the purpose of it is to answer your questions, right? To have some fun, to trade together, and to, to help you also help our funded traders or traders who are trying to get funded at the 5ers on those live streams. So if you have any questions, please do let me know. I'm going to have a look at that chat in a second. This looks so good. Like GU looks so good. EU is moving nicely in my profit. Okay, I'm not gonna sell GU. I'm gonna stick with my EU. Gold. Can you show the fixed range volume profile setting? Of course, please. The fixed range volume profile is this one. This is a drawing tool, and I use it to see the volume distribution on the different parts of the chart, different ranges. And the beauty of this specific tool is that you can choose which price range you want to check. So you can choose the period of time, the consolidation, or the impulsive move, and see how the volumes were distributed in this specific area during this specific period of time. And then it's going to show you where was the maximum amount of contracts traded, the minimum amount of contracts traded, where are the important zones where big market participants were actively participating in the auction. And let's say I want to see how the volumes are distributed here on the move to the upside. So it's going to draw me the point of control, the value area low, value area high. And the settings for this are the following. So the correct settings are the ticks per row, which means that every row is going, every tick, every smallest price change is going to have the separate row, which is going to be showing the amount of contracts, which is how it's supposed to be, right? The volume profile should be drawn as that. So every single tick has a separate volume, and then it's combined in the histogram. So that's ticks per row. Then row size, we put at 1. I leave volume in total because you can separate it by up and down or delta, but it's not going to give you any any benefits, because on TradingView you only have so much data. It doesn't give you the level 2 data, proper level 2 data, which means that separation by asks and bids or delta is not going to be correct. So you leave it at total, and the value area volume I leave at 70%. And at my style, I select the volume profile. I obviously choose the colors of the histogram, which is the value area is down is the more darker one, and up volume is the brighter one. So it's going to be separate. In the value area, you will see a little darker, and the sides are going to be slightly less dark, less visible. I do click value area low, value area high, point of control, and this is it. So developing point of control, developing VA, I don't use in this specific tool. And make sure that the histogram is completely transparent. The opacity is 0, because otherwise your box is going to be just too bright and it's going to cover your screen. So those are the settings for the fixed range volume profile. Like, if you will be spamming the chat, I am going to put you in the timeout. Okay, let me go back to the chat and answer some questions, because I do see the chat is going crazy. We have so many comments. Guys, this is not a signal. This is not a signal. I didn't even set the take profit, so I don't trade. First of all, I didn't enter the trade on GU. I have a trade running on EU right now. And I didn't even set the take profit, because I'm going to see how the price is going to react in this zone. I might close it here, here, or here, depending where the price is going to go. This is one of the things that I do. I do not set the take profit ever. Like, I don't have it. And I only see how the price reacts in the certain zone, and then I close the trade. I use the price action, volumes, and the footprint confirmations to see how the price is reacting, and is it the time to close the trade or not for me. So that is definitely not the signal. Please do your own analysis. 1 second. And I'm going to be right back with all of you. Okay, you were asking about the DXY. DJ, you were asking about DXY. Let's have a look at the DXY. So the DXY, you're saying it's bearish. I don't think it's bearish, and this is the reason also why I'm selling EU, because if I look at the 4-hour time frame on the DXY, the first things that I always look at is how the volumes are distributed and where is the price compared to the volumes. So the price compared to the volume is above the volume right now. So this is the visible range volume profile, and we see that the majority of the volume is right here. I'm going to delete all of this. This is the majority of the volume. And the price overnight went above it. So yesterday and today it's hanging above it, which means overall, it's for me, from my bias, I might be completely wrong, but for my bias, it is bullish. And we have the high volume node here, which the price barely right now missed. So I am seeing the possibility that the price is going to go up from here or give a pullback and go up from here. But both scenarios are currently bullish for me. On the 1-hour time frame, what we see here is that we had their consolidation here. We had their developing point of control of the week. So the price also just reached it. So I'm not quite sure that it's bearish. For me, it is actually not bearish. It's the opposite. And it is just, if the XY would go up based on my analysis, then perfect, would perfectly work out with my EUR USD trade that I'm currently in. So DJ, actually, in my point of view, it's bullish. So it's all aligning. You're very welcome. Very welcome. Congratulations. Well, it wasn't the signal, but I'm happy you advanced so much in the competition. Like 5% in the competition is great. Okay, I'm gonna answer those a little later. In your opinion, what is the best volume indicator? There is no best volume indicator. They're all just visualizing the same thing in a different way. So I don't think one is enough. Like maybe for some, one is enough. For me, one is like not enough. Visible range volume profile shows me how the volume is distributed overall, and otherwise I would need to manually draw it all. On the other hand, it's showing only the bigger picture, and I can't see how the volumes are distributed on the 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and 1 minute time frame, which I use the fixed range volume profile for. And PVPs that I use on TradingView show me the points of control of the week and months and developing point of controls of the week and months, and how the liquidity moves in the market as the time flows. And that's also irreplaceable for me. And I use more tools regarding the volume also on others on my platform, which is my other like futures platform that I trade on besides TradingView. And they're irreplaceable. They just visualize the same thing in different ways, giving you more insights and more precision. So if you don't have one of those, or if you only use one, you essentially may miss the other important volume zone. Make sense? You're very welcome. Give it a try. Come back later on in a couple of other streams and let me know how did it work out for you. Are you liking the volume profile? How does it work? DJ, you're very welcome, of course. Hey, good to know that you're learning a lot. Great. That is the reason I'm here. Amazing. Super happy to hear. Yeah, I do use them for the confluence, and essentially I use a footprint also for the more confluence and more confirmations as you know at the moment when the price reaches certain zone. So okay. Let me go through the chart. I did miss some questions, I think. My goodness, I love this comment. This is so funny. Like, this is so funny. Fit was asking, what's the win rate and R2R? And you were like 120. Yes, exactly. That is so funny. Okay. Lazy Eyes. Can Australia trade NAS and the Asia session, the London session? Of course you can. So that's actually the second time I'm getting this question in the past week, in the past 2 weeks. So no matter where you're based, you can trade any trade session, because it's not based where it's not because you're based somewhere that you cannot trade the other session. Like, I'm based in Europe and I can trade the New York session, right? I can trade Asian session if I like, and you can trade all the other sessions as well. Some instruments are only going to be available during the specific sessions, like, for example, agricultural products and stuff like this. But for the rest, you could trade everything. Okay, so do we have any more questions? DJ, I saw your question about the entry. GBP, JPY. Ariel, I'm not sure Victor is joining today, actually. Let me have a look at this. No, Victor is not joining today. So you'll see him next week, Ariel. Okay, so you were asking about gold. Of course. Let's have a look at gold as well. Gold actually also worked out perfectly from yesterday. So it reached the previous zone of volume, and this is a reason why I use majority different volumes, because we see that the point of control of the week was here, developing point of control of the week, developing point of control of the months. The price perfectly reached this zone, and it is now consolidating here on top, right? So, but we had a perfect rejection of this developing points of control a little bit lower, which is a beautiful confirmation. If I wouldn't be asleep, this would be a great trade as well. So it is reaching this volume now. If the price would go on the lower time frame, so on the higher time frame, let me come back here for a second. The next high volume zone we have only here. This is the point of control of the week. And the high volume node starts about 33.20. So if the price would give us the move to the downside slightly, like EU and GU, then I think this would be a good trade to consider as well. I think this is what I'm going to be doing. So I'm overall, I'm bullish locally on gold. I'm bearish swing on gold, and the reason for this is that if we look at the higher time frame, it does look for me like perfect head and shoulders here, and we see that the price couldn't even reach this zones of volume. Like, it reversed earlier, so it tried several times going above the zone. The buyers are trying to push the price higher and kept failing. Now, yesterday's news, Trump, gotta love Trump, sent our gold even lower. So I'm overall bearish biased on gold until we break through this zone. If we break through this zone, and if we break through this ice here, then I'm gonna be considering gold as bullish again. So let's suppose it breaks like this. It would be a great also entry this way, if it of course give us this kind of entry. So locally I'm bearish, considering the correction here. You see that high volume node is a little lower. Then see if I can maybe take it to 33.22 And then if the price does break the highs and give a pullback, then it's going to be bullish. But overall, right now, until we break through the zone, I am going to be looking for something like this. So this is the second scenario only if we do break the previous volume zone. So that's gold. That's gold. Let me see the chart. Yeah, quite possible. Quite possible. That's what I'm also looking at. Like locally, I do see that we didn't reach this zone yet of volume, and from my bias, the price goes from volume to volume because volume is money, right? What is volume? Volume is just simply money, how much money was invested in the market at that specific moment, at that specific time. And this is what the volume is in the end of the day. So if the price didn't reach the higher volumes yet, it didn't collect all this money, all this liquidity that is above, there is still a very high chance that it's going to do this. So I'm waiting for the price to give me the entry because at the current moment, I just don't see the entry for gold. We are rejecting the value area high, and the point of control of this move to the upside is also lower. So perfectly. If it gives a pullback, probably going to be looking for confirmations for a buy. But I'm first going to do wait confirmations and then consider it. But then I'm not quite sure. Like, depends what the gold is going to do there. Then I'm going to build my expectations from there already. Moving on. So, okay. German 40. Yeah, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. You're 30, German 40. Let me check a couple of things that you guys are asking. Thank you. Thank you, Forex Rusty. This is a funny story. Forex Rusty is saying that he thought that I'm placed by the $5ers to attract the audience first. The best host and trade analysis after Victor I know from the $5ers. Thank you. We have lots of amazing hosts. But there is a funny story. So how did I get to the $5ers is that I was trading with the $5ers on my funded account, and I had to pass the risk manager interview because Alex, who's been working with us before, he saw that I'm a scam. Like, he saw that there is a guy who is trading under my name, under my account, and that I'm actually not a real trader. So I was in the airport. I had just 5 minutes for this interview, like 10 minutes before boarding the plane. And he jumps on the call. He's like, okay, can you explain how I trade? So the funny part about it is that it lasted 3 minutes. This interview lasted 3 minutes. And after that, they invited me to the $5ers. And now I have a pleasure to be around our amazing hosts and the team. And I really love it. And to be able to stream with all of you guys here in the chat. But thank you. Yeah, it's funny how life works sometimes. It is really funny. Gold is bullish, daily overbalance. Yep, possibly. But for me, I am bearish until it breaks the volume. If the price is below the volume, I'm bearish on this specific asset. And this is what I see. It is right now below the volume, so I'm bearish on gold unless it breaks through the volume. And then I'm going to reconsider, of course, my analysis. But at the current moment, it's, it is this way. There is a very good saying. I talked with someone yesterday, and there is a very good saying that goes like, trade what you see and not what you think. So I might think that gold is going to break through and go bullish, but I don't see it being bullish yet right now, and I see that it's been bearish since yesterday. So we had a huge drop, and now it's a correction. And even if you place a Fibonacci, and now by the Elliott waves theory, it is bearish, no matter how you turn it. So you might think, or I might think, that the price is going to break through and is going to continue to go bullish. But what I see right now, that it is bearish. And over the years, thank goodness, I finally learned how to trade what I see and not what I think. because it did cost me lots of money, like a lot of money. Okay, so let's see. Would it be better to wait for gold to break above the 15-minute point of control above 330? Well, short term, it depends what you're looking for, right? If you're looking for the swing trade, I'm probably going to be seeing if the price reacts here, I'm going to sell. If the price breaks through this and I'm going to see the increased volume on the breakout, I'm going to buy. And right now I'm waiting for this buy. So I have 3 setups that I'm waiting for gold. Again, I'm just going to trade what I see. I have my, I know what I'm expecting. I know what I want to see happening. And if any of these things happen, I'm going to trade it. If not, then also not. Good for me. But if you're talking about the bullish confirmation, then I'm going to be waiting for this break. So 33.52 level, not 33.30, because 33.30 is in the middle of the rest of the volume. So let me show you. 33.30 is here basically. But if we place our volume profile over this whole consolidation, it's 33.33 is the value area high. So it might do this even and go back down. And there is a chance that it will. Yeah, this is my mantra. I'm like, every single day, I'm like, trade what you see and not what you think, because it costs a lot of money. It is very, very expensive belief to trade what you think. I covered it before. I'm going to connect my light again. For some reason disconnected. I'm going to answer your question in time. So I answered this before, but the name of the indicator depends on which one you're asking about. The name of the manual indicator that you see here is the fixed range volume profile, and it's not even an indicator. It is the drawing tool, so FRVP. And for the rest, I'm also using the right side is visible range volume profile. So you can type VRVP in the trading view and you will get it here. And the settings I covered before, so you can go back in the stream, and I did cover the settings earlier. You're welcome, DJ. Thank you for the question. I love this question. Are you a trader? No, I'm pretending. I'm just entertaining here. Not at all. Thanks, Void. Good question, Gresley. It's don't say sorry for asking. I always said that the most silly question is the one that is not asked, because then it's actually afterwards costs money. So it's always better to ask questions. You see probably gold on CFDs. So you see gold on the CFD, and you see at 32.80 approximately, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 32.80. And I was looking at the futures chart, which is for me the more precise charts. This is what I base my analysis on, and the difference, there is a difference in the price. But it depends what you trade. Like I trade both futures and CFDs. For example, with the The5ers accounts, I trade CFDs. I do my analysis on futures, and then I transfer my levels on the CFDs. Let me go first. I love the reaction in the chat. Thanks, guys. The astronaut. That's actually a very good song. I love the song. Named Astronaut. I've been trading for the past 8 years. Almost 9. almost 9 years. I started when I was 18 years old with crypto. So I first started with crypto, but that didn't really require any knowledge, to be honest with you, because it was, what was it even, 2016, when no matter what you buy, it would go up. So it's like, it was very stupid simple. So anything that you would buy, it would go up. And then the first crash happened in 2018, 2019. And I realized that I do need something more stable, and I do need to get knowledge, because I actually don't understand anything. I was like buying crypto, IPOs and all the things that were coming out, new ones, but they were all going up. And then when the crash happened, I realized that I do need some knowledge to be able to select the good assets from the bad assets, to be able to actually analyze the cycles of the market. And then I started studying Forex. And then I traded Forex for quite a while. I even had a story with a binary option, that a completely different story. So my goodness, what did I not even trade? Then I started trading gold, and then I started trading indices. And then I transitioned into the futures market after all. You started, yeah, I did start with crypto, Harish. Good to see you, by the way. Welcome to the stream. I started with crypto, but I wasn't smart enough to buy it and hold it up until today. This is what you're asking about. Unfortunately, I wish I did, but of course I didn't. I don't use a strengths meter, and now Mike is gonna kill me for this. And I'm not sure if Mike is listening. Mike is not feeling too good, so let's wish him a quick recovery. And so he is back with us on the streams next week. But I do not use the strengths meter, and the reason for this is that the strengths meter is based on something that already happened. So it shows you only the strengths calculated compared to different prices, and their percentage of the move of the price that has happened already. And it doesn't predict the future, because in the next minute the strengths can change. So it has nothing to do with what is actually going to be happening. So one thing can be really strong, like for example, GBP can be really strong, USD can be really weak, but then the other minute it can change again. So I don't use any strengths meter, because it's a past data that is not relevant, in my opinion. Yeah, Mike will not like this. I know. I'm not sure that Mike is listening, but Mike, I'm sorry. Every single time, when I had this question, I was like, Mike, I'm just going to be silent. I'm not going to say that. But again, if it works for you, it works for you. I always say that, you can even be profitable with turning the coin and flipping the coin from one side to another if your risk management is correct. You're very welcome. Becky, I'm not gonna say no, because it is possible. Again, it's possible to be profitable with almost anything, literally. It depends on how you approach it, your risk management, your discipline, which is a very big part. For me, it's just not enough data. Like for me, it doesn't answer the question, like support and resistance line don't answer the question, why is the price moving the way it's moving? So why is this move happening? Why is the price rejecting here and not there? Why is the support here and not there? So I'm liking data when I trade the pure support and resistance. And that is why I trade volumes. Good morning, Fabian. Good to see you. That's good that you're asking. Forex, Rusty, if you are joining the ABL, which is the completely free completely free platform from the The5ers, completely free academy where you can join, you can exchange the experience. I'm going to share the screen with you. I'm going to show you what you can find. So this is the ABL. It's completely free. It takes you 1 minute to get registered there, create the account. Doesn't take anything from you. It gives you lots of information. If you go to the reading library, for example, you will be able to scroll down and you will be able to find lots of valuable insights from profitable traders. So, for example, understanding currencies, on liquidities, on macroeconomics as well. You will be able to dig. This is my post and series of posts about the Federal Reserve printing money, tariffs, and the effect of the tariffs on. So you can read it, and there is lots of information. Which assets are going to be profiting from the tariffs over the longer period of time? Which assets are going to be decreasing in value? What does it, what are the things that worth looking for buying long term? Understanding the tariffs, for example, from the perspective of the currencies as well. How is the Fed actually controlling the amount of cash turnover in the country? Which all of this is extremely important for the currencies as well. So there is lots of information that you can already find just by going there. Am I good with fundamentals? I mean, you can read a couple of my posts and you can take your own conclusion, I guess. I am not as good as LJ though. Like LJ, who is going to be coming a little later, he's a beast. Like he's in the world of fundamentals. Like LJ is top. So he's going to be coming a little later in about an hour and 10 minutes from now. You can ask him some questions about fundamentals. Okay, let me see some other questions. Wait, now I need to listen to the song. Okay, let's go back to the charts. Let's go back to the charts. I'm going to answer a couple of your questions as well. And let's have a look at EU. So my EU is in a little bit of a drawdown now. It's rejecting this zone, so I'm still going to hold this. And GU is still looking really good for a sell as well. I'm still holding EU, and it is below the value area high of this consolidation. I do see that it still has a potential of rejecting. But again, I might be completely wrong. I might get a stop loss on this one, which I'm going to be completely okay with. For gold, it is coming closer to my entry zone. And there was a question. Let me highlight this. Oh, there we go. Let me go to EU again. It didn't, for some reason, didn't catch the screen for the first time from the stream system that we are using. So it is holding below the value area high. It is slightly in the drawdown. I still see the potential of it going lower. That's why I'm going to keep holding it. But again, I might be completely wrong. It might hit my stop loss, which once again, I'm going to be completely okay with because it's a part of trading. And GU, what I was saying before, it does still look good for a sell. For me personally, it still does look good for me personally, for myself. Sorry guys for the sound in the back. I do have guests in the house now, and sometimes it's a little louder. So this is the zone that I'm looking for this consolidation to hold the GU. And I still see the potential of going down, although I didn't take the straight. And if I would be taking it now, if I would be considering this, I will probably wait until the price breaks through this zone. Let's see how the volumes will distribute on the move to the upside. So I'll probably be waiting for something like this for GU. So if it goes and breaks through, I might consider selling it. Let's see. Gold. Gold, gold, gold. Okay. Several questions about gold. Maria says, my gold analysis yesterday worked out, and I feel today it will retrace back down to 32.95. Possible. 32.95. This is exactly where I'm waiting for it. So Maria, we talked about it a little earlier before you joined, that I'm waiting for gold to reach this zone here, and I'm going to be waiting for confirmations. And then I'm probably going to see if I can buy it over 33.23. So I'm going to be looking for about 300 ticks move for gold from here. And Maggie was asking which confirmations I'm going to be looking for. Well, hopefully, if I can finally launch on my new laptop, my futures platform, I'm going to be looking for the footprint. And if not, I'm going to be looking for the volumes. So I'm going to adjust one thing here. I'm going to be looking for the reaction of the price here, and as long as the developing point of control of the day stays below the price, I'm going to be looking for a buy. And preferably on the smaller time frame, let's say 1 minute time frame or 3 minute time frames, I would want to see either the head and shoulders pattern, either the small consolidation and a breakout and the entry, or I would wait for the price to come lower, break through, create a fake out, a wick to the upside, and then I'm going to be buying it. So I want essentially to see every single thing of every single confirmation comes down to, I want to see how strong is 32.97 level. So if this can hold the price, then I'm going to be looking for a buy for gold. This answered. Okay, so what would you suggest trading for beginners? I think this question is a little different, because the question is, what are you profitable with? And if you're a complete beginner and you don't know, you need to first focus, I would say, on the strategy. So find the system that works for you, find the system that you understand. It doesn't need to be complicated. It needs to be something that you can understand and use when it comes to your analysis. And then backtest this trading system over the 3 to 5 assets on the past 6 to 12 months. And this will give you enough data to see which assets are the most profitable for you. And you can stick with those 2-3 assets. It's more than enough to become really profitable. And you don't need to be trading all the 30 different currency pairs or all the different commodities and indices to become profitable. You just need to be a master in 1 or 2 or 3 assets and focus on those and adjust. You will be able to learn their behavior, their liquidity, how they move. You will be able to learn how to place a stop loss and take profit correctly and so on. So I'd say that the best idea would start with a system, then backtest it on 3-5 different assets over the period of 6 to 12 months. Get the data, what is the most profitable, and forward test it before you're gonna go straight live. I wish someone would told me this when I was starting 8 years ago. Lord of Light, I know about SKS. SK, I'm not sure about. So When did you, DJ is asking, when did you finalize your own system in the 8 years? Yeah, we're gonna do this poll a little later. Like, I'm gonna ask Jonatan next time to do this poll. But when I find it, like, it's a very interesting question. I did trade different systems over the past 8 years. A couple of years ago, I only traded Fibonacci and the Elliott Waves theory and the price action, and only NASDAQ and S&P 500. And it was a part of my journey which lasted like 2 years, when I only traded S&P and NASDAQ and only Fibonacci and only price action and Elliott Waves. And at that moment, it was completely profitable because it was the end of first Trump's presidency. Indices, like US stock market, was surging. It was flourishing. And then Biden came, the liquidity changed, the volatility, the market changed, COVID happened, and the system that I used before became unprofitable. So the stats completely changed, and completely got wrong compared to what they were. And I needed to search for something more. And then I went and I found, I've started learning footprint charts, order flow, and volumes, and so on. And that has been, since then, a very big part of my journey, which it's been 5 years right now since I'm trading volumes and footprints. But sometimes I'm adjusting some things, I'm back testing some things, forward testing some things, optimizing the system. The base of the system was ready approximately, let's say, 4 years ago. And before I was still trading, I was still partially profitable with, for example, I was profitable with this Fibonacci system, but it didn't last long. So over your period of career of trader, you are gonna probably shift several times your trading system, and that is okay, right? It's just market changes, situation, the market changes, and it's okay. We just need to adjust and learn. And I think this is one of the beauty of being a trader. Like, you can actually adjust, you can be flexible. But if you are expecting that you are going to get one strategy and you're going to use it for the rest of your life, and you're going to be extremely profitable using trading this one system over and over and over again, you might be really wrong, because the market changes and you will need to adjust as well. Look, James, the problem with the Fibonacci is that Fibonacci is still a theory. There are different reasons why Fibonacci works. One of the reasons that Fibonacci works is because it's a psychological effect. Because Fibonacci has been created, right, as a tool for trading in the past century. Now, it's partially because it's psychological effect in the amount of money that gets invested in those levels that moves the price. But it's still a theory, and it has nothing to do with the market auction. I feel like the most reliable things are the things that they have to do something with the price itself. With the auction of the price. How are the bids and asks distributed? Who is currently trading? Buyers or sellers? Who is taking over the control? Why is the price reversing those levels? And this is, I think, the most powerful. But sure, give it a try to Fibonacci, and let me know how it works for you. I do sometimes still use it. And again, I was really profitable with it before at that period of time. Omkar, I do have it, but no, not here, obviously. What is my favorite asset to trade? Good question. Right now, surprisingly, it's gold. I've been trading gold. 80% of my trades for the past 2 months were gold. But it changes, because before I used to trade, last year I used to trade, at 3 years I used to trade oil really heavily. And I traded oil futures almost every single day. And it was really, really good. But then Trump came, and with Trump's election at the beginning of the year, oil became this. I was just breaking it down yesterday. I mean, the price has been consolidating more than it's been moving. So this is like horrible price action. And this from the 4th of April, we're in one big range. It's been 1.5, almost 2 months since then. Yeah, almost 2 months since then. And before that as well, if you look at it, this is such a choppy market. It is like such a choppy market. And this is from the beginning of this year when Trump came into the presidential office. My oil got completely messed up. So I stopped trading oil because it just starts to show that it's not profitable anymore for me, at least not as much as I would want it to be. And I shifted to something else. I shifted to gold. I trade now gold, S&P 500, EU, and GU. That's it. Sometimes AU, really rarely though. We all love gold. I don't know. I don't know. For a very long time, for 7 years, I had a love-hate relationship with it. It's like you love it, but it hurts you, but you still love it. I feel like it's an abusive relationship with gold the majority of the time. Like you love it, but it hurts you, but you're like, I'm gonna give it one more try. And like it's an abusive relationship with gold. I saw you guys asking about NASDAQ and EUR 30. Let's have a look at that. So we had the move to the upside yesterday. So the downwards movement was actually yesterday from not yes, this was here. Yesterday's downwards move here was because of the FOMC meeting that happened, and that Federal Reserve stated that they are not looking potentially to decrease the rates until the 2026. Then Trump came overnight. He sends the stock market to the upside. And what we see here for NASDAQ again is that it broke a very crucial volume zone. So if we look at the 4-hour time frame, I'm going to let it upload, we will see that we had the very crucial volume zone here in the volume block. And we have another one right here on top. So this is the point of control of the months that is right here. So in my personal opinion, we are heading here higher. So if we get closer to NASDAQ, closer, smaller time frame, we will see that after this huge move to the upside, the price started to consolidate. I looked at S&P 500 this morning, and we will see that it's basically accumulating the majority of the volume where it is right now. I don't have the entry because of this yet for NASDAQ. I don't really see the good entry. Possibly if like something like this happens, I'm going to take a small scalp for NASDAQ to the upside. I do see the possibility that it's coming for taking the level 21,995. And that is the only thing that I'm currently looking at of this, to be honest, and maybe sell from here back. Because realistically, Trump's manipulation yesterday was just words. It was just another thing that he said. The reality is that Federal Reserve doesn't depend on Trump, and the moment that Powell said that they are not looking for decreasing interest rate possibly until the next year, this is still the negative news for the US stock market. And I feel like if we reach 21,995, we might see the drop later on. But possibly it's going to happen during New York session. So what I'm going to do, I know myself, I'm going to miss this trade if I'm not going to put an alert. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to place an alert on 21,950 to make sure that when the price is there, I'm going to get notified and I'm going to still possibly take this trade. Come on, give me the alert. And TradingView doesn't want to give me an alert. Why? Why not? Nope, doesn't work. I'll figure that out later. Yeah, I did. It doesn't work. It doesn't activate it. I don't know. This is a bug probably on the TradingView side, Henry. I need to probably relaunch the platform. And it just doesn't pop up. Yeah, but how long is it gonna last? That is a question. I don't think it's gonna last longer, much longer. I entered. Okay, good. What time frame do you use? Do you execute trades on gold? I execute trades on 5-minute time frame to 3-minute time frame usually. Look, let's call it. I look for confirmations on 3 to 5-minute time frame. So I do my analysis on 1 hour, 30 minutes, and over the weekend I do my analysis on daily, on weekly, and on 4 hours. And then during the week, I trade within the zones that I mark up on the daily, weekly, and 4-hour time frame, looking at the 30-minute volumes and 5-minute confirmations. So to summarize it, over the weekend, I do the analysis of weekly, daily, and 4-hour time frame. In the end of the month, I also do how the month has closed and had an analysis on that. And then during the week, I trade based on 30-minute volumes and 5-minute confirmations on price action, footprint, and the volumes developing as well. Yeah, DJ, I'm gonna do this, but not on the stream. I'm gonna do this a little later. Hemi, it does depend on you and your risk management plan. I risk 1% of my account maximum at any moment. So I try risking 0.5% majority of the times. And then as I add to my winning positions, it can go up to 1%. Well, thanks goodness I'm not located in the US. I mean, nothing against US, but I know they are tough on financial regulations. Freedom, so important in life. So what I do for the what I was looking at for S&P 500 today is also something very similar to NASDAQ. We had the run to the upside after Trump's speech in the press release, and we are right now at the daily point of control. This is the daily. And this is the point of control of this consolidation, of this move to the upside as well. So on this move, the majority of the volume was traded here and between this zone. So right now, I don't see the entry. The very high risk would be just to trade from the daily point of control up. Here doesn't make sense to trade like this, because if we look at the high time frame, we look at the 4-hour, this is a high volume node, and this is the point of control of this whole downwards movement. So if you look at this, we will see that we had there from the top to the bottom, the highest volume was traded right here. And I'm expecting the price is going to reach this to see the sell-off. So if I'm going to go lower time frame, if the price goes up from here, I'm going to look for sell on 60.17. For S&P 500. This is my opinion. Again, I might be completely wrong. If the price doesn't show the rejection zone, so I'm not going to place the limit order. If the price doesn't show the reaction, I'll maybe look for something like this. In continuation to 60.75, which is my other important zone for trading. So confirmation here. This is something I'm looking for. And you were also asking about looking for to look on at US30. Oh my god, what's happening? At US30. So this is US30 futures. As for me, US30 is still extremely bearish. If we look at this is the monthly point of control. This is the monthly development point of control. We couldn't break this level, no matter how many times the price has tried breaking it. So going closer, we will see that the price didn't reach this zone. It's reaching the daily point, the weekly point of control. Maybe something like this for the US30, or simply like this I'm looking for. But I'm bearish on the US30. I'm in general bearish, biased on all the indices, to be quite honest with you now. One might disagree and I might be completely wrong, but I'm totally bearish on all their US30 and NASDAQ and S&P 500. Fabian, I wish it's in progress. Like life is hopefully long. How do you find the point of control? I actually talked about this several times during this live and broke down several tools on TradingView that you might want to use for identifying volumes. So if you go back in the stream, like an hour before that, we are right now almost 1.5 hours in already. So if you go back a little bit earlier, I broke down several volume tools which can help you identify the point of control. Rafael, I'm not sure, right? We don't know that. We do have the GDP report today, but also we do have the home sales. Let me switch the screen. We have the GDP report, but we also have the pending home sales, which are one of the very crucial indicators also for the economy, because the housing data is one of the the biggest parts of the economy that affects chain-wise afterwards the whole rest of the economical aspects. And we do have the speech of the several Federal Reserve representatives, as well as the Fed balance sheet in the evening. So lots of things can happen. Come on. Lots of things can happen. Here, GDP growth rate, it's in about 3.5 hours from now. We have the jobless claims and initial jobless claims weekly, right, on the Thursdays. And in addition, we have the pending home sales, which are an extremely important parts of the economy. Let me again switch the screen and show you something. Here we go. So this is the hope economical model, which essentially tells you which one is going to be first affected by the changes in their interest rates. And the fact that interest rates is still kept high, the first that is going to be affected is the housing market. The housing market is the first one and the earliest one to react to changes in the interest rate decisions and the effect of high interest rates, lower interest rates, and changes in the interest rates from the Federal Reserve side. The pending home sales also might have a big effect today on the market, and the GDP, of course, too. So I'm not sure if this is going to happen, Rafael, but if it will be, I am going to be ready to short those babies. But I'm looking for S&P 500. I do like S&P 500 more. Like it looks clearer for me than NASDAQ and Dow Jones. Before I used to also trade Russell. So used to trade Russell. Not a lot of people trade it, but it is actually the very simple asset to trade. Probably should go back actually to this. It's correlated about 80 to 70% with S&P 500, depending on the period of time. It is perfectly based on the structure, so it's much easier asset if it comes to their high volatility of indices. So you might guys want to give it a try. Gold is trying to come lower, still rejecting this high volume node here, so might still go down. Is my alert gonna work here or also not? Like I want to place an alert, just make sure that I'm not missing this. No, I need to definitely reload the platform. Henry was right. Henry was right, and my alerts are not working yet still. Because it's like it's completely ignoring me. But gold is trying to still go down. It does look like a small consolidation here, so we might get just stuck and go up from here without giving me the entry. But if it does give the entry, I'm going to be very, very happy. Let's see. Maria, thank you so much. I'm really, really happy to hear this. Thank you. DJ, I can't send the link here, but if you find me anywhere on the social media, you're gonna be able to find the platform, or you can text me, send me a message, and I'm gonna share with you the one that I use. I use Ares, and I do have some workspaces that I can just, share with you for free. You can just upload them and use them as well with volumes and stuff. Best time frame for gold is the one that is most profitable for you. So some are profitable with 5-minute gold trading, some are profitable with 1-minute gold trading, which is extremely hard. Like I'm really, really admiring those people who trade gold in 1 minute and they are profitable. So it's the one that you're profitable with. I use a combination of 30 minutes and a 5-minute time frame. Yeah, gold is right now in front of you, so this is what I'm waiting for gold. What is everyone trading currencies for longs? I'm not. I'm still short on my EU. So it is delayed because if you look at futures, you do need to purchase the data from TradingView. It costs about $5 per month, if I'm not mistaken, 5 or 6. So if you didn't purchase the data, it's going to show the light as yellow or orange. And this orange light is going to be saying to you, hey, it's delayed by 10 to 15 minutes. You need to click on this light and it's going to send you to be able to purchase the CME data. And then your futures are not going to be delayed. Yeah, $7. Thank you so much. $7. So I have this data purchased, and this is why it's not delaying. If you are delaying, it's because you need to have their quotes for the market that you trade. Daily Drawdown was asking, who told you about trading and why did I choose it as a career? It's going to sound really, really cliche, but I chose the career for freedom. Like, I mean, we all come here for freedom and money, right? And we stay for different other reasons. I came for their freedom and for money, and I stayed because I love this. Like, I love the game. I really love the game of trading. For the love to the game. DJ, yeah, I'm gonna send it over. I'm gonna send it there. Okay, so we had the request earlier for silver as well. And I did not have a look at the silver earlier. My stop loss is a bit higher, so it's still running. Those of you who are asking about EU, my EU is still running. It's trying to come back now to my break even. And it did break the point of control of this whole move to the upside. We are below the value area high. So it's like this is the trade that I'm still holding. And I'm gonna see if it goes lower, I'm gonna see where I'm gonna close it depending on where the price is gonna react. Silver. Silver has been horrible. Like, look at this price action. What is this even? Oh, this is bad. This is bad. Like, if you look at the high time frame, I don't really know what would I trade here. Like, why would I trade this? It's been stuck here for the past 1 month. Until then, I was actively trading silver, and it's been great. So if you watch the previous streams, I was actively trading silver here. Now, from the 16th of April, for months and a half, it's been stuck in this range. And even worse, if you go lower, there is a range within the range. So silver is usually showing the accumulation when, you know, something is happening. Gold is reacting, but silver is a more stable one. I love silver because it's more fundamentally based. Silver is actually a very important asset for production. So in terms of Trump's tariffs, silver is the one asset that might go up. Now, if it stays in the consolidation, it means the indecision concerning the economical driver, which is right now the Trump's tariffs. So from the perspective of the macroeconomics, the moment it exits, I'm going to be looking for some long-term buys, and well, not on silver necessarily, but on some stocks from silver, but maybe also on silver if it does exit to the upside, which I'm expecting it to happen. So I'm expecting this move, and then I'm gonna start trading this again. But until we are in the consolidation, I'm not. I don't see the entry. I just don't see why. How would I even trade this? I mean, you could just turn all of this and try to trade from the same support, but is it really a strategy? I don't know. Not my thing right now. Head and shoulders pattern of gold. Well, it happened yesterday, right? So what am I thinking about this? I don't think anything about this because it already happened. The pattern has been completed. And if we should have thought about this, we should have thought about it here yesterday. Or, yeah, yesterday, before the drop. Because that was a right shoulder, and then that was a volume. I was expecting it to come a little higher here, and from here I was looking for a sell, which it didn't. But at the current moment, the pattern is completed, and what I'm looking at gold, I can go back in the stream. We broke it down, but I'm looking for some scalp buys, and then I'm gonna see how the price reacts here, and based on this, I'm gonna make my decision what to do next. David, no, I'm actually not in crypto. I mean, I'm buying crypto long term, but I don't trade crypto. I don't consider myself a crypto trader. Completely not my thing. I'm not, like, I don't understand it in the sense of like a short term intraday, for example, trades. I think everyone has their own asset. I know people who are extremely good and profitable trading crypto intraday, and I'm not one of them. And I'm not sure even if I want to be one of them ever. Thank you, The5ers. By the way, if you are loving the stream, if you got anything useful today out of the stream, please don't forget to hit the like button. With just a few likes, although we are right now more than 770 people watching overall. If you guys are watching on X, please go back to YouTube and hit the like button, because it's extremely important for us, so algorithm can suggest us to other fellow traders and more people can come to our streams. So it's a small action for you. It's a very big deal for us. And I would really, really be happy and I'm grateful if you guys can hit this like button on YouTube. Thank you so much. DAX and Euro JPY. Not gonna lie, I usually don't trade Euro JPY, but let's have a look at this. Doesn't hurt to have a look at this. It hurts. It hurts. It even hurts me to see this kind of price action. I have nothing to say about Euro JPY. I mean, it's consolidating. And I don't trade inside of consolidation. This is like, if you want to see the boring price action, this is the boring price action right now. So I'm, yeah. Euro JPY is consolidated, and you know it without me saying it. And DAX, look at who is joining us in the back. The legend himself. Hey, how are you doing, LJ?
Hello, guys. Doing all right. I'm very dusty today. I will say that. I'm still recovering, so.
How was it yesterday?
It was good. Had a great time, for sure. We lost, but still had a great time. And then waking up this morning, when I first woke up, felt all right. As the day's gone on, I'm feeling a bit rough. So, I'm not sure if
today.
Hey,
I suppose you're not trading today then.
I am. I took some trades earlier. I caught some of the longs after turning back up before.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I had tried to eat something earlier, and I'm not sure if that helped or it kind of made it worse. So I gave up, and I've just gone back to coffee, trying to get caffeine and get my brain to function. But
what time is it now?
8 p.m.
8 p.m. and you're drinking coffee. Like, you're a machine. This guy never sleeps. I've never heard that he's not online trading or like answering in our chats.
Yeah, I'm a robot. I'm a robot. That's it. Yeah, this is actually, it's not coffee, it's motor oil. So, grease the gears.
That makes sense. That makes more sense.
How have you been? What have we got going on at the minute?
Nothing
Yen, hey.
really interesting. I'm looking for the continuation for indices to the upside after some correction, and I'm looking for selling them. I don't know what you think about them, but I do have this sells for NASDAQ and for S&P 500 a little later, perhaps on the New York session after the main home sales and jobless claims data coming out. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at this 21,995 and also 60.17 for S&P 500. Mm-hmm. What's your take on it from the fundamentals?
Yeah, pretty similar. I'm currently sitting short in NAS from the tops that we had just earlier. So similar deal, but I jumped in now because I wasn't sure we'd get another little push higher. I feel like I'd prefer to short from here and then potentially look for it to actually have a run up after that.
Okay.
But yeah, fundamentals wise, we had that the headlines around federal court saying Trump can't, doesn't have authority to put the tariffs through. So that's basically been what's moving stuff today. As far as whether that sticks or not, I mean, obviously Trump's going to do everything he can to get around this. He can still challenge the ruling in the courts as well. So I think that's in part why we've seen some of this unwind, because no one believes it's actually going to put an end to all of this, of course. So yeah, it's a tough one from where we're positioned today now, honestly. Like you're saying, I think the US data will give a drive one way or the other. But for now, I'm leaning short euro, currently in a short euro as well, short the NAS, and I'm long gold at the minute.
You are short in Euro USD right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You're in euro shorts as well?
I'm in euro shorts as well.
All right, there you go. Yeah, good.
Nice. Good.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see that play through then.
Yeah.
Because yeah, these kind of highs is what I was looking for. Whether we'll actually pop through that or not, we haven't seemed to. The past hour, it's sort of getting stuck around here. So potentially another run lower first. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't think yesterday's statements from Trump are going to hold, to be honest with you, because he says one thing after another. But the truth is, what Federal Reserve was covering yesterday, and the interest rates are not looking too good for the stock market and for the US dollar in general so far. So I think this is going to wait over whatever Trump is saying and playing around with tariffs sooner or later.
Yeah, exactly. I think at some point, now that we've got a bit more clarity on the tariff situation, there's not as much back and forth. We've got a little bit of direction, I guess, for the time being. The distortions in the data will start to filter themselves out, and people start, taking attention back to that as well and seeing what the Fed will do from there. We got PCE on Friday.
Yeah.
Their preferred inflation measure. So yeah, I do expect at some point we'll go back to focusing on the Fed and central banks in general. But at the minute, it's still the Trump show. So
yeah. It's still a hot topic for now. And people are still getting used to this, I guess. Which macro websites are you using and you can recommend? Because we had some question. I was saying LJ is going to come on and he is a better one in the fundamentals.
Okay, yeah. The main one I use, God, where have I got it listed here? Oh, I got so many saved tabs for my trading stuff. I'm pretty sure it's one you've used before in the past, because I heard you mention it once. I was like, oh yeah, that's the same that I use.
Trading economics I use.
Yeah, trading economics. That's it.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the main one where they have like everything under the sun, pretty much. That you can look at. Apart from that, I also have I get a bunch of this stuff through my personal broker as well. So some of that is like internally that I can't share a link with you guys, unfortunately, because they have stuff connected up to Reuters with the Refinitiv platform, that kind of thing. So some of it comes through there. But yeah, trading economics normally is pretty good. They've got all the past data. You can drill down into all sorts of minor things about, housing, different pockets of employment in certain sectors, go right into services, into industrials, into this, into that. So yeah, it's really good for finding obscure, abstract things as well. So
yeah, it is, and it's also giving you, if someone is just getting started, it gives you like a short overview of everything, which is unbiased, because all of the things Wall Street Journal and the things like this is so biased on the news they're trying to sell.
Yeah.
So you do need to learn how to read between the lines. Where there is a trading economics is straightforward data. It's like, this is it. Do whatever you want with it. Like whatever you think is best. Do this, but this is the raw numbers that are coming out.
Yeah.
And
exactly that. And Bloomberg's another good one, obviously. In part, just like you were saying, different to other news outlets, etc. They're having to generate income and run a business by generating that news, whereas Bloomberg obviously has the terminal, their full financial suite, all that kind of stuff. So they're not necessarily relying on articles and that sort of thing to bring people in. It's more something that's assistive. But even then, depending on the journalist writing the thing, they are also trying to make a name for themselves. So they, fluff things up a bit. And you do have to read between the lines as ever. But yeah, just like you're saying, these guys it's just raw data, raw information. and just sort of a pure throughput interpretation.
Yeah, so we do have the GDP coming out in pending home sales, and then in the end, we do have the balance sheet as well, and the Federal Reserve, a couple of them representatives saying some things. Inflation data for tomorrow for the Germany too, and obviously core PC. So a lot of things can change. I'm still going to be short on my indices, but you may be wrong, and I'm probably not going to get an entry on NASDAQ anymore. It seems like it's gone now.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Once we had that sort of made that marginal new high about, I don't know, was that 2 hours ago or something now, or an hour ago, hour and a half, it seemed to just sort of lose momentum there. So I decided to jump in at that point. The dollar at the minute is trying to take another little bit of a dip. Euro is pressing up a little.
Yeah, I'm overall long for US dollar though. I was covering it earlier. Said although it's trying to push a little lower, overall I'm still bullish on this. Maybe a little lower still, and then actually to the upside. I'm waiting until it hits 107.40, 650 levels. I think it's quite possible that we're going to reach it today still. So this is something I'm looking for.
Yeah.
The US dollar.
Yeah, I'm looking at exactly the same thing. Euro trade seemed to be sort of stalling out, so jumped in up here. Might have been a bit too early. We could get a little bit more height up towards 113, sort of round block number before Euro sells off. The higher level I do have is about 113.08 to 10, roughly for Euro. That would have been ideal, but just like I was looking at the NAS, I didn't want to miss the trade rather. But apart from that, Aussie dollar's been all right today as well, lagging a little bit now.
Do you want to share your screen? I didn't look at the Aussie dollar yesterday.
I can share my screen. We'll just it'll be very clunky because I'm still getting used to TradingView.
Oh,
not used to it at all. Yeah. I hate it. It's so I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Actually, I don't really like it neither. But my futures platform is giving me some troubles today. Acting against me. So what are you looking for the Aussie dollar? Because it looks horrible for me, to be honest with you.
Really?
What is this?
I think we've still got that overall tilt up. You can see we're getting in this weird sort of almost grinding channel with this up tilt here. The level that we keep sort of oscillating back and forth between is there's a 200-day moving average, which is at I think it's basically where price peaked today. Yeah, right at 64.48. So that's simple.
200, you said.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be your assistant on the TradingView.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so mine very different. Is that
is it the futures, or are you looking at the Forex?
Oh, on the daily, sorry. Daily.
But on the Forex.
That's yeah, I was confused. I was like, okay, that looks better. That's great. So we've got that level there, the 200, which is trying to sort of gradually establish a hold above. Spoken about it a number of times on ABL, but we can't just quite, maintain it at the minute. So that's pretty much my midpoint at the moment. So below there, selling, above there, buy, and then as you can see, we are trying to get up there. We are gradually making new highs and higher lows, right? But it's very, very slow at the minute.
Yeah, gradually is the right word for this.
Yeah, so ultimately up towards 66, somewhere around there is what ideally I'd be looking at.
66. Wow. Okay. So that's
up into that range. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's, you're looking at the middle of this range approximately.
Yeah.
Previous one. Oh. Yeah, I don't see any entry points for me here. Like this is in this channel, nothing at all for me.
Yeah, I've basically been just sort of trading the top to the bottom, bottom to the top, back and forth like that. If you sort of do it that way, and then account for whatever news flow, whatever Trump headlines, what the euro and the pound are doing as far as the dollar component, it's working pretty well at the minute. So, yeah. My NAS trades are going nicely. Happy with that.
It is. It is. I'm happy for you. I would prefer, of course, to get an entry as well on that one, but I feel like we still might have push up for news.
Yeah, we definitely could pause at some point and then come back up. So on the 5 minute, as far as like a very short term sort of scalpy type trade, I'm kind of looking at 21,640 kind of area to pull back to. It's just where the sort of 200 moving average comes in on the 5 minute. They're always good for pullbacks. Retest that. Seems to line up with the other indices as well on the S&P and on the Dow.
Do you ever trade Russell?
No, not normally. No, long time ago. But yeah, I always find there's so much activity and the NAS and everything. I sort of just hang around there. But
I was just talking about it earlier in the stream that there was a period of time when I traded Russell, and it's I found that at that moment even simpler than S&P or NASDAQ. It moves well, but it's not so aggressive sometimes as NASDAQ, for example. Some people found it. I need to come back to this. Really
it's
good.
definitely got that like broad, much broader number of companies, right? So yeah, when you get there's certain times of the year when all the large caps, mega caps have really ran their distance, and everyone looks for that like rotational shift into a number of the small players. Then I'll have a look at the Russell for opportunities there, because then they can outperform as well. But yeah, I haven't looked in the Russell in some good time now. So.
And what do you think about
Come on, Nas, keep going. What was that about the Dow?
No.
The Dow's weird. I hate it. Like in that, weird. I'd rather the NAS or the S&P, because obviously the Dow, you're just looking at those top few companies. So you get earnings or something, and it will shift them outside of the sort of regular correlation that they run alongside the NAS and the S&P. So if I was going to trade the Dow, I would prefer to like trade the individual companies in the index rather than just the random 30. It's kind of odd. Good.
You feel it's not like it's not
back in the day, I feel like, but yeah.
Sorry?
Dow was a very good index like back in the day when they really drove everything, and it gave you good sentiment on economic health, all of that kind of thing. But just how the companies are made up these days, and global trade, and all of them are all international payments, like you got Visa and stuff in there. It's not a very good individual indicator for health of like the US market overall anymore.
So you feel like it's not weighted enough, basically, compared to the rest of the companies in the economy. So it doesn't basically represent much anymore in that current moment.
Yeah, basically. So like you've got a couple of the large players, but they're all like blue chip now, and they've kind of got their established business. They're not really increasing massively, not declining, and they've got a lot of safety bits and pieces that whenever market or we get business cycle refresh, they're sort of normally a bit better insulated, whereas in the past traditional economic crashes, right, you'd see stuff just like fall off a cliff. So it was a good thing to trade then. These days, it's I don't know. I just don't like it. It just feels messy and weird.
Yeah, it is. It is
At the
massive.
end of the day.
Now
Yeah.
to NASDAQ and S&P at the current moment, it's like, what is it doing even? You know?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
why is it dropping now so much compared to the rest? Yeah. Rishi is saying Nas wants to feel that imbalance towards 24. What is this level? I'm not really getting the 24 part.
Oh, my Euro trade got stopped out. Oops.
Yep, it did go higher.
Yeah. Oh well.
I was looking at GU as well earlier.
Just hit take profit on my gold trade though, so that's good. 32.95.
Oh, nice. I was looking for it to hit this level. I'm looking for a sell now actually from this zone if it gives a rejection.
Yeah.
33.23. Let's see if it's gonna fly through this on the high volumes. I'm gonna also buy from it, but it's a crucial level. I'm waiting for this for 2 hours already.
Yeah.
Nice. Gold cruise and Iceland profits problem. I don't know when to run. Themba, well, if it gives you the rejection, it is time to run. If it starts pulling back somewhere here.
Yeah, there might be like a couple more dollars in it, but yeah, I just wanted to, take the profit there, and I'm happy with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I have like a couple of literally $2 upsell, and then that's it.
Yeah, I'm not 100% convinced on any of the positioning at the minute across the board.
Me neither. Gold might be the one. Some confirmations. Yeah, NASDAQ didn't give me the entry. The same with S&P 500. Euro USD did kick me out finally. After all, let's see. Maybe
I might consider taking the NAS trades shortly if we don't keep pressing on, because it has seemed to have like stalled a little bit.
I think it's gonna wait for New York. I'm actually not gonna be surprised if the USD crashes on the New York session as well. It's showing a nice rejection, and it just flew. Trading tour. I was looking for this. LJ is already in the sell in shorts. I was looking for this level. Yeah, right now, nothing. Like no new trade. And I'm personally looking at. But I'm probably gonna wait for New York. On NASDAQ and S&P.
Yeah, mostly waiting for New York as well. Same deal. And also waiting for my brain to come to life. Make sure it's actually functioning properly before I start making too big a decisions.
Coffee doesn't help.
What do I look for in my setups? So I always have like a sort of overall market bias or directional bias, whether that be for the day, the week, the month. It's hard to look much further than that with any confidence at the minute. So I always develop that from like a macro fundamental type standpoint. And then I'll look for trades that sort of line up with that theme. And generally, if, say we've had a couple of days of the market running that way, you might also look to reverse those trades for like a retracement. When I do that, if I'm going against that trend, I'll trade in like half size. If I'm going with my overall theme, I'll trade in full size. And that way it's just because, market can just stop at one point and then back to the regular theme. That way you don't get caught out too hard on trade ideas that are against the grain. How I enter, generally I'll look at where we've closed the previous day, and then say if I start trading around London, I'll see what's gone in Asia, and then just sort of gauge like how much we've moved so far already based on like the ATR, and then I'll sort of try and scope out what my expected distance for today's moves might be on the upside or downside, and then so generally you can use something like the ATR, and then say if you're at a key low point, chances are that ATR is going to be on the upside rather than split both ways between the upside and the downside. Then after that, essentially I'll go look at a couple other things with like moving averages, normally the 50, 100, 200, and then I'll also have a 10 and a 20, and that's sort of just gauging that overall roller coaster momentum flow. And you do get a lot of good points for pullbacks, retracements, retest and then break with those sorts of things. And I'll correspond that with adjacent block levels, whether you want to call them order blocks or your fair value gaps or whatever people call this stuff these days. It's all the same thing, just new names for stuff every other year. But yeah, so I'll basically track the prior key levels of the market on higher time frames and see if I can find trades that line up with the directional momentum of that day, then considering whatever news there is and the overall market theme. And that's basically how I take most of my trades. Hopefully that was succinct and made sense.
I think it's going to be much better when you figure out the trading queue.
Yeah. No, definitely.
Yeah, I took the sell on gold right now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So let's see.
I'm going to jump into a short on dollar yen, I think. Pressing some of these lows again now.
Dollar yen short. Okay,
yeah.
Okay, might make sense. Yeah.
So not looking for too much out of it, just a bit of a short term like sort of scalp type thing. Somewhere about 144, 70, 75, something like that. So 20, 25 pips.
Yeah. I was looking. I'm overall bullish on USD still, but it can come back obviously now. She's doing.
Yeah, I'm hesitant on trades pre-US, like you're saying. So just jumping in and out and stuff. Yeah,
probably US is going to be much better. Like London was barely anything to look at. Like I had some trades, but none of them, besides EUR, actually did confirm. So that.
I don't know how you do the music in here.
You go in the media assets.
Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, right now.
You can change it if you want.
Oh, I just couldn't hear any. I wasn't sure if we had the music on.
Well, you can hear it.
Maybe it's just me then. I can't hear it at all. Oh, it is on. You're correct. It is on. So I don't know. I always have the thing that when there is music on, people say it's like really loud. I'm like, it's quiet. I can't hear it. So it's probably is just me. I think whatever I have settings on, I think it's the settings on my computer that it equalizes the volumes across the board for things. I don't know, something.
Yeah. But I have some struggles with StreamYard as well with the music. Whenever I put the music a little louder, people can't hear me at all. So I'm like talking to myself here and every time I'm trying to find the music.
Yeah.
Do you use FIBs, LJ?
I do use FIBs. Yeah, they're good for retracement points. Particularly in currencies, because obviously currencies are very mean reverting type asset, because obviously you've got both sides playing push and pull, tug of war. So yeah, you're 61, 50, and 38 billion.
Yeah, so the golden ratio from both sides and the 50.
Yeah, and the way to look at it is just like, it's like a discount on price. Like if you've had a certain run like that, generally, unless you've looked at the macro standpoint and the run was, of the moment and then news has changed subsequently, normally people are just looking to get in on the same idea, but at a better price. So essentially, it's just like thinking about, having something on a 38% discount or a 50% discount. You're like, oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's a good sale, right? So same concept there.
That's an interesting point to this from this perspective, like from FIPS. From the discount perspective, never heard about it before.
Yeah. I think of it kind of like that. Like you go to the shop, you want to buy this jacket or something. You're like, oh, it's on sale. Great, I'll pick it up. And so that's the way I think of those moves. So yeah,
that's nice. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm gonna keep it in mind. We have our reach in the back.
Oh yeah.
Waiting for the sign that you're ready. Great. Welcome. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. No, who am I kidding? I'm stressed. I'm flustered. I've been up against it all day. I've been chasing my tail, and I recognise today's not a trading day for me. So just being honest, I'm on the back foot a little bit. So I'm trying to bring myself down to a bit more of a relaxed pace because this morning has been mental. So what about you guys? How's your day been?
Something like this. No, I did have my stop loss on EU here. We looked at that, but nothing like in the market. I don't see literally barely anything. Probably gonna wait for New York. Yeah.
I'm alive. I'm surviving. I'm trying to get my brain functioning again. I had been ill since last week. I had a concussion on Sunday. Then I went out drinking last night. Went to the game. Very hungover. Probably shouldn't be drinking as well after having a concussion that only that long ago, to be honest. That's not a good idea, but here we are. We are functioning and
well, that's too late already.
Alive. yeah, too late for that now.
No regrets, LJ.
Yeah, no regrets.
That's most important.
Look, you can't miss Origin. State of Origin, it's always a massive thing here every single year. So yeah, anytime you get that opportunity to go, can't turn it down. So
I've had friends visiting for the whole May, and I'm like, every single night, I'm like, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna get 8 hours of sleep. Didn't have it for the past 20 days. Like every day I'm waking up, I'm like, should have gone to sleep early. Every day the same thing. So I feel you somewhere.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and make it to the weekend, and then a very good sleep in on the weekend. I'll play some catch up.
You're almost there. Almost there.
That's like the reflection of a true trader's lifestyle, isn't it? Just like crawling through, just trying to make it to the weekend.
Yeah. And then also you get to the weekend, you're like, market's closed. Hurry up and Monday come, Yeah. It's very strange, hey?
Okay, guys, I'm going to leave you though, because the last 2 hours alone, I do need one more coffee after that. So thank you so much, LJ, for jumping on a little early. Good to see you, Rich, LJ. And thank you in the audience. I'll see you next week.
See you, Anastasiia.
See you. Bye-bye.
See you. How you doing, Rich? No trades for you today? Is that what you're saying?
Not today. Today was not a day for looking at the market. So I knew if I did, it would come at the sacrifice of something else. So I was like, nah, not today. Yesterday, I'll talk to you a little bit about what happened yesterday as a trading day. So kind of busy day. Towards the end of the day, I said, you know what? I've got half an hour. Let me just load up the charts for half an hour. I'll have a look, see how the markets are looking. Yeah, 3 hours later, and I'm still kind of sitting there into my evening, just going through the markets, positions open, orders were just flying through me. Like I was literally looking at the entries and I'm like, wow, like nothing. In drawdown, holding a position. How do I manage this? So I kind of wanted to, unless you've got something that you wanted to build into, I wanted to kind of look at this and say, how do we build confidence in trading when the market isn't giving us the result we want on the short term? Because a lot of us, I think, it is very easy to be confident when we're getting winners. We can put on dumb trades and get winners. Like, so we can get this false sense of confidence. So I guess I kind of wanted to explore a little bit more like, how do we get genuine confidence in the market, not necessarily from immediate P&L? I just wondered if you had any thoughts with it.
Thoughts, right? That means my brain needs to work. Yeah, how do we get confidence? I guess, well, I mean, I do it probably from doing all the background work, I guess. That comes down to a lot of that, macro fundamental type stuff. You really try and get as clued up as possible with what's going on. And then that way you're going into something not completely blind. You've kind of got some feelers out there to feel the ground underneath you, per se. And then that way, if something does shake, there's a bit of an earthquake, you kind of have a better idea as to, is this okay? Should this be happening, or should I be worried? Is it about to, it's an earthquake and the volcano is going to explode or something? So that's probably the way I do it, I suppose. And then also, I guess, coming into things with a clear head, not like myself today.
Yeah, hazards of the job, I guess. It's just something I've been playing around with sort of more recently because, and I've talked from personal experiences on it. When traders kind of go through drawdowns, one of the first things that we find is our confidence gets shaken, our belief in our edge. Do I have edge? Am I just getting lucky? Have I just gotten lucky? And I've been through 3, I think it was, if not 4 full cycles. Now, imagine this as a scenario. All you got to do is just learn a profitable strategy. You get that profitable strategy down, that's it, that's you made. You'll be funded, you'll get multiple payouts, you'll buy everything you ever wanted to buy, and it'll be that simple. And so you put in the work. And 3 years later, the first profitable system comes in. And you're like, I've got it figured out. It's my own system, it's unique, I've made it, I've back tested it candle by candle, no hindsight. And I know that this is going to get me funded. And it does. And it gets us funded, and it gets us a payout, and another payout, and another payout, and the results stop. And we go back through, we have a look at it, and we say, well, hang on, I'm not doing anything different here. And the framework just kind of goes really, really well. 2 years, we're talking 2 years of consistent good results. And then the markets just shift for the first time as a trader. And I'm like, what do I do? And I remember my confidence, month 1, didn't make money. Month 2 didn't make money. This is on the back of like 24 good months. Month 2 didn't make money. Month 3 didn't make money. Well, this is what good traders do. They just trust their edge. They just keep trading it. They don't look at anything else. They don't system hop. They just focus on this. By month 4, my confidence was starting to get a little bit of a shake. We're talking about like 160 hours a month watching charts, waiting for my setup, right? So we're into this for about 600 hours, and my confidence gets a little tweak. Oh, Rich, that's 4 months now. It's 4 months, and you know the old equity curve's kind of gone sideways. Month 5, month 6. By month 7, I said, you know what? My confidence is on the floor that even if I saw a good setup, I'm not going to be able to execute on it. Now, I've been through this 3 separate cycles, so I had to do the work, figure out kind of, what could I learn from this? And I see traders going through this all the time, and very often they've just taken 1 or 2 or 3 losses. And I smile because it's just not even a handful of losses. And I'm like, I'm there 7 months just putting it in. So there's a part of me that's like, confidence attached to immediate P&L is a really, really, really dangerous thing. Because when the P&L drops out, we end up in a position where we're not getting that feedback loop. And so it's like, where do we look for confidence? You said laying the correct foundation. And I'm kind of glad you did, because that's a huge part of the course that we're building out in the 5ers as a part of the performance coaching project, is we're building the correct foundation for traders to be able to stand on it and say, you know what, this will be a good loss. This trade here, it meets my plan. It's risk managed. I've got a big sample size of trades, and then zooming out after that one trade that doesn't play through. Anastasiia said earlier on today, I think it was in a Euro USD, hit stop loss. Right? That's part of her plan. You know, like, okay, sucks. But what we want is not to take too many trades, and then the strategy starts to show actually it's coming off the boil. So it was just something that I've been, I guess I wanted to bring a bit of awareness to, because I see a lot of traders that are just going through that cycle. And guess what? As a trader, we are, I would say, pretty much guaranteed to go through that cycle dozens and dozens and dozens of times. In fact, that's what normal and healthy should look like for a trader, to be able to go through, maybe win 6, maybe lose 4, maybe win another 5, maybe lose another 3. And we don't know in which order the wins and losses come in. So learning to accept that adversity and just not be an absolute, to not revenge trade or do something stupid when we don't get the result we want, right? Because a lot of unmet expectations are the things that cause us pain in trading. So it's kind of like neutralizing that. And to me, that's the same as what you were saying. It's groundwork. It's like, how can I frame this in a way that when I come in, like, imagine you've got to go to the bank. Obviously, probably not in this day and age, but you go to the bank and you were looking to withdraw some money. You go to the bank, you got a half an hour lunch break, you get to the bank, and there's a queue of 20 people. All of a sudden, stress is through the roof, loads of pressure, loads of frustration, unmet expectation. Right? Our expectation was we were going to be able to go in, carry out our service, come out. And so if we enter into a trade with the same kind of mindset of, what if I go to the bank and there's a queue, and accepting that kind of that probability based outcome. And in the markets, that's what we get an abundance of, is losses that just like look really good. And then it loses. And it's like, this doesn't look any different to the last 100 trades I've taken. And why did this one lose? And I think we run the risk of going insane trying to look at the difference between, you know, one particular setup that just didn't work. And I think it was Mark Douglas that said, you know, for price to go higher, you need to buy it, and somebody else needs to step in and take that price and buy it at a worse price potentially than what we did. And so we're never, ever, ever going to know whether an LJ is going to step in and take that price further in my profit direction, or if an Anastasiia will step in. Or so we're kind of speculating on the idea of, we have no idea, truly, like we have no idea what's going to happen next. So like, how do we wrap our mind around that? So to me, to frame that and wrap my mind around that, I found it to be a really helpful tool for taking away the pain from losing.
Indeed. I think it's all about, setting your prior expectations, that kind of thing. So, you know, the same way, if you do take an L on a trade, yes, you took the loss, but it is also giving you that feedback and recognizing that, you know, it's not a total loss. No one likes having that happen, but it is telling you something. The same thing if you had a business and you launch a product that doesn't really work out, you can analyze why. Was it actually the product? Was it how we presented it? Was it just the wrong timing, the marketing? Does it need some tweaks? Like, you know, and often the product itself could actually be great, and then just with a few tweaks and presenting it properly, all of a sudden it flies. Good example is that Celsius energy drink, which has really taken off now, and it's up there with the other competitors like Red Bull, Monster. Pick your other big favorite. But they've been around for ages, and just the can design wasn't very good. They were positioning it, you know, the wrong way. The flavors and stuff were great, but they just positioned it the wrong way, and now it's absolutely taken off. So there's always information in that. And just like you were saying about someone else having to come in and bid up price in order for your trade to work out, that is exactly one of the hardest parts in trading, investing, anything like that. Essentially what you're coming to the market is going and saying, look, I know something before someone else does. And on the face of it, like that sounds extremely like arrogant and all sorts of things. And, you know, someone said that about whatever else, you'd be like, all right, calm down, buddy, you know. But that's essentially what you're doing. And you're trying to get in before the larger herd, the larger market. And that means that either you're going to be exactly right or exactly wrong, because if you're stepping in on something that you're seeing that no one else is seeing yet, it tells you exactly that. Either you're wrong or I'm wrong. And so that's a very hard thing to do that early and be right. no doubt a very big challenge.
Yeah, we can do that through fundamentals. We can do it through technical analysis as well, which is where a lot of my edge comes from, looking at candlesticks on charts and trying to anticipate. And when I get it wrong, it's funny because the brain is really good at auto association. Like it's wired just to connect things from the past to something that's similar in the present. And so when I take a trade and I'm like, oh, this looks like good, I think this will get bid up here, and the market sort of drops and I've got a limit order on and the market comes in and it doesn't bounce. It just sails through. Do you know how many times I've caught myself and found myself saying, what is wrong with people? Why aren't they buying this up from here? And it's like, because I know what needs to happen, right? And it's almost like, I'm like, why aren't people seeing this opportunity? Like guys, girls, get on board. This was free money. And then the market's just sailing through my entry. And it's because like I'm attaching an expectation. And it can be, I mean, imagine, and for most of you listening to this is possibly a scenario that you haven't really considered, but when you trade on stream in front of people, the social pressure for trades to take profit fires up the little chimp brain that we talk about that just loves that kind of, oh, if you close this now, if you close this early, you can take profit on this. Everyone will see you've got a winning trade. Like the mind loves to attach these little kind of like objectives that are like so often outside of price action. So that might not be relatable for many of you, but one that probably is, if this trade hits TP, I'm going to pass my challenge account. If this trade hits TP, I'm going to get ahead of LJ in the trading competition. I mean, obviously, but like if this trade hits take profit, maybe I'll get funded. Maybe I'll get my first payout. Maybe I'll be able to show my friend that my analysis was right. If this trade hits TP, I will feel confident. If this trade hits TP, and so forth and so forth, I can buy a whatever. I can pay off a whatever debt. And the problem is, what we're doing is we're attaching things to the outcome of that trade. And so if we imagine that trade doesn't do what we wanted and it turned around and it hit our stop loss, would it stand to reason that we would lose the excitement, the energy, and the joy of everything that we stood to gain if that trade was to hit take profit? So the P&L, losing that is just a kind of, it sucks, but it's part of trading. But losing like, my funding opportunity, the bragging rights to LJ, all these things that we attach to it, but losing all those is by nature, it's going to be painful. And so one tool that I found really powerful in trading, and this is hard, but it's really helpful, is I have to first recognize when my brain does what my brain does. It constantly tries to bolt things onto the trade that don't exist, things outside of technical analysis. And so my struggle and my challenge as a trader is to say, I need to catch it. The moment this happens, I need to catch it. So having a pen and paper and being in a trade, the moment we first feel fear typically is because we're bolting something to it. What if I lose the profit? What if this turns around? What if like I can't pay my rent this month because the trade hits stop loss, or whatever the case? So catching it and recognizing it, I would say I've become very highly skilled in. But that's like a life skill that you have to learn, and it takes ages. Then once I've recognized it, I need to try and bring myself back to that adult mental state of making the conscious right. And LJ, dude, I've ripped off your nerd analogy for so many trading opportunities. So if you haven't seen it already, LJ had this acronym, which is NERD, next exact right decision. And I wrote it in my journal, in my daily reviews that I carry out. It's always in there. So I use that as like this central stone to keep me grounded when I'm in a trade. Well, hang on. What is my next exact right decision? And all I'm trying to do is just wake up my adult conscious brain to be present and say, hang on, we make decisions based on price action, not you can buy a PlayStation if this hits take profit, or whatever the case, right? But it's that, for me, it's that constant battle to bring myself from a childlike state of mind or a chip brain into a logical brain, and to make decisions based on, and if I'm cutting early, I'm cutting early because I'm not being logical. I'm cutting because of P&L, because of oversized, because I'm full clip on some challenge account, or whatever the case might be. So it's just being mindful of those things. And to me, that's where success really sat as a trader. That if you said biggest milestone, that one rings a bell. That one, like, yeah, they connected. So I just wanted to kind of float that seed out there, because a lot of traders that are still feeling very personally attacked when your trade hits stop loss. And I think a lot of the pain exists between our ears, and we kind of do it ourselves. And I know it sucks to hear it, but it's also really good because you could maybe do something about it. A lot of reframing that goes on there, you know. 9 trades in a row that hit stop loss. It's
yeah,
okay.
exactly. Yeah. And precisely when you're in the trade and it's on the way there and you're like, is it gonna hit? You know, whenever you're feeling that that sort of anxiety, fear type stuff, is just like you're saying, it's normally because there's something on the line, and then also the combination of some sort of gap between your certainty of that outcome occurring. And then you always got to think about, okay, in the event that this outcome does occur that I don't want to happen, is it going to kill? That's basically what I always ask myself. You know, at the end of the day, did you die? If no, then great. That means you can still live to fight again. And the same way with trades, you know, you can do that. And after 9 trades, you're still alive. You can still come back to it. You can still do it. You know, the other thing I often, when people come to me and saying, you know, they're having a hard time with something, they're freaking out, they're a bit anxious, they're a bit, you know, off kilter, and they've got something going on, I just say, like, yeah, it's probably because either there's something there that you haven't found or figured out that you need to figure out in order to gain enough confidence to be okay with it, or there's something that you know you need to do, but you're just not doing, and hence that's derailing that. In the same way that, like,
are we talking about technical aspects for both sides, or are they more mental aspects?
I mean, it applies to both, really.
Okay.
So it could be some part where your trade idea might be completely valid and sensible and logical and reasonable, but then you're mismanaging the trade. You're shuffling stops around, or you're adding extra trades here because that also looks good, and you're like a kid in a candy store adding too many things, and where the individual trade was fine, but now you've added stuff all over, and then something else goes on and everything's moving about very rapidly. But it's like if you went to bake a cake, right? You're never going to freak out about baking a cake. Why? Because you've got full confidence and, you know, a surety in your ability to bake a cake. Like, it's not very difficult. And you can go all the way up the scale to certain other things that would, you know, give you that angst or, you know, concern or worry. And normally it's because there is some gap in your either your ability there, your knowledge, your confidence around the future outcome. So with that, pull that risk down, and then you'll feel much better, even if you do blow, you know, 9 trades in a row. Come to fight again, and eventually you will grow stronger, you will learn, and you'll figure it out. And let's
normalize that, because I want to, you know, I mean, I wasn't able to beat LJ in the competition, but maybe I can beat him in this challenge. LJ, I hold my personal record.
If I can log in though, I can't log into this one either. I don't know what's going on with it. I've tried it on.
Wait, are you in the
other terminals? It works, but
are you in the other competition, the one that runs Wednesday to Wednesday?
Yeah. So last week I couldn't get into that account. I signed up for this one this week because I had a bunch of people saying they wanted me to jump in and, you know, compete against me and stuff. I tried to get into it earlier and had the same problem where it just doesn't connect. It just goes like loading.
Okay, sure.
Perpetually. But I can't seem to figure out why, because I can log into the other stuff completely fine and normal. But it's the comp one that is, it's not working. I don't know.
Well, that's
something to do with the server or something. Yeah.
What about normalizing this idea? My record stands at 27 losses in a row. Can you beat that?
I have no idea. I've never actually tracked it, so I wouldn't know. I would not know. I think you'd have me definitely beat there. I don't know. Probably. I think I'd probably cap out somewhere about 9 or 10 or something. But yeah.
But you know, and you reminded me of it because you said the thing that keeps us grounded in that, the biggest anchor, the biggest seatbelt we can have, risk management. Like, that's how I got through it, was just risk management. And it was crazy because I had this plan. Like, dude, I'm just going to trade 1% and like 1% risk. Like, and I was live funded. So I was like, I'm just trading 1% risk. You know, I got a good edge. Dude, I was up over ATR in 4 months. I'm like, yeah, this is good. This does work, 5 losses later, the plan went out the window. I'm halfway down to my drawdown on the account, and I'm like, 1% risk? It's kind of a lot right now. So I said, okay, we're going to take the drawdown, which is like 5%. I'm going to divide it by 10. Let me give myself 10 fresh lives. We'll drop down to 0.5% risk. 5 more losses come through. I'm like, oh man, kind of only got 0.25% of this account left now. Let me take that and divide it by another 10, and we'll go to 0.25% risk. Now, obviously, they were quite big incremental drops, but it was the thing that kept me together through that, was because it allowed that threat of, it's $1,000 to drop to 500, to drop to 250, to drop to 125. And it got to a point where I was down 20R, and I was like, you know what? The most important thing here is I actually need to see what my system is like on the other side of the coin. I know what it's like when it goes well, but now I'm getting to see the ugly. There's so many things I want to say. The ugly side, and I'm like, let me see the whole side of the coin, and then I'll be able to see if this system fits. And in all honesty, mate, about 25R, the wheels flew off. I'm like, this isn't my investment vehicle. I can't use this sustainably. My level of risk to make this sustainable will have to be so low, and so I just looked at this and said, nah, this is not the right investment vehicle. And I made an educated decision to then try and adjust my framework by using what I knew to try and build different confluences and all the rest of it. So I guess in many ways it was what we would call system hopping, but it was backed up by what data suggested this is logical. And we have like this beautiful thing called P&L. And if we can remove the randomness in what we do when we take trades, the P&L can be a good indicator of whether we're doing something right or whether we're doing something wrong. Sadly, trigger warning here, probably between 80 and 90% of traders will never get to a point where they're consistent enough in their behavior and their risk management and their strategy execution to be able to ever look at that data and go, my P&L is a direct correlation between my edge. Most of the time, we get in the way of it, which is why people say, psychology is not a real thing. It has to be a real thing because you're the operator.
Of course, it's a real thing in everything. We're humans. You can't make decisions without emotions, for instance. You can read all the tests and things they've done where you disable, electronically charge and disable part of the brain responsible for emotions, and people can't decide to drink water or eat food first, right? You need those emotions that ultimately tilt you in one way or another. And then so hence you got to recognize, when they rise up, that kind of thing, if you're being tilted in the wrong way, because they can also, as much as they help you, they can also get in your way at the same time.
Wait, you didn't hit that side of your head when you got concussion, did you?
Hopefully not. Who knows? I guess if I did, I wouldn't know because I'm concussed.
You wouldn't be able to make a decision. We'd be like, LJ, long or short? Weetabix?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I haven't had one of those concussions since playing rugby, but that was bad.
So actually, I think I've only been concussed once. I got into a car and caught my chin on the door on the way down, and it rattled my whole skull.
Really?
Dude, I felt like in a haze for 3 days.
Yeah.
Just genuinely just confused. I couldn't hold a trail of thought. I was struggling to have a conversation, and all I was trying to do was get in a car. So it's kind of, I guess, I would like to think most of us would be like, okay, it's probably not a good time to trade because I'm not sort of feeling 100%. But you've managed to bypass this, and you've still been trading even though you've been kind of hungover, concussed, partying. What's the boundary there for traders that are trying to find how, do I take a day off? How do we know that? Because you've been doing it a little while and you're still saying green light, even though your body's like red light or maybe amber, wait for more information.
Yeah, look, I might also be not the perfect example of everyone out there because I'm a bit strange. I'll just power on with things, right? But I guess in part because of that strangeness comes down to a deep self-awareness.
Yeah, big time.
And knowing, whether I am, completely off kilter and I actually do need to take a break, or if I've got, the enough charge in me to keep going. So if I do ever get to that point, then yeah, I will take a break. But I guess my level is probably a lot further out than most people typically. Just I don't know if it's just probably part that self-awareness, mentality, all that kind of stuff. Maybe I've got some genetic predisposition to that assists me in some manner as well. Who knows? But yeah.
Dude, when you realize that your quirkiness is actually your superpower, it's a pretty special day, right? When you realize, because as traders, we're always coming up to this line, and then if you never push to find out where that line is, sometimes we have to get burnt, and that getting burnt is a really powerful feedback system to say, oh wow, that's where the line is. And I would say that either we get better at judging where that line is, or we get to push that line further away as we get more experienced in trading as well. Because there's days where I just feel like a back end of a dog, and I'll still trade. I'll be like, no, don't care, because objectively I can look at my trade and I know where I'm wrong, and I can trust myself to cut that trade. And I think that was a huge part. You said earlier, and we learned something else about you today. You man's a baker, man bakes his own cakes. But you said it's easy. Well, trading reaches a point where the technical analysis and what you're looking for becomes easier. And so once we get to that point where we have that competence and confidence of this is just like baking a cake. You can bake a cake with a cold. You could bake it, do you see what I mean? So you could still see your technical analysis and your setup, even if you're feeling a little bit tired, a little bit groggy. That self-awareness that you were talking about is can I cut this trade if no one else agrees with me that this is a decent setup and price moves against me? Because it's never the entries that I'm going to be an idiot over. It's always going to be the trade management. I don't oversize. I don't have that problem. I will allow a running position to move against me a bit more than it needs to, and I know I'm offside. And it was yesterday, right? I was like, right, Richie boy, we're offside here. What are you gonna do about it? And I'm like, well, we should, do the whole nerd thing. And what's the next thing? And I was like, you should cut this. You should cut this trade. And I'm like, yeah, I should. But also 15 pips lower is where I'm going to re-enter. So should I hang on to this position at the risk of taking a bit more heat and hopefully improve the position over time? And obviously it's a dangerous word, hopeful. So I did. I sat in the position for another 15 pips against me. Price hit my next level. I entered in. And I ended up taking the first position off at exactly the same as what I would have if I would have accepted the loss. Yet I carried double the drawdown. And I'm like, Rich, that's not logical. Now, if I was pretty sharp on the day, maybe I would have cut the trade, got the same result, not carried the drawdown, and gone into the next position without a bigger bias of, I want to fix this original position. Obviously I don't trade, much the same as yourself when it comes to sort of unique superpowers, I guess. We all kind of have our quirkiness and our ways of looking at the market, and my way is very, very, very different, and it couldn't be the same as anyone else's, because I always kind of say square peg round hole. I've been trying to apply concepts over the years of just watching YouTube stuff, and it just doesn't go in. I'll sit there and I'll look at it and I'll go, right, that's an order block. I'll get halfway through the video, I'm off on the charts for literally 1,000 hours, just scanning every order block, convinced that maybe the Asia banks are talking to the Asia banks, and the order blocks that create in Asia, they're gonna resonate with the other, and then there's just passing money from one bank to the other. And I was like, maybe they're trying to stop hunt the London banks. So what happens in the London time frame? And I'm like, and I come up with all these weird concepts, and ultimately, I end up digging a month down the rabbit hole to go, there's nothing in that. And then I go back on YouTube and find out breaker block. This is a new thing to me. And then that's it. I'm off on the charts for another 100 hours or 200 hours trying to learn everything I can about breaker blocks. Because I think if you learn someone's strategy in its entirety, you're also going to try and take on their biases, their beliefs. How you trade is a byproduct of all the experiences you've got in life. There's no way I could replicate that. How you look at the chart is also a feedback on what you've made from it, what you've seen, what you've observed. And I'm like, and it's to this day, the best advice I ever got was from a friend of mine about 4 or 5 years ago, when he just said, Rich, just shut up and look at the charts. And I said, I don't know what I'm looking for. And he's like, just keep looking, and you will notice stuff. And so all I needed was a little idea, got into the charts, and then I come back to him and I'm like, dude, look what I've noticed. And then we build on that. And that's the thing that I guess people can probably go, hey, here's a little seed, keep an eye out on XYZ. And then it's down to the individual to go and just sit at the chart and go, what does that look like? How often can I spot it? And that's the unique part of trading that I think, because not just when you spot it, it's what do you want to do with it? Like you got to figure out like how to frame it. What's lot size? How big's your account? How big's your risk appetite? Are you scarred from the last trade you took? I'm off on a rant, but like when the old passion door opens on this, it's everything that connects to my experience on how did I turn the corner and go from a losing trader to a break-even trader to a trader that makes a bit more than he loses. And I've managed to stay in that camp now for about 4 years. And I'm like, well, I must be doing something right. And if you want the blueprint, it is exactly that of just sitting down, looking at the charts and going, I don't have a clue what's happening here. Nor does anyone else. Like they're all speculating on ideas and levels and price points. And all we've got to do is just figure out, can we see repeatable patterns and take advantage of it? And how do you want to do it? And keep it simple, which is something I also struggle with.
Yeah, no, precisely, and that's exactly it. And on the road there, the way I think about the risk side of things, for instance, is and trying to get rid of any bad habits as you develop in anything in general, is try and go, okay, it's that old thing of, you'd like to know where you're going to die so that you never go there, right? In a way, so basically look out for what are the things that can ultimately harm you, and not just harm you, but potentially end your ability to participate in whatever it is you're doing. So if it's trading, having a massive blow up will just dead you right there. And then you can't continue. You can't get back up again the next day and fight again because you've destroyed it. So I always think of it that way. And so you want to take risk, but never chance ruin, right? So risk, but not ruin. And it's the same way of, say, if you had, Russian roulette or something, right? And someone said, all right, you want to play around for $1 million. Your expected return for that comes out to about $833,333. And, if you looked at that, that's pretty good expected return, except for the instance where you're dead, right? And then it's no good. It's effectively as good as being zero to me, even if it has that expected return. Technically, it might as well be zero, because you just can't ever chance any of those things. They're going to completely wipe you out permanently, delete your entire account, take all your funds to zero.
Yep.
Never chance that. And the hard part, though, can be, like you're saying, that's a very clear-cut one where you're either here or you're not. Other more difficult things can be where something gradually eats away and you lead to there. However, that's where you got to try and say, okay, if you do notice something poor happen or you had a poor trade, if you were to extrapolate that and multiply it X number of times, how long would it take to destroy me, right? And then thus, you'll see some small errors. You're like, okay, that's fine. I can correct that. You're like that. Oh, if I just lost 1%, 10 times, like I'm out. Like that's entirely possible. Like I'd lose full 10 trades in a row for 1%. And then hence you go, okay, I probably need to bring that down a bit. Because at some point there will be some time where, it might not even be exactly your fault. It's, things going on with Trump and headlines, that kind of stuff. And it's throwing the market off kilt. And then your strategy isn't directly applying in that current environment. But you trying to force it could end up destroying you. So bring those things back down and always give yourself the chance to fight another day.
You reminded me of a trading system martingale, like that one system that's just like 99% win rate, and then when it loses, it loses
everything. Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah. It can't be valuable in the sense that, well, when you lose, you lose. Like it's like playing hardcore mode. You get one go. Like it's hardcore mode on Diablo 2, where it's just like a little bit of lag.
Yeah.
Gone.
Yeah.
So a lot of traders are going to take trades and they're going to use risk management. Risk management is great, but it's still going to feel like one trade is going to wipe us out. So kind of using what LJ's sharing with us here, looking at our risk management, right? And saying the next trade does not wipe me out. It's just, it might be the start of a death by 1,000 cuts, but you need to go through that and get enough information about it. Now, for the rest of you out there who don't use stop losses and then don't manage risk, just understand. Now, this comes from a guy who's done it for a year, right? I've traded this approach for a year, really wide stops, and I didn't really accept exactly what I would be putting in the market if the market drove against me. All I'm relying on is emotions and logic to manage the trade if my trade is invalid. Now, I've done well with it. However, every trade that I put on, I have to have such a small size that if it was to go against me, I know I'm risking my entire account if I cannot stop myself. Now, there will be a lot of traders that aren't using stop losses, or they're using stop losses that are really wide, and their leverage won't replicate that. They're not on a 100K account trading 0.1s or maybe 1 lots. They'll be on a 100K account trading 3 lots, 5 lots, 10 lots, and they won't have stops. And so if you sit there and you're one of these traders and you feel fear when it comes to your trades, good, you should, because you are literally one trade idea away from nuking your entire trading account. If that was a personal account, that could represent your trading career. If you put 100% of your savings, like you had $500, you put it into a 100K account, and you have fear around your trading, it's because you're playing black or red, like in a on a roulette table, and you've got one life. Like if you lost that account, that's it. Like LJ says, dead, game over. There's no funds to go again. So we can mitigate that by saying, right, I've got $500 in the bank. Maybe I'm going to divide that by 10, and I'm going to buy an account that's $50, and it's really going to remove the pressure that if I made a really silly mistake and I traded news, or I forgot to put on a stop loss, or whatever the case, you know what, I would lose that account, but that account wouldn't be the end of me. I would have to take a lesson from it, do a bit of testing, maybe consider buying another account when the time's right. And so it's like for me, I want to put myself in a position where I'm stress-free, and I can't do that if I put 100% of my lifeline into a trading account and then commit to a trade idea. Like naturally we're going to freak out, right? Because it's going to be like martingale. Are you good?
Yeah, sorry, I'm still a little bit sick as well. Like I was saying from the weekend, it's going away gradually, but
I wasn't sure if that was a cough or a sneeze or an agreement. Or
it was sort of both. I was trying to hold myself back. And, yeah,
I reckon you secretly hit take profit, and that's what we saw. We saw like your reaction to yeah. So just being mindful, like risk management doesn't just happen on your next trade. Risk management doesn't just happen on your trading account. Risk management happens in the way you approach how much capital you have in your account or the account size that you buy. Good risk management could be demo trading for some people. Other people, and this typically, I'll be honest, from my experience, the people that make really big and mega bucks in trading, they have a level of personal risk that is very high and very wide. They're willing to take on that exchange. Now, they're the kind of people that might be willing to take on a bigger account if they can only afford it once, and they're trusting their ability. For me personally, that would put me under too much pressure. That would mitigate my technical edge through the mental pressure I experience. So I have a technical edge, and I have the mental clarity to execute on that edge. And I need to make sure that, and there's a number that if it gets too big, my ability to mentally execute will let the technical edge down, because I'll cut my trade small, or I won't cut the trade as it goes against me and stuff like that. So knowing that number, and for me, it's just being able to say I can trade stress-free, pressure-free. And it's not sexy. It is genuinely like having a what would I do? Yesterday I done about $120 on a 100K account. It's 0.1% of an account. Do you know what? I was chilling. I was trading my edge technically, mentally. They were in harmony together, and I was able to execute on it and finish the day green. Now, if you said, Rich, you got to make $1,000 today on that account, I bet you I probably would have lost money. I would have oversized. I would have freaked out when price action didn't agree with me. I would have been emotional. I would have been more likely to do something else. Can we see how this all just snowballs? And LJ was talking about having like self-awareness earlier. there's no quick way to gain that experience and that feedback. And this is why we say just journal or take voice notes or anything just to try and give you those insights. Talk to like some AI agent about it. Like literally just say, today I lost my ass at trading and I want to chat about it. Like try and gain some awareness around it. And then maybe tomorrow you might not make the same mistake. And that is literally the path to improving your trading, is just making sure that we don't repeat the same mistake again and again and again and again. And I would have been profitable, man, so much quicker if I just adhered to that set of rules. But no, Rich knew best. I heard some scary statistic about that as well. The amount of people that think they're above average intelligence is just insane. And I was like, wow, like we probably all.
It goes with like driving and everything. You know, everyone thinks they're above average driver and stuff, and that goes with everything. Hey, and it's always, you know, well, that can't be the real stats because that's not how that works, and so it's always very it's very.
So
funny.
probably the same with trading then, isn't it? If most people go like, I'm probably like the top.
Yeah.
I'm in the top maybe like 70%, and then like everyone feels they're in the top 70%, and it's like they can't. There's not enough room in the boat. Like
that's always a good one that you do with that stuff. So if you ask someone to do like 1 to 10, but you can't pick 7, right? Because that's always that happy medium where they're not they get that like, I'm in that top section, but I'm low enough that I'm not saying like, oh, I'm a 10 or something, right? But you're still like kind of to that midpoint, and so when you make them, you can't pick 7. It tends to force people either to one side or the other, and then you get the real sort of more lean, I guess.
You know, you give me a little trail of thought where I work with a coach, and to be honest, I was probably behaving like an 8 or a 9, and she said, how do you feel? I said, I'm probably doing about 5. She said, Rich, you've got to give yourself credit. You've got to be able to see yourself objectively as you are. And there'll be times where I behave like a 2, and if I'm telling myself a 7, that's so damaging. Like, and I typically have the opposite problem where I'll behave higher, and the results show it, but I have the confidence of maybe a 4 or a 5. And she's like, you've got to learn to give yourself credit. And I'm just desperately afraid of that ego of being like, I'm a 9 out of 10, and then you go into the market the next day full clip, like, well, why wouldn't I? I'm a 9 out of 10, and the market just humbles us in a heartbeat. So I'm just I'm conscious of that. And I guess as much as some traders might be risk adverse, other traders might be overly risky, and there is a kind of a, to me it would be like a 7, but LJ's taken it off the table and I can't use it now. But there would be like a right number that kind of keeps us sort of grounded, objective, modest, but also knows when to hit the throttle. And all these things are learned skills when it comes to applying that as a technical and mental skill through trading. It's just little things to be mindful of, that we probably sit in a room 15 hours a day on our own, and it's like these kind of stuff just constantly pops in our head. And it's nice to have someone to chat.
7's like it's like Switzerland. It's that neutral point, right? And so you got to get rid of it so you can force people to pick a one or the other. There can completely be times where you are genuinely sitting at 7, but how often, per like how you're saying, people's perception of their own ability or positioning is often different to their demonstrated actions or ability or otherwise. So.
I saw this course. I was in this course last week, and there was a really good technique and a question, and I want to run through this with you, LJ. Like, so rather than ask you directly, if 50 traders knew you and they had to score you out of 10 as a trader, what score do you think they would give you?
I don't know.
No, just speculate. What do you think? A bunch of traders were looking in. What do you reckon?
All right, chat. What score do you guys give me? There you go.
All right. Okay, happy day.
You in here, so
10 being super good. 1, LJ still piecing bits together. So what would you rank him between 1 and 10?
Yeah, what are we rating the guys? Henry 7.
I'm with a 7. You just know chat's going to come in with a 7.
Yeah, now it's all just 7s. All right, guys. Apparently it's 7. Apparently it's 7, Rich.
There's not someone that's going to come outside of a 7. So
yeah, look, okay. if I was being unhumble, yeah, people would probably, I don't know, throw some kind of high number on there. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
So in this course, we were asked to basically introduce and explain someone else. And so it was like, what quality does you say your friend have, or what quality does your partner have? So it was like, oh, hang on, because it's really difficult for me to go, LJ, give yourself a score. Like, it's quite difficult for us to talk about like maybe our performance or our quality. And it was like, what would someone else say about you? And so these kind of things can give us like a little bit of insight and a little bit of feedback on, LJ, if everyone's saying a 9, there might be a reason for it. Now, if you feel like a 4, maybe there's a disconnect. And there's like this wisdom of the crowd is enough people are saying it, it might have an element of truth to it. And so it's a really good exercise sometimes to soundboard off other people. Obviously pick the right people, because there'll be people that blow smoke up your ass for no reason. There'll be people that just don't want you to success, and they'll be like, you are 2. And, you know, but it was just I found it like a really useful exercise. So sometimes, you know, we're blocked by our own perception of ourselves. Sometimes we downgrade ourselves, sometimes we overgrade ourselves. There will be one thing that will not lie, and it is your P&L. And if it's going down, we don't know the reason why it's going down, but it's the thing that's saying there's still a little bit of room to grow. So you might say, I'm a 9. I know I'm a 9. I'm getting unlucky in the markets, and I have been for 2 years. The evidence in the account kind of doesn't really support you being a 9. So it's just look for these little clues. They're all free. Like, you can use so much information and kind of like, I don't know if you sort of take much inspiration from other people's ideas and opinions about, like, when they go, oh, can I offer you an observation? For me, I love to get other people's insights. And then I have to take it with a pinch of salt, because sometimes they might not be, you know, that whole conversation. What do you do for a living? Oh, I trade the financial markets. Oh, you're a gambler then.
Oh, dude.
Why did I even
it's one of those things, often with those things as well, the person's response with that tells you more about them than it says something about you. Like, when you hear someone say that, it just immediately tells you that they have no idea about financial markets whatsoever. you know? So and
going a little further with that, I was kind of inspired by the idea that actually, when they're asking information, they're probing because you're challenging their belief system. What you do is dangerous, though. It's gambling, isn't it? Now, if you were to turn around and be able to show them evidence, hey, this is the last 600 trades I've taken, and here's you know, my evidence, they would be forced to look in the mirror and go, maybe I was wrong about that belief system. Maybe it's not such a degenerate, gambling, filthy, you know, like whatever the case, right? Because people don't like being wrong. Like,
same with whether it's wealthy people or something like that as well, or someone's, you know, they've spent the past 2 decades, 3 decades building a business and scrapping every single day, you know, your 80-hour plus to 100-hour weeks, some weeks for many, many, many years, getting nothing for it. And then they come out on the end and go like, oh, I bet he ripped off a bunch of people or did some shady thing, and that's the only way that you could possibly do that. It's like, no. What? No. You know, provided value for decades and then got value in the end. Like, that's how it is. But exactly like you're saying, that would force them to have to think about these certain things and then question their own actions and ability and stuff. And people don't like having that introspection quite often. So but if you can do it, it's very beneficial, very helpful for you.
When we do and we realize we're wrong, it's like, who cares? Growth opportunity. Like, imagine I was like
all a framing type thing. Hey, whether you're seeing that as something to go from, or other people take it personally, like you're saying, you know.
But then they try and reject ego somewhere. Because if I was to say,
100%.
LJ, I know why the markets work. I'll show you. And then you suddenly give me some information that kind of either trumps my information or disproves my information. I've got to be butthurt and go, you know what, like, screw that guy. Or sit there and go, no way, he just shared something with me that's actually better than what I thought was an ace. And that's kind of the insightful thing about trading. Dude, I felt like I held pocket aces, you know, talking about a poker analogy. I thought I held pocket aces after 2 years of trading. If you were a fly on the wall and you heard me talk to a friend about trading. I was so bullish about my journey. I was like, oh, you wouldn't believe it. You can get 100K through these companies and they'll fund you. And then like, imagine doubling that. Dude, I'm probably going to have 100K in like 3 months from now. And it was just like, okay, look at the evidence. And so it's kind of, after like 3 years, I realized that like my aces, they were a 2-7 offsuit. And then it was like, I realized this because I've got a new unit of measurement. Someone else has shown me something or challenged me with an idea, or I've learned something about myself through psychology. And I think like right now, I'm conscious to say, I probably hold the best hand I've ever held, but it's probably still not much above a pair of sixes. And I'm like, it could be so much better. So as long as I'm open to the idea of, like you say, that introspection, then maybe I can turn my sixes into a pair of sevens or a pair of eights or something like that. So it's, yeah, I welcome that kind of, I genuinely welcome it. It can be uncomfortable though, to hear sort of other people.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah. It's never about the hand you're dealt, it's how you play it. Right. So just extrapolating from that card analogy, you know, you can get dealt a terrible hand in poker and the same thing in life. Right. And you have things not going well, but how you choose to play that hand is what really counts, what really matters. Because other people out there will be getting the same hand and then they don't make something of it. That's the portion of control that you do have, is to make those choices and decisions. Yeah.
But just remember, traders, disclaimer, there is no bluff in the markets.
Yeah.
You're either wrong or you're right.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's loads of stuff to think about. And it's kind of the cool thing, because a lot of the time we work on our own and we just kind of navigate in the markets and chopping up our own ideas. So you always give me these, you know, it's not the hand, it's how you play it. You always give me this nerd analysis, these things that I'll take away. And I think that's one thing that I learned has been really helpful in my trading. It's like my superpower is I'm going to go and I'm going to write that down in my journal after this. And that's now going to be a tool that I constantly challenge myself with. Rich, it's not the hand, it's how you play it. This is what you've got right now. The position's going against you. How are you going to play it? What's the decision? What's the next right decision? And it's always just trying to pick up these little snippets. And the beauty is there is value everywhere, but we have to be the people that see value in it. So it just, you know, if you're not learning, it could be like you referenced the mindset and how you're looking at that opportunity, and you're challenged by these guys don't know nothing. You're right. Relative to the information out there, we know a tiny bit, but maybe we could share just a bit of insights with you about stuff that maybe is new to you, and then what do you do with that information? And yeah, I'm rambling, but it's just I'm passionate about this kind of stuff. It's just
of course.
7 years worth of evolution, and it does over time directly correlate to P&L.
Indeed.
From my experience, anyway. Maybe not for everyone. It's like a lag effect.
No, 100% does. It's any kind of, you know, one of the biggest, any high performers, like the whole mental side, having that in check and having that robust and then strong and strengthening that and continuing to do so is always massive. I mean, if you look at any of the top performers, top athletes, they all have the skill. It's always that mental portion that sets them above everyone else. Take your Michael Jordans, that kind of stuff, right? Take your Tiger Woods, this kind of stuff. You know, that it's the mentality portion that really drives them over that legend type tier, you know, legendary type tier. So yeah, it all comes from there. So definitely very powerful.
Yeah, that was. Do you remember the other day I shared a thought about micro learning? That was like, it was like when we're talking about unlocking that next level and kind of really leveling up. Like, I was like, well, micro learning. This might be a new thing, because you're talking about like if we're reading books, taking on new information, kind of trying to refine our mindset. There's no better coach than yourself, like, because you're the one that's got to do the work. So I come across this thing called micro learning, and I was like, this could be really valuable to me. And so I got this list of like 22 books, I think it is, that's just apparently book summaries. But the problem is the summary is picked by somebody that thinks these are the important bits.
Yeah, so, I was about to say that. Yeah, two people can read the same book and come away with completely different value from reading the same lines of text, right? And they can interpret it differently. They might be the same thing where you can often read a book 1 year and it not really hit you, not really get you. But then you come back and read the same book 4 or 5 years later, and other things have changed in your life, other things going on, you've restructured how you think and stuff, and then you're like, oh damn, this book was really good. I read this well. How did I not take this away last time? And then you're like, oh wow, you know. So the same thing, and or conversely, it can hit you one time, you go back 4 or 5 years later, and you can be like, oh well, this is kind of nonsense now, because you've grown and you've gone beyond that learning, and now you look back at it and go like, yeah, that was good at the time, but now you apply it and you go, okay, I don't really need this in my tool set anymore. And then that's the other part, is to know what trees to plant, but then also what branches to pluck and to get rid of over time as well. And I think that's a good part of it, is having that reflection and seeing where you have grown from these certain things and recognizing that, yeah, you don't need this or that or whatever it may be anymore. And you've gone, you know, well beyond that. So
was there a book that you read more than once, and it kind of, like, as an example, was there something that you've crossed paths with?
There definitely would have been at some point. A couple financial trading books. I've got such a long list. I could go through a bajillion things. And I tend to reread all these books over and over again. So a lot of the books, when I do find a good one, you know, I've not just read it twice or 3 times. Like I'll read it 20 times over or more, just to really like take in and digest all of that. And that's the other part of it, is like, just like anything else you do with the learning, it's all about repetition. You know, if you're studying anything like that, you got to repeat. Even the stuff that you're brilliant at, you still repeat. It's like a basketball player. You're still going through the shots. You've done it a million times, but you just got to keep doing the shots again and again and again. And it's even when you have moved past something to some degree, it can be good with that to go back and digest it. So I guess some of the examples, I mean, for me, that I can think of are probably, concepts of, I don't know, risk and a number of trading elements. Say as I got further into options, or this was just stuff that it didn't hit me at the time exactly, because I didn't know how to deploy it properly, because I, you know, hadn't had massive experience yet through options. I understood it conceptually, but not actually placing, you know, taking trades, having risk on board, the like. So
Trading in the Zone was that book for me.
Yeah,
that was just such a the first book I ever read was, not ever, but like kind of within this field, was probably Rich Dad Poor Dad. And
I read that as well when I was young. I feel like that's one of those books that everyone's read at some point.
I'm glad you caught yourself, because I feel like you're about to say, yeah, I read that too when I was like 6. So that, I would love to go back and read that book now, and I've still got it. I'd love to read it now and see kind of like how my mindset has evolved, because I probably read it 5, 6, 7 years, 8 years, I don't know how many years ago. But Trading in the Zone was a book that I have read twice, and it, like, the first take was like mind-blowing. The second take was trump the first, and I was like, well, I wonder kind of in this season of my life, what would the third take be like? And it just, like you said earlier, it just speaks differently to the kind of the chapter that we're in and what's relevant to us as well. I'm a heavy advocate for sort of mindset work and journaling, so that kind of content would definitely bring out like thought-provoking stuff within me. So I just haven't got time to sit down and read it, man. I just don't. I need to prioritize, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, audiobooks for me, that's why I always go down that route, because I can, you know, do other things at the same time, for sure. So
yeah. Awesome.
We got Pedro in the background. We'll go back to charts now, guys, and that sort of stuff. That was the ABL portion for the Thursday. So yeah, don't worry, you will be getting the charts back. I see some of you guys in the comments, but don't worry, it's coming back. All right. But yeah, thank you, Rich. Thank you for coming and joining us. We'll hand over to Pedro in a sec when he gives the thumbs up. And yeah, here he is. Here's the man.
Forgot my microphone. What's up? Good morning, everyone.
How are you doing, man?
How's everyone doing? I'm good. How are you guys?
Going well.
Yeah, good. Yeah, really good.
I'm recovering a bit.
Appreciate the chat. I'm going to have to fly off, but thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. I'll catch you soon.
See you, Rich.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you. All
Yeah,
right,
going
let's,
well. Still recovering. I'm a bit rough today. A bit hungover from last night. So,
West Flip the news,
hey,
West Flip the news, or it was just the event? Like you went to an event, like to the game. What was it?
yeah. So rugby game.
All right.
Got invited, free tickets. A few drinks and that kind of thing. So a little bit rough today, but I'm doing okay. I woke up this morning just fine. But then as the day went on, feeling a bit more rough. I tried to eat something. I think that just made it worse as well. It's like, oh, no, can't do that right now. So,
What time is it now where you are? What time is it?
it's 9:35 p.m.
Oh my
now,
god!
so
That's
late.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
It's just your schedule, man. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I may need some lessons. Is how you talk with your partner or explaining your lifestyle, so she doesn't really get she gets accepts your lifestyle. I may need some lessons on it because on my side,
Yeah,
sometimes...
no, 100%. I completely understand. Believe me, I've been through it all as well. Yeah. But yeah, brilliant, man. I might head off because I'm gonna need to go get some electrolytes and such into me and have a bit of a lie down. So I'll let you take over.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you. And for me, by the way, when someone asks you, you are a 9 or a 10, okay? In terms of a trader,
thank you, Pedro.
I'm great, a 9 or a 10.
I appreciate that, man. All right, guys. I'll see you later.
Bye-bye.
Now, all right?
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Let's just bring this one. Where am I? Yeah. Okay. You get out. Okay. 1 second. Let me.
Go on. It won't let me leave.
Okay. I'm here.
Oh,
Sorry. Okay. Thank you, Jay.
See you, mate.
Okay. All right. Perfect. How is everyone doing? All right. Let me just read your comments. Hi, Rash. How are you? By Rich, Hike Swing Trader, and everyone, Raphael. Yeah, they always share beautiful insights. It's always a pleasure to listen to both of them or to this podcast of the ABL. I think it's important as well, and I believe you guys get a lot of knowledge and information from everyone, which is perfect. All right. Hi, Claudio. I'm good. You avoid. Guys, tell me, what are you looking at in the charts? Okay, what trades have you taken? What is your how is your day going? Share some trades with you. Again, as you know, if you want me to take a look at any chart, just try to be a bit more specific. Okay, try to explain a little bit if you're looking for shorts, longs, what time frame. So we're going to jump into the charts right now. So yeah, just share with me, and of course, continue to subscribe to the channel, press that like button, and all of that stuff, so we can continue to grow the channel, and which is beautiful. All right, what's up, Kumza, Jackson, welcome. All right, so let's take a look at some of these. Upendra okay, good one. Pound dollar. Okay, Akash, where from? Where do you want to sell pound dollar? Let's start with the pound dollar then. Yesterday there was a lot of movement, especially in the evening. We kind of talked about that, to pay attention to Nvidia, and of course then all the situation with the tariffs that they may be revoked or not, and what's going to happen with that stuff. So we had a massive volatility overnight. First of all, let me just reduce a little bit the volume. It looks like too loud. Maybe it's on my hand. Yeah, it's on my end. All right. KK, hi. Welcome. EJCL M30. Okay, we're going to take a look at that. Aussie and pound. Okay, let's take a look at pound. Pound dollar. Let's see this. What do we have? What do we have on the pound? Okay, so yeah, to be honest, I can expand a little bit more of this level. So basically, pound has been dropping since the beginning of the week, correct? So basically, that was a top created on Monday, if not mistaken, and then for the remaining days until today, we have been moving to the downside until we had that big spike around midnight. Okay, when came out that news about the tariffs, and we had that beautiful volatility, which actually is a typical volatility or movement that can lead into a bottom or a top. Okay, kind of aggressive move. It looks like the price is ready now to drop even more, but actually the opposite happens. And it's a little bit normal to also have some kind of retracement during the week. Okay, it's not that often that we see price dropping on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday just to literally moving to the downside. That doesn't really happen that often. It's actually quite rare that you have that. So there's going to be at least one day of the week, or maybe 2 days of the week, where eventually we're going to have that reversal, that retracement. Sometimes tend to be actually on Tuesday or Wednesday. In this case, actually, it's happening a little bit more into Thursday, and it makes sense to me. Now, just to analyze a little bit more into the bigger picture on the pound. So price, in my opinion, is reacting from a really good level. Okay, so the top in here on the pound is reacting really nicely from this level. I think this level of supply, the way I'm looking at it. And since then, price is moving to the downside. Basically, one of the targets that we were looking for, if you guys have been following the analysis that we've been doing, one of the targets that I was looking for potentially it would be in here, okay, the retest of this previous level of support resistance, and of course you can maybe look at the base of this level. Okay, that's why actually this rectangle is a little bit more representative of the last level. Basically what I'm looking at is the last low that created this last push to the upside. Okay, basically simple market structure in here, and that's basically the next level that if we do break below this level, then you may start opening the door for price to go further down. Okay, so in here, for example, with this last move that we had, maybe price can just retrace this level and potentially can even challenge new tops from where it is. So in terms of looking for longs, maybe this could have been a good level to think about it. And now that you maybe have managed to break a little bit of this structure here, maybe price could continue to find a little bit of new structure. Maybe. Okay, the way I'm looking at it in terms of sales, I think there was a much higher probability when you were in here, and when you were in here to look for sales. Now I'll be waiting a little bit more for confirmation of maybe price breaking below this level before trying to jump into the next big sell. In here, unless it's something more short term and trying to look for a target within this structure, because otherwise maybe there's going to be some buying pressure around here and price may actually wants to go a little bit higher. Okay, so I'll be even again, if you're looking for any shorts and price actually has been moving now to the downside in the last hour or so, I'll be a little bit conservative on the target that I'll be looking for. Okay, price can just pause in here, maybe continue to go higher. This is one of the last supplies where price actually is reacting. That top never reacted from here, but we started to break a little bit of structure with this level in here. So that will be a little bit of what I'm looking for. We may start finding a little bit of buying pressure now that they're close to these lows. So be careful with that. So for any sales, maybe some targeting here. If there is any kind of good price action here, maybe you want to try to look for another one. If you start breaking below this level, then there's a new set of opportunities that maybe you can look for a new sales, and maybe price action can even break this level, and maybe even retest back into here, and maybe you can find a new sell opportunity in there as well. So that will be a little bit of what I'm looking for. If you start actually then breaking above this level, then I'm looking for price to go above this level in here as well, kind of starting to look for this double top. And that can be also a good target for longs if you are looking for that. Yeah. So that will be, I don't know if anyone has any other opinion on pound dollar. What are you guys looking at? Akash, you mentioned sell. So if anyone has, so we are selling now. That's nice. DJ, welcome. Yes, I'm well. I'm a bit tired, to be honest. I've been a little bit of a crazy week so far, also because of the Portuguese community and many other projects that I'm involved in. Unfortunately, I didn't really manage to trade anything or look at the charts this morning, and there was a great opportunity to sell on US indices, especially the Dow. But it is what it is. But all right. So we're selling from 134769, 134769. You are selling from here. Where is your target, Akash? Where is your target that you're looking for? So you're selling from somewhere around here. 6, 9, 3, 4, 7, 6, 9. That's actually a nice entry. Okay, go all the way. Yeah, somewhere in here. Yeah, what target are you looking for? Are you looking to break the lows, or are you just looking for something in here? UK swing trader. Okay, let me take a look at yours as well. Short entry 1, 3, 4, 8, 5, 8, 5, 7. Did you 7 here? Stop loss 1, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4, 8, 9, 9. 8, 9, 9. Okay, so we're around here. Okay, just above this top. Your sell was even higher. That was a great entry. I don't know exactly where did you enter, because my price doesn't even go there. Where did you get short? You may have gotten short in here. Not entirely sure. Take profit 1, 3, 4, 3, 5, 3, 3, 5, 1, 3, 4, 3, 3, 5. Yeah, coming back into this level. Yeah, that's possible. That's kind of a demand zone in here. Just be careful a little bit with this level. Price may just respect this zone in here and try to push higher. But yeah, somewhere around here, I think it's a good profit, a good take profit, a good level to see price going towards to. That must be Bitcoin. Okay, you can take a look at Bitcoin later on. Let me just save off these comments. Okay, going. Batunzi, we're going to look at your GJ as well in a bit. Henry, we're going to look at your Aussie as well. For me, information is more. I'm from Bangladesh. Welcome, fake man. That's a nice name. View on Eurodollar. Yeah, we're going to take a look at Eurodollar as well. Will NASDAQ go up today? That's a good question. We're going to take a look at it. Andy Hadil. Hey Pedro, that show this pattern that I identified yesterday turned out to be accurate. Gold started farming exactly from that point. You're going to take a look at gold as well. So we're going to take a look at that level. It reached a nice target. We talked about that yesterday, if not mistaken. At least I talked with some people. I'm doing so many calls with different people that I don't even know with who I've spoke with. Okay, we're going to take a look at Maze. We're going to take a look at your NASDAQ as well, because I'm interested in NASDAQ as well. Victor had confused you. It happens. Did you get the short or not? Did you manage to get in? How about gold? Break the lows. Raphael, you see the difference? I don't understand this. I don't know what you're talking about. Pinning order of this can you analyze gold? Okay, we're going to take a look at gold in a bit. So this is pound dollar. We're going to take a look just at the dollar pairs. We're going to look at a dollar index, euro dollar, just a quick Aussie for Henry, and then it jump into gold. So okay, dollar index, just to have as a reference as well. So okay, we moved to the upside. We kind of reacted nicely from this previous structure. Basically, okay, filled out this level in here. Maybe this is still not the bottom. Maybe price does want to continue to move a little bit more to the upside. It's all about where are you going to find those buying orders. But at the same time, we need to be aware that maybe in here, there's still potentially good selling pressure if price does want to go there, okay? Maybe somewhere around this level, there can be some potentially more selling pressure in here. Just the same way that on the pound can be maybe some buying pressure in there. Did you manage to break below this structure, or are you still respecting? It looks like that you are still respecting it. So if you did manage to break below this level in here, you may start open door to go maybe a little bit lower. And who knows if price does want to go and actually fill out this place again, or find something else in between. Yeah. But for now, at least I would like to see this dollar index breaking this structure here, and then potentially we can look for new shorts around this level. Maybe today could be the day where we have a little bit of retracement in here. We reacted from this extreme. Yeah, not my favorite, but what I like about this level is that price actually respected this one in here. This usually tends to be a good level to have some reaction from. So I do like that level. Okay, that's dollar index. So jumping into euro dollar. Okay, we broke basically everything in here. All right, basically we broke everything, and we basically came all the way back into this level. So that's good, and yeah, we did manage to break that. So euro dollar, that's another one that we started to look for a potential bigger move to the downside as soon as we start noticing price kind of breaking these levels in here, and yeah, maybe the next target can still be here. Maybe there's a little bit more of selling pressure on the euro. Euro is still respecting this level. Yeah. So one of two things: either euro is going to maybe respect something in here and try to push higher, and maybe try to get into this level, or euro maybe can continue to respect this level, and potentially get into here. I see a little bit of this space on euro dollar. I still like it, so I would like to see maybe euro dollar dropping a little bit more to the downside. If we're looking more intraday, price is still respecting the supply level, so that's something in there. We did manage to break slightly below this low in here on the way up, so eventually could have some kind of reaction like this, back into this zone in here. But yeah, we'll see if this level actually holds or not. There are already many touches. If this supply keeps holding or not, or if prices want to go a little bit higher. You can even fake out this level first and come down and go up. So yeah, there are a few scenarios. I see the fact that we did manage to break that low, and we can maybe go a little bit deeper. But perhaps respected this one. Okay. Nevertheless, this is still a space in there that can be filled. Question mark is when we are going to go there. Euro index. Yeah, it respected this level. Maybe we can continue to push a bit lower. Yeah, if this level continues to hold on euro index, maybe continue to push lower, and maybe euro dollar can follow. Yeah, we'll see. It's a little bit of a mix info that I get in here. Between the pound and yeah, on euro I can see a little bit more of a move to downside. On pound definitely can maybe move a little bit, but let's see how price may react from this level. Same thing on the dollar. So it's all about how price may react from this level and to see if we do break this zone in here. Gold is popping up. I'm long on pounds. From Mercanet, short on gold, USD CAD. I can take a look at USD CAD in a bit. Yeah, guys, share with me on gold. Try to be more specific. What levels are you looking for? Pending order. Okay, got it, swing traders. So we are still making a pending order in there. I don't know. I don't know if I'll do that. I think if pound dollar comes back and takes this high again, I'm not really looking to see this top holding price. I think price now is ready to go. I think this would be kind of confirming maybe a little bit more of a move to the upside. So it's kind of we were already kind of with a short from here. I'm not really looking for a short above this top anymore. I think that opens the space for price to go higher. That's just my opinion. But yeah, on gold, just to share a little bit more details on what you are looking for. Let's just do it this. Let's just look at Henry, the Aussie trade. Aussie trade on Henry. Okay, let's just jump into here. Yeah, this is someone else's trade, which got this target. So good job. Long 4 hour time frame, and you're looking for 064. 06405, 06405, 06405. All the I know that's your stop loss. Where is your entry? Henry, did I miss your entry? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Henry, I may have missed your entry. So that's your stop loss. That's not your entry. And take profit at 064905, 640. I'm sorry, I'm seeing something wrong in here. Oh, is it wrong? 49. Coming all the way back in here. Right here. Yeah, Henry, when you have your entry, let me know. So we are basically looking for the Aussie to come back to go back up from here, from this lows possible. Possible scenario for that to happen. We'll see. I do like this level on the Aussie. This would be my favorite level to potentially look for a long, taking out the liquidity from here. From here, maybe having a trade at least from here towards there. I think that's a possibility, and then we'll see if there's even more space or not to go higher. I think price could bounce between these two levels. yeah, just taking out the liquidity from here. I think that would be a great opportunity on the Aussie. So if anyone wants to keep track of it, that can be quite interesting. Yeah, entry. Okay, thank you, Henry. Entry 064 319. Okay, somewhere around here. Yeah, basically that's the trade that we're looking for, right? Basically a 2-to-1 risk reward. Yeah, it needs momentum. Well, if the dollar goes down, maybe this one can help and can go higher. Maybe price can bounce in between these two levels. Target, it's okay. Kind of not too ambitious. It's not even looking to go much higher than that. It's all about if this actually survives in here or not. Maybe can survive. Did you manage to take already this top? Maybe if you have taken already kind of at least this level. I'm not sure if you did or not. But personally, this will be my favorite. This will be my favorite level to look for a trade in here on the Aussie. Looking at this time frame, looking at this structure, I'll definitely like to look for a trade in here. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at gold, guys. Gold. Let's take a look at gold. So gold was an interesting one, and yeah. So someone yesterday on the Portuguese community, it was short and literally took his target. We talked about this level in here, and gold reacted perfectly. So I believe, was it that mentioned about the head and shoulder? Yep, Adio. Yeah, Adio. I think this was the head and shoulder that you're talking about, maybe? This bigger one? Yeah, perhaps that was the head and shoulder. The reality is that price came all the way back to the structure, and from here it found some support. Right, this was a strong level of resistance. This was definitely one of the berries. We talked about this level, I think, yesterday when you analyzed gold, and that played out quite nicely. This is someone else's trade as well. Yeah, so yeah, these two guys actually managed to got their targets hit yesterday. Great job. So yeah, from here it can go higher. To be honest, it depends maybe what can happen here, but I think it could go here, or it can even be a continuation to go even much higher. Okay, so looking at this bigger structure here on gold, let me change a little bit of the time frame. Yeah, this would have always been a great level to potentially look for longs and to expect if price actually wants to go all the way and take this top, this could have been a great level to look for that. Okay, so for anyone that tried to go long in there, that's perfect. That's a great job. Head and shoulder in 4-hour gold. 4 hour. Which time frame am I looking for? Like, was it inside this level when you were talking about the head and shoulder? Gold we do here. Entry. Okay, entry price on gold. Is this a long or a long? Through 3297. 3297. Yeah, now it looks like now you guys are kind of rushing a little bit. Right, the best entries for long definitely would have been somewhere around here or somewhere around here. Right, somewhere around here could have been a great level, and that's maybe some confirmation here. Wait, some confirmation around this level as price kind of breaks this structure. Yeah, this would have been a good level with confirmation. Then price kind of went up, protested one more time, and now is moving even more. I'm not the biggest fan of trying to catch again, but I'm not a trend continuation trader, so I struggle with that. That's what I mean. Because anytime that price starts moving away quite nicely, eventually you can have a retracement just before continuing, right? And usually when I was trying to catch that continuation setups, I'll be caught on this retracement, and price will just move. So yeah, I kind of don't really trade continuation setups anymore, but I do try to find where do I think that price may wants to go towards to. So yes, we do have, can I delete this? Yep, I can delete this, I can delete that, I can delete this as well, and I can delete this. Okay, so yes, around these two levels, even here or in here, which kind of transitions into here or in there, that could have been a good level to look for a long, okay, for an entry. When price did fake out in here and start moving or trading again above this, within this structure, somewhere around here or in here could have been a good level to look for a long, especially if you are looking for price maybe to feel kind of do some kind of symmetry in this move and looking to the upside. So that, yeah, somewhere around here could have been a great entry, to be honest. The same head and shoulder in out. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, we're going to take a look at that one. Sofiani. Yeah, that was the head and shoulder. Yeah. So that's it. If that's the head and shoulder, which I don't really know the rules of head and shoulder, but what I'm looking for is waiting for price to feel this, come back into this level. So yeah, that was a nice one. Gold can definitely maybe come back into here again and maybe find some buying pressure at around this level. Is there anything in here relevant that price can maybe react from? Yeah, not the biggest one, to be honest. So much going on here. Yeah, I don't really know what to say on gold, to be honest. It played out perfectly as we analyzed it during the week. So that played out really nicely. It reached the target and it reacted really nicely from the target to the upside. There were already a few couple of opportunities to get long, kind of somewhere in here. If someone got this level, it was even better. Now it's a bit more of waiting and see until where price is going to go towards to. If it breaks above this level, yeah, be careful with the initial fake outs in here, but then eventually you can go a little bit higher. If price starts moving a bit more to the downside, maybe you can find some opportunities in here to go long again. Yeah, it was much clearer on the way down. It reacted perfectly from where I was expecting, and the reaction has been really great. Now it's more of wait and see what gold wants to do, to be honest. Thank you, Rammer. You're welcome. We are here for that. To be honest, guys, keep pressing the like button. I can see that Josh is on the background. Josh, if you want to add already your monitor, so then you can kind of navigate between them. You can keep it ready, and then I'll bring you over. Just give me 1 second. H1 trend line, sell after the liquidity. Sorry, 1 second. I talk about this trend line. 1 second, 1 hour. Or we're talking about this trend line. Yeah, maybe this trend line. Yeah, maybe this trend line. You're looking for what? For price to fake out the trend line and then maybe sell it. Everything, is that the approach? Pedro, I'm interested in you for long-term sales. In the past, normally got the bias right, struggle with timing the entry. Currently, the XAU in my view bearish and H4 bullish. Your thoughts? DJ, where from? Which level on the pound dollar would you be interested to look for sales? That we can share with me. Is it from this top, or are you looking even higher than the top that you created this week? And then maybe we can take a look at that. Josh, are you ready? Can I bring you over? Yep. Okay, perfect. Let's bring Josh over. Page. 1 second.
We are here.
Josh? Yeah.
How are you doing? We're back.
Good.
Happy Thursday, everyone.
How are you doing today?
Not bad. Good day. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Did you see the big movements on US indices overnight and already this morning?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting topic to talk about today because we've seen some pretty aggressive movements. Obviously, we had the rally last night following the court ruling with obviously Trump's tariffs, so that's caused a lot of movement. So today, I think the session's going to be an interesting one. Whether we get a stronger retracement of the move, that's something I'm particularly looking for. I think we see a bit of continuation to the downside, but yeah, let's see. I think it could be quite a volatile session, so there's lots that can be happening.
Do you already have any kind of key levels that you are looking for on NASDAQ, or is still going to?
Yeah, so it's interesting. I can if I share my screen.
Yeah, bring your screen, and they're going to take a look at NASDAQ. Let me just finish. While we bring your screen, I'm just going to finish with gold, and then you're going to jump into NASDAQ, because we saw also already a few comments asking about NASDAQ, and I'm curious about what you're looking for, and then I can share my view as well. Avinash, is it right to sell at 3324? 3324. 3324. It's kind of close to the top. So are you looking for a sell kind of around here? 3324. of the right shoulder of neckline. If you see H4, you see neckline. Yeah, where would you place your stop loss in here, Avinash? Where would you be placing your stop loss on gold in this situation? And do you want to just place kind of a sell limit in there, or are you looking for some kind of confirmation on the war time frame that then would give you the confirmation to enter? Ritik, I kind of like your approach. Okay, I like the idea of faking out the trend line. Maybe many people are looking at trend line, so some kind of fake out, either maybe I don't know, above, it's kind of somewhere around this level, or even a little bit higher. That could play out. To be honest, I'm not really sure is what kind of target you'll be looking for. We'll be looking to retest all the way back to the lows, or even or less than that. What target are you looking for in here, Ritik? Like, are you looking straight away to move all the way to the downside in here, or something else in between? What is your expectation of the target? Someone put buy stops on NASDAQ, I believe. So G-Trade, we are going to take a look at NASDAQ in a bit. I'm going to just pin your message. Yeah, definitely. Let me just pin this one instead. Let me just finalize in here. So yeah, stop loss around 100 pips from entry. Okay, it's a standard 100 pips that you are looking for. Because wait, what is on 100 pips in here? I don't even know. Like, what are you looking at? Where do you measure 100 pips in here? These 14 pips? Or points? 20? What is 100 pips in here? This looks too wide in here. I don't even know what 100 pips here in here. I presume somewhere around this level. Yeah, through 325, maybe 335. Or 345. Yeah, maybe something in here. I don't know. Yeah, one of my concerns with trading, I don't really like the entry, to be honest, in terms of it's literally under test of the double top. I'm not really sure, because the type of trade that you are looking for, basically price already reacted from it. In this particular case, basically, if you're trying to trade exactly at this level 324, that's already where this price touched it. So if there were orders there, that's basically this price in here already took those orders and already pushed price down. So either you are looking a little bit underneath that, maybe there's a new set of orders somewhere in here, or then you are going to be looking a little bit higher, which can still be the case somewhere around here. Okay, so just placing with USD limit just exactly at the same level where this top reacted, usually that doesn't really work that nice. Okay, because basically all these orders are already been collected with this move. So we are either looking a little bit underneath, maybe like Ritik is mentioning, or maybe we can look into the next level, which I'm actually curious a little bit more into something in here. Yeah, that will be a little bit more of what I'm looking for. I could see the scenario of what Ritik mentioned in terms of faking out or manipulation here of this trend line, where maybe people may be looking at it, and maybe somewhere in here could find some price action too short. Otherwise, I'll be looking a little bit higher, more into that next structure. In here. Yeah, that's kind of what I'll be looking for. Josh, you still don't get your monitor.
Yeah, no, I'm doing it now. I'm just doing it now.
You asked me where my view for long Tim Goose sells at the previous psychological level 136. Okay, since stage 4, I will still have it. Your text on timing. Yeah. Okay, DJ, we are going to jump into NASDAQ, and then we're going to look at your GU. Okay. We're going to do that. I'm going to pin this one here. Guys, anyone that has any kind of analysis or trades that they're looking for on NASDAQ, please share on the comments, and we're going to take a look at that now.
Yeah.
How to know in the market when the buyers are stepping in? Any indication? Well, we can there are maybe different ways to look at that. Like, you can see the reaction on the candles, maybe. Okay, you can see it's a completely different scenario when price is just dropping in a really strong move, or if price is starting to kind of compress a little bit, right? Because in here, basically, there's no buyers at this point. Price is just crashing down. Another situation is when price is kind of some buyers are starting to fight a little bit the price action, the sellers, and trying to go higher. In this particular case, the sellers are still winning because the sellers still continue then to make new lows. But eventually, for example, if you already start regaining a little bit of the previous level of structure, that's maybe a little bit of a battle that the buyer is starting to gain against the sellers. Okay, I kind of look at it kind of as a battlefield. Okay, kind of you are kind of conquering a territory, and kind of there is a castle, it's kind of somewhere in there that is dominated by the sellers, or the sellers are in control of that, and then the buyers try to regain that castle. Okay, but that's still not the capital. Okay, you are still not talking about London. You are talking about kind of some outlying cities around London, and then eventually the buyers are going to conquer that one. But now they are kind of weaker because a lot of their soldiers that kind of just got defeated and kind of injured or whatever while doing that. So then maybe then they need to bring new set of buyers kind of from other villages behind that. That's going to continue to do that. But eventually there's a little bit of a battle in there until if there's no one else in between, you can just navigate. You can just go until you go find into the next castle or battle, whatever it may be. But you start seeing that. So that's a little bit of an indication that maybe some buyers are starting to jump into it. And then also it matters, maybe pay attention to the left side, if there is any demand zone in there or not. And then you're going to start seeing some proper rejections, right? Price trying to go down really aggressively, but then there's a strong rejection, kind of what's starting to happen a little bit in here. And then there's maybe another rejection until eventually, there you go. There's proper break of structure, and then you go into here. You can go into a bit more detail of when you're actually looking at the top or the bottom, that you can literally see a clear battle or candle, kind of 2-3 candles in alignment that you can see which one is winning, or kind of who's between buyers and sellers actually winning in control in that specific case. But you can see by looking at the candles, you can start having an idea of identify when buyers or sellers are starting to jump into.
I saw that comment. Great analysis. I'm going to start using that one.
Yeah. Now I see it kind of as a battle, like between buyers and sellers. You choose your battlefield, by the way. If you just want direct contact, I prefer to be kind of just to continue on this analysis. Okay, so yeah, you do have that, but then within the levels, then you have the extremes. Right? Maybe there's the king is in here, the king of the sellers, the king of the buyers is in here, and then you have all the noise in here, right? These guys fighting against each other, kind of killing each other in the middle of the park, right? Which means the probability of you dying, or basically the probability of you losing a trade in here. That's where the manipulations happens a lot of the times. Okay, so maybe for a scalper is a good idea. You may manage to kill someone. Okay. Again, guys, I'm using these words, okay, taking things into perspective. Okay, I'm not having anyone to kill anyone. Okay, this is just kind of the example of the knowledge I'm doing. But usually the noise is around here, and then eventually you start getting a lot of the buyers and the sellers kind of diluted around here. Imagine that. Okay, this is the sellers, these are the buyers. Now the sellers managed to conquer this space. Okay. So initially there was maybe 1,000 guys fighting, okay? In here, many of them already dead, okay? So maybe now if the sellers manage to come in here, maybe, I don't know, maybe 300 of the sellers now are surviving and they're going down, okay? All the rest is dead. But in here, you have a lot of buyers now. Now you have maybe a new 1,000 buyers protecting the king, and now we have the horses and everything. So there you go. When these guys come here, they are so weak that then the probability is down to do something like this. Okay, so the probability of having actually increasing the likelihood of actually succeeding in your trade, it's going to be always more clear at the extremes. You can find some opportunities in here, but it's going to be always more choppy, it's going to be more dangerous, and you never really know what kind of balances you're going to have in here. And that's just kind of the reality of the market. But you choose which kind of places in the battlefield you want to fight for. There you go. Enough with this analogy. I don't want anyone to kill anyone. Okay, so guys, be safe and just trade safely. But yeah. All right. Josh, let's jump into the NASDAQ.
Yes,
I'll bring your monitor now.
Right, we can see my screen. So as you can see, for those that were here yesterday, this is a fairly similar setup. We've seen this huge push from 270s up to around 800. So that's a massive push that we haven't really had the volatility over the last few days. So today's obviously with the news release, we've seen a massive increase in volatility. For me, I'm again keeping it simple. I'm looking for a play back into these prior highs, which yesterday I was actually looking to see if we would run them. We ended up coming down to this level, which I'd marked out yesterday. obviously this wasn't a trade for me at that point. But we ended up running these highs pretty significantly during yesterday anyway. And now for me, I think a continuation further down to sort of 480s level, maybe 460s is interesting to me. We look pretty heavy, and usually what we see during New York Open is a retracement of the move that we've made overnight, and that's pretty much what we've done. We have this big push, and this is the 5-minute chart, so obviously looking very lower time frame here. I can see a trade here for a continuation down another 100 points or so. Obviously this is CFD chart, so 100, 120 points. But yeah, this sort of level, these highs are very of interest to me because it's a potential support level. So yeah, that's what I'm really looking out for. I don't expect us to run the 800 highs somehow before we get into this level. But again, for me, the approach is going to be see how heavy we come into this area and then assess if there's an opportunity for a long in and around this sort of 480s to 460s level. That's an area of interest to me because it's could be a strong area of support.
Yeah, that's interesting. So how are we going to approach it? Are we going to see if price gets to that level to try to look for longs again?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very dependent on how we open in New York, subject to how volatile we are, because in this current climate, a 100-point drop, say, is not a huge amount. Obviously, we've got this wick here on the 4-hour chart at 510 area, which is only 85 points lower. We could get that in the opening 5 minutes of the New York candle. So for me, it's going to be my approach is always how aggressive are we approaching this level? And then I'll make a judgment from there based on what the risk looks like on the trade. And then I'll go from there. But I could see myself very much taking a long around this area. But yeah, again, it depends on how heavily we are coming into this sort of, this 500s to 460 area.
Okay. So he was also mentioning, he was looking, G-Trade, you were looking at 21,627. Is that around the same level that you're looking for? 21?
Yeah, so
21,627
is, this is obviously CFD chart, so it's 30 points lower. So if he is saying that, then was he looking for a buy there? Is that what he was saying, or?
I think he's looking for a buy.
If that's the case, he would have got filled.
Yeah, are you wrong already, G-Trade?
So, do you want to clarify? Because if you're talking about that level, you would have been filled by now.
Yeah.
Because there's around a 50-point difference in CFD and futures price. So, and I'm going to assume that if you're talking about 627, I'm assuming you mean futures price, not CFD. And there's about a 50-point difference. So if that's the case, you would have been filled probably in that last candle.
Yeah.
On the 5 minute. You would have been filled around here. So yeah, for me personally, I would have waited until sort of 510s. I feel like it's a more concrete area, but look, it depends I mean, clarify what you're targeting, clarify what. It's hard to know whether you're actually in the trade right now. Maybe clarify that and give us some clarity on where you're targeting.
Yeah, we have Mace as well. I think you mentioned that he's got a long at 650, still holding it. What do you recommend?
Yep.
So he's already filled. Yes, at 650 it's already filled for sure.
Yeah.
Mace, I don't know if you're still there.
On futures price, we're sitting around 650 now. So.
Yeah, Mace, if you are still there, can you let us know what kind of target or take profit or stop loss are you looking for?
Because we're currently sitting, I mean, if you're in at 650, you're down sort of 7-8 points right now. But we're sitting there or thereabouts at this kind of level.
Yeah, just 1 second.
50 is 50 points lower.
Yeah, Sofian, can you elaborate a little bit more on your question? So can you explain us how to enter into a trade if the price reaches a specific level? Like, Are you looking for confirmation, or just simple basic of pressing a buy internet market? Like, what exactly are you asking in here? Like, what is my thought process when I see a price reaching a specific level? Yeah, can someone, like, Josh, if you want, we can explain the difference between the spot market and futures for video cops.
Okay, so in simple terms, if I'm talking about CFD, I'm assuming you mean difference between CFD and futures. Is that your more clarified question? So CFDs are contract for differences, and futures are future contracts of price. So they operate slightly differently. I know that CFDs are not tradable in some countries, so futures is like a more accessible market for a lot of people to trade. I know that futures have become increasingly popular in the last few years, but yeah, CFDs are contract for difference, as opposed to futures, which are you're trading a contract of a future price of the market.
Yeah, and they're kind of more like there is no manipulation on prices on futures market. While on CFDs, it can maybe depend on the broker or something like that. That maybe can lead into some difference. So that's maybe why CFDs are not actually allowed in the US, and futures are allowed to trade in the US. Yeah.
Good luck with the 5K challenge, Flashbong.
Yeah, it's right. I smashed 2% on my 5K account now on us. Got a few hundred pips on the. Yeah, good trade. If you want to share the trade with us, you can share with trades. South Africa, there you go. Welcome, guys. Subscribe to the channel and keep pressing that like button, okay? But welcome and good luck, and hopefully you're going to pass that challenge. That's a good question for you, maybe in terms of VWAPs. Yeah, I think. Oh, someone just passed another K challenge. There you go. Fantastic. So you get inspired with him. Yeah, good luck. And that's great to hear. That's exactly what you want, guys, is for you guys to succeed and keep passing those challenges. Do you use VWAP, Josh, or not on your?
So sometimes I do when I'm trading futures. I sometimes have it on the chart because again, what I'm looking for in my strategy is small price rejections. And VWAP is often, when I look at VWAP on the 5-minute chart, for those that don't know what VWAP is, it's volume weighted average price. So the way I look at it, sometimes if we're trading around that level at the open, it often indicates we're going to be in quite a choppy session. So it's sort of a bit of a guideline for me. Like anything, any indicator can give a confirmation. It's very subjective to your strategy. For me, I may take a VWAP bounce, which is almost similar to a wick test, but in the sense that I am taking a bounce off VWAP. That's the way I'd approach it. But yes, VWAP can give a confirmation. It's subject to your strategy.
Second level from South Africa, fantastic. Halas from the Canaries. 1 second, because you mentioned here. Let me just go back to Sofian. You work it kind of model or some price action to enter in 5 minutes. Sorry for the no. There's no sorry whatsoever. Like you can ask any questions. Okay, don't need to apologize for anything. Yeah, okay. I can look at a little bit of my model if you want in terms of the reasons for me to execute a trade. I can look at it in a bit. So yeah, that can be interesting. Yeah, VWAP in terms of I don't really use VWAP, but I see many stock traders using VWAP, and they can use many times also as a confirmation, more of a trend continuation setup. Kind of as long as kind of price keeps holding VWAP, they continue to add into that direction. And usually, if they see the VWAP being broken, maybe that can give an indication that maybe the trend is about to shift. Of course, it's not 100% accurate, but you can create a strategy around it for sure, especially in the lower time frame, I believe. Yeah, I've come across your channel today. Well done, guys. Portuguese trader. You are Portuguese. Welcome. I'm Portuguese as well. So, well done. Just so you know, we have also Portuguese channel of the The5ers. So most likely the description is at the bottom. Okay, the link is in the description. Let's call it like that. And so join us. We stream from Monday to Thursday at 5 p.m. So feel free to join us. Today we actually are going to do our first giveaway after crossing 500 subs, but actually we are already close to 1,000. Okay, so the channel is actually growing. We have a big family in there. Many of our Portuguese friends are also in this, Portuguese, Brazilian, and any country that speaks Portuguese, to be honest. They are in this chat as well. So yeah, there you go. Welcome. I should put scenes. There you go. There's the first one. Okay. There was a question here. Why did the $5ers? Why invite to speak Josh? Because Josh is a great guy. It's a young, intelligent trader that has been in the markets for a few years already, and there's a lot to share with us. And there's another reason that maybe Josh can also explain why Josh is here.
Okay. So obviously, for those that were in the live stream yesterday, you got to know me a little bit more, got to know my strategy, my background. But the reason I'm here is because Make Trading Work, we've recently partnered with the $5ers as the prop firm partner. So we provide education to traders across the world. And now you get accounts with the $5ers included with your coaching. So I'm here. Pedro is one of the coaches. We'll have a few of my coaches also joining the live streams across next week. And yeah, we're here to provide a different spin on trading, some new ideas, new strategies, and switch it up a little bit and hopefully provide some value to you guys. Yeah, that's a pretty brief reason why we're here. But yeah, the link is in the description if you want to learn a bit more. And yeah, hopefully you get some value from myself and my team while we're here.
Yeah, perfect. All right. So there's another question here. Sir, do you filter which Forex pairs to trade for the week based on the forecasted Forex calendar news for the week? That's a good question. Okay, so it's not entirely just based on the news. Okay, but I do take into consideration the news. And the reason I do that is because if there are news about that specific currency, most likely there's going to be an increased volatility for that specific currency. Okay, if it is super focused on the dollar, then most likely it's going to affect all the main dollar pairs. But if it is some specific for the UK, for example, maybe CPI in the UK, interest rate decision, or unemployment, maybe that can lead into more volatility on the pound pairs. Okay, so I would take that in consideration. Same thing if it's just the euro or the yen pair. So at least I will be aware of the potential increased volatility that's going to happen for that specific week. Euro pound is an example of that. I usually try to look for trades around euro pound when there are specific news, just more focus on the pound or on the euro, because if it is something specific on the dollar, the euro pound and the dollar pound, the euro dollar and the pound dollar are going to move in the same direction, which means that euro pound is going to be just ranging. Okay, there's not going to be much movement. But there are many other factors that I kind of filter my trades in terms of when scanning to looking for trades on the FX pairs, which is of course where price is at a good level or not that I'm interested. Is price ranging? Is price kind of with a lot of momentum? There are different factors that I take into consideration when I'm trying to scan or filter which pairs I'm going to try to pay attention to. I do have a kind of a large portfolio of assets that I pay attention, and then I kind of scan down to kind of a few on a weekly basis. But yes, news is something that of course I do pay a little bit of attention to it. Yeah, there's another question here. So I trade at New York time at 4:30. My time is at 5. They're spending home sales. To be honest, Shankies, I don't really think pending home sales are going to have that much impact or volatility. We are going to have news actually in 2 minutes. So we are going to have GDP and unemployment claims. This can lead a little bit into some volatility. This is the second time that you are getting news about the GDP. So we have the advanced, then the preliminary, and then you have the kind of the final one. And that's the first one is usually the one that creates more volatility because it's the first time that they're getting information about the GDP quarter. So this may most likely is going to be confirmation, unless there's a big difference between what was announced last month to this month. That's can lead into some volatility. Unemployment claims, as long as it is between 220 to 240, there's not really much going on. But yeah, pending home sales, to be honest, I don't think it's going to create any extraordinary volatility in the market. It's not something that the market really cares about at this point in here. Ethiopia, welcome. Welcome. Today I have impact news. Yep. Yeah, we'll see. That's what we're going to be looking at. Thoughts on dollar yen. You can take a look at it as well. The efficiency. And what is your track record? Anything more specific in terms of track record, Jitra, that you want to talk about? Coaches, any track record? That's about the coaches. Okay. Yeah, we have information on our website, so you can take a look into it on the website. For that,
I'll just add to that you are, when you connect with a coach, you have the ability to talk with them about their track record. You know, nothing is off the table. At the end of the day, credibility is the number one priority, and we wouldn't hire any coaches without a proven track record. A lot of our coaches have got real world experience with working on trading floors or other things that would give them the experience and credibility that a lot of retail traders wouldn't typically have. So yeah, if you connect with the coach, you are more than welcome to question them on their track record and experience and learn a bit more to give you the confidence about that.
Yeah.
G-Trade, I'm just following up. I think it was you that was in the long off 640s or 50s, did you say?
Yeah, I think G-Trade, yeah.
I think it was. Are you still in that trade, or are you, what's your position? Because it's looking pretty good so far. Could be an interesting to see if we get a rejection, but
yeah, the news just came out, so yeah, let's just take a look. I thought I was showing my chart actually before, because I was showing the calendar, but apparently I was not looking. So the news just came out. So GDP, it's actually slightly better. Instead of minus 0.3%, it was actually minus 0.2%. Unemployment claims a little bit higher, kind of. There you go. I mentioned a bit across this range between 220 and 240, so it's slightly at that edge, and they are definitely having a little bit of a move in here on the dollar moving to downside and euro moving to the upside. So it goes a little bit in alignment with what we were talking about, especially also in here on the pound. It looks like that. 2 days or what happened overnight, it could have been a little bit of a local low for now. On the euro dollar and the pound dollar, so that's something to keep an eye on to see what exactly can happen. But yeah, nice move. We'll see what's happened on the dollar, on the euro. Yeah, so 1 second. $5ers has the rule that I cannot trade 2 minutes before and after high impact news. Tomorrow there is a all-day high impact news. Euro German preliminary CPI. Can I trade the whole day? So that yeah, pay attention to it. It depends also on the asset that we are going to trade. What news are tomorrow? No, yeah, you can trade. Forget about it. So yeah, so we already do have this CPI in German. They also announced that it's all day because there's maybe not a concrete time when the news came out. But don't worry about it. Like if there's not a concrete time, you can trade. Okay, that you don't need to be concerned about this news. Yeah, there you go. This is the best person to ask any questions about the yen, the yen dollar. The dollar yen in this case. So Abdullah, tell us, what are you looking for? Tell us what you're looking for on the dollar yen. We can take a look at it in a little bit.
Yeah, just briefly touching on G-Trade. Do you have a TP in this trade, or are you looking to ride it up as much as you can? What's your, because you're doing well on it. You actually caught pretty much nearly the bottom of this of the low we've had. So it's interesting trade. 21,700. Is that CFD? Is that CFD price, or yeah? I'm assuming you mean CFD price because we're at 6.
Is that take profit? 21.7. Yeah, maybe the take profit. Yeah, let's see if it goes there. Let's see if it goes there. There's already structure in here.
21.7 is interesting.
Just looking here. 21.7.
Could be a good trade.
Yeah,
I don't doubt what you do. I'm very interested. I'm just interested to see it, man.
That's good. G-Trade, That's great. Yeah, try and keep us updated. G-Trade, keep us updated with your how is it going? Your challenges, your payouts. Keep us updated, and maybe you're going to be able to also have maybe an interview with Jonatan. That Jonatan does the success interviews with the traders. If you're speaking Portuguese, I'll be the one doing the interview with you. But yeah, keep us updated and join the $5ers, join the family, and yeah, let us know how it goes. Let us know how it goes, and keep sharing your trades with us, because maybe more people can benefit from it as well, for sure. Simple, please explain how I can get funded and get trading challenge and giveaways. So to get funded, you need to pass the challenges, correct? We need to purchase the challenges. Every now and then we do give giveaways. Okay, we just did one last Tuesday when you reached the 70,000 subscribers on the channel. So if you want us to give the next giveaway, it's going to go into the 80,000. So keep smashing that like button until we get to 80,000. Unless we do one at around 75, maybe do, I'm not sure, but at least 80,000 for sure. We're going to do another big giveaway in here on the channel. So keep smashing that subscribe button and keep pushing the channel so we can continue to grow, so we can continue to provide you with giveaways. In terms of how we actually get funded, well, we need to have a profitable strategy. You need to be consistent, and you need to trust yourself and put in the work to be able to get funded. It takes time, but that's basically what you need to do. There's nothing given. We are not giving away any kind of. We're not giving you. No one's going to do the work for you. That's basically what I'm trying to say here. Yeah. Just I don't know if you have anything to add in here, but yeah, that's basically what.
No, I think you've covered it all. Another question that might be suited to you from Avinash.
Yeah. Got bearish now when they flow to S&P and beat Bitcoin. Yeah. If the sentiment in the market is actually changing, okay, from risk off to risk on, definitely we are going to see maybe money moving away from gold and getting to the risk on assets. Okay, yesterday Nvidia earnings was really good. They completely beat expectations that everyone was looking for, even with the situation with China. Okay, there was kind of a loss, or future loss that they're going to have around $8 billion or something like that they're not going to benefit from coming from China because of the tariffs. But even with that situation, they were still super robust, and they actually beat expectations this quarter. So everyone is super excited, and we saw the movement on the US indices when that came out. I think also Nvidia kind of jumped a few percentage that maybe we're going to see now with the opening. But yeah, like the sentiment is positive. Of course, there is a lot of uncertainty still going on with what's going on with the tariffs, even the news that came out then later overnight, and of course, inflation, we see in the unemployment, we just came out with the GDP that is at minus 0.2, so it's actually negative. So if that's kind of something to continue or not, but overall, the sentiment, you can see with Bitcoin breaking all-time highs again. We see the indices getting really close to all-time highs as well. So yeah, we'll see what's going to happen in there. If you can add winning trades, yes, you can add winning trades. You can add to winning trades, for sure you can. Can we? I'm a concern in my individual. Yes, you can copy trades. You can use a copy trader, and you can copy trades from different accounts. Yes, you do. Like $5ers and master account. Yeah, you can do it as long as yours. As long as you are not copying from other traders. Like, make sure that everything is yours, and you are not in a group trading. Otherwise that can be an issue. Yeah, everything as long as yours, you are okay. I paid it. I think I'll wait for it to break. Okay, I'll save that one. I'm going to take a look at pound in a bit. There you go. Who's competing? Who's on the challenge this week? On the context of this week, is anyone in here competing for this week competition? How are you guys doing? I didn't even check who won the competition, the first competition yesterday, I think. Yeah. But yeah, we are doing competitions now on a weekly basis. So yeah, there you go. That's another way to try to win an account, is by participating in our weekly context. Okay, so our competitions. So go ahead, try to be on the top 100, and you're going to get rewards by doing that. Yeah, it's flying, right? Yeah, it's flying. Dollar is moving down, so flying is in here. Yeah, go ahead. Harry, let us know if you reach your target. Let us know. Yeah, let me do my analysis on NASDAQ, because I'm actually curious about that one. Okay, so let's take a look at NASDAQ a little bit more into the higher time frame, just to see a little bit of a different perspective of what I'm looking in here. So we have been super bullish, correct? So basically, we had a massive move to downside, and now we are coming out the back close to the top. Okay, so basically managed to recover. It was kind of a 20 something% move down that we had, and now NASDAQ is back. It's back in here at around 26%, and now we are back at the top. And it looks bullish still. Okay, and what I mean by that is we haven't really seen any strong break of lows, or there are still levels in here that price can literally test and move to the upside, or somewhere in here as well can maybe find some structure in here and continue to push higher. So there's many demand levels still fresh that price can bounce from and go higher, even if you break some kind of mid-range structure. Now we are getting close to the top. Okay, so I presume that as we are getting closer to this level, I think we are going to start seeing some selling pressure. I don't think price will just smash the all-time highs at once. I think maybe there's going to be a little bit of a selling pressure here until eventually, if you're going to actually break, that may take a little bit longer instead of being just at once, basically price breaking everything. And then you're going to see if in here again, between the buyers and sellers, who actually is going to kind of gain or win this battle that's going to happen at around this level. This was a really good move this morning. Okay, this was actually a great move that already happened. Price starting to slow down. As you can see, price started to slow down a little bit. Just before I get into that, I think price can still go a little bit higher. So something that you can do is you can go into here and basically try to analyze within this level, or maybe a little bit within this level, where maybe there are still orders behind, or kind of where are those order blocks or supplies or support resistance that maybe price can still bounce from, or find some resistance in this case. Okay, so maybe around this level with this low could be one of them. Then maybe a little bit higher can also be another one, and maybe there's one in here which we at the extreme of the extreme, somewhere around here. But right now I think price is reacting a little bit underneath that. I think price is maybe reacting from something in here, if not mistaken. So yeah, not even there. It's a little bit. Even a little bit lower. So that's something that we have, and then today we start having a little bit of a move of price slowing down. Okay, so basically we had a massive move up. Something interesting in here is that yesterday we did actually to break some kind of structure in here, but then we reacted straight away into the next one. That's basically the level that Josh mentioned yesterday during the stream, around this 21,300, something like that. So we kind of reacted from it. We did manage to break some structure, but we reacted straight away and we pushed higher. So basically now I'll be looking for price to maybe bounce somewhere around this level. Okay, I'm looking to see how NASDAQ is going to bounce in around this level. Basically I'll be looking for this kind of range in here to look for. Okay, now this is my zone. As soon as price kind of breaks this level, I'm kind of expecting price to end up filling some kind of this next level in here. Okay, that's what I'm going to be looking for. I think that's kind of, Josh, what you mentioned as well, that you are going to be looking for before aiming for any longs. Yeah, for sure. As I mentioned, there can be some bounces. I think price can bounce in here. GTrader, it was kind of in a long already. I think there's going to be some kind of reaction. But the best zones for me personally, where I can maybe look for a long, I think at least, yeah, it would be starting at least from here, but I'll be more comfortable looking a little bit more inside there. This morning was already a nice move. In here, maybe there was definitely a great potential zone to look for a short within this supply. So what I mentioned before, in terms of looking for that battle between buyers and sellers exactly at the extreme levels, this is usually what I'm trying to look for. Okay, and this may be to answer the question of one of you guys that you asked me, what kind of confirmations I'm looking for. So when I'm tracking price, I'm trying to see where potentially the top is. Okay, again, I'm hoping, or at least I want to see price reacting from a relevant level on the left side. That's kind of point number one. So let's pretend that this top actually reacted from a good level on the left side. Then I'm trying to see now the type of behavior that we're going to have around here. But even before that, also what type of behavior we start having on the approach towards the top. Okay, so basically we start tracking pricing here. We see that price start to create this structure. Okay, this is a strong level support level that price keeps respecting, reacts 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, goes up, breaks structure, and then kind of start creating a new levels in here. Okay, this level here keeps holding until it's broken. Okay, so we have a kind of initial small break to the downside in here, which could eventually push price towards this level. Okay, that's basically the first open space that I see towards here. And then what do we have? We start accumulating this beautiful liquidity. And you have price creating 1 top, 2 tops, 3 tops, basically attracting people into trying to sell at around this level, which could have worked, like in the intraday could have worked, maybe in here, some kind of opportunities. But what happens in this movement? Okay, what happens in this movement in here? Like that's the key part that now many people are going to start looking differently, right? Because if you are here, okay, let's pretend that this is what we have, and price now breaks this level in here. Many people are going to be thinking about break-off structure. Okay, many people are going to start thinking short. So next time price either a short break and retest and go, or price comes here and start to look for a short around this level. Okay, that's basically how price or many people are going to be looking at, because it's just notice price breaking this level. So that will be zone number 1 of interest that I will be waiting for a new fake out. Okay, at this point I'll be looking for price to potentially take all the liquidity from here, and I'll be looking to see where actually this top now can be created, because one of the triggers is already kind of this break of structure. The second one is price is reacting already from a good level on the left side, so there's that alignment. And then everything that I'm going to be looking for is trying to see where is the decision point that breaks this structure, okay, which is basically this demand zone being created in here that breaks this level. And now what's the opportunity that there is at this point? As soon as price now breaks this level, first of all, everyone that was shorting in here now got stopped out, right? But secondly, what is the new set of opportunities that you can look for? Okay, we can look for a breakout setup in here, right? That's maybe what many people are going to thinking about is this level. Break and retest, let's go long. Price is broke structure, let's go long. But it doesn't happen, right? Price react 1 time, and this is what I wanted to mention. Okay, so price reacts 1 time in here. Yeah, 1 second. Okay, so price reacts 1 time in here. So this is the people that are trying to look for that breakout setup. They're getting long in here, so there are buy orders in here, but then it gets rejected. So this is the type of movement that I look for. Is price creating a top? Is price creating a bottom? And then I want to see a strong push up, a kind of a strong bullish candle in here, and then getting completely rejected and price breaking. Okay, this is basically now the new level that I'm going to be looking for shorts. This is kind of the sellers kind of gaining territory against the buyers by getting rejected. You kind of create a double top in here, but now you try to go higher, you get rejected, and that's basically the new level where I'm going to be looking for. In this case, then you need to track these levels and this last supply that is created. So that will be where I'm going to be looking for shorts. It will be around this level. We can either look as soon as price starts breaking below this level. So this is the key decision point that breaks up. It breaks the level in here. So then I'll be looking for shorts somewhere around this level in here. So that's more or less what I usually look for. I really like these 2 candles in here. They are really good. Let me just zoom in a bit more. Yeah, these 2. I like to see this happening. This bottom after the top is created. I really like to see this, and you're going to find that many times, and you can study that if you want. So yeah, that's basically what I'm looking for. There's maybe, I like the target that he was looking for. I think this can be maybe a zone where price can react and push lower. And maybe there's still some potential shorts also from around here if price doesn't really feel this range. So yes, I could see something here or something here. As long as price still has this level open, I could see price moving something like that. So yeah, that's in a short, that's basically what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I think if I just share my screen briefly, we're at a fairly interesting point now, because what we saw here a couple of 5-minute candles ago was price really needed to get past this point, because as you can see, we were in a downtrend obviously for the last couple of hours, and this point here around the 630s was a really important point to break past this wick here at 1205. and we missed it by around 4 points and then rejected 50 plus. Actually more than that. We rejected from 30s down to, so about 50 points. And we're now in an interesting position where we saw the move lower, but price is still struggling to get down through the 570s. And we've just seen a very strong 5-minute candle here. So for me, what I'm very interested in is, are we going to get this move up? Are we going to finally break through this after missing it by just literally a few points? Now, if I refer back to the 4-hour chart, I'm then looking at sort of 658 level. Again, the wicks here, and it's playing into this sort of range. It's a break of this downside move we've been having. But to me, this still looks fairly heavy. It's just whether we break through this 40s level, which we really struggled with. But we're also not running lows, so we're at an interesting point here. So yeah, just a bit of info for you guys. I'm looking to see if we get a continuation through 60s, or if we're finally going to push through here, because we got a very aggressive slap off this level, which would show the price is struggling quite a bit to get through the 40s, and we may see a run lower. To me, this seems quite heavy, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, that's a good point. We're still 40 minutes away from the US Open, so that's going to be, of course, the interesting to see how the NASDAQ is going to shape until it gets there. Sometimes it can create a little bit of volatility a few minutes before the opening, so that's going to be an interesting one. Also because we had that big spike up, most likely on Nvidia after the earnings, so maybe that's going to be increased volatility also because of that, which is going to be interesting. So there's been a lot of movement on the dollar pairs. Just to comment in here, bro, first place made 50% return in 2 days. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. To be honest, I don't really know how they do that. Okay, what kind of approach they have, kind of risk-wise and trade management. I have no idea. But yeah, like, good luck with that. Like, try something different, try to be aggressive, and you'll see top players have one real performance, no chance for the rest of us. Yeah,
you got to be in it. Yeah. You've got to be in it to win it.
Yeah, it's just crazy. So yeah, Valor trading bearish from 21696 and target. Okay, that's we can take a look at NASDAQ on that one. So what is that level? 21696. 21696.
That's that wick on that 4-hour chart. Yeah. That's that wick that I was interested
143.
in. It's around there. That sort of area. Which I completely agree is very interesting. But yeah, I'm still primarily looking for this sort of 500s level. I still think we look fairly heavy. And as we get closer to, like Pedro says, there's often a pickup in volatility just before the open, and obviously just as we open. So I think up until then, I think we might just sit in this little range here. But really, 230 is going to be a crucial point to see what we get. I still think that I would be more interested in a move lower down to these early 500s before seeing a push up. But yeah, I can absolutely see why you've marked out the 690s as an area. I think it's definitely an interesting point, and also the 660 area. Yeah.
I would just mention regarding this target, which is a target is slightly below that level that you have of support resistance. So be careful, because price may actually bounce around the 500s and not really get to 43. So when price gets so close to that level, you can maybe be a bit more aggressive on the way you're going to manage your trade, just to see price doesn't kind of reject that level and starts reversing and going to the upside. That would be my only point in regards to your target. Sometimes you kind of try to look at the precise level to look at the target, and you may end up missing up the take profit, just because there's maybe a stronger level just a little bit higher than that. And at least personally, when I'm in the trade, like, I want to make sure actually my target is reached, not trying to be too precise or too perfectionist with that. Henry's mentioned Euro Aussie. Yeah, I can maybe just share my chart in a moment.
Yeah.
Euro Aussie most likely is moving down. No, it's actually moving up as well. So in alignment with interesting. Euro Aussie and the Aussie dollar moving in the same direction. Henry, what are you looking for? Waiting for a test before longing. Okay. So you are looking for price to come back into here. again before moving. Yeah, it respected quite nicely this kind of structure. Yeah, this was a nice kind of fake out in there. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if price does want to continue to move to the upside from here. I presume your target maybe retest of this level, maybe. Yeah, maybe can go there. Maybe can have a little bit of a retest now from this maybe kind of supply. Maybe retest and push. Yeah, maybe that's a trade. There was maybe some opportunities to enter already in here, but I presume, Henry, from the way you are kind of trading. Also the house, it was kind of an example. You wait actually for the proper break of structure before jumping into the trade, instead of kind of trying to find the entry a little bit closer to the walls. I think you like to have that extra confirmation. Yeah, I think that's a little bit of your style. Yeah, it may go like that's a little bit of the risk when you are always waiting for the retest. Maybe it just goes without us, but that you need to accept that. Which is okay, but yeah, based on what you are trading, or even on these trades or on the Aussie, it looks like that you actually like to wait for the almost second break of structure to confirm that now price is actually turning, and you look for this type of a move. I don't know if you have ever tried to maybe find the entry a little bit early or not, that maybe can increase your typical risk reward. But if not, if that's kind of the style you like, that's totally okay as well. Yeah, I like to wait for the retest at times. Yeah, perfect. All right, so yeah, gold. We saw that gold. We look at gold as well. So gold now it pushed higher, kind of a little bit as we mentioned. So it's already above the trend line, and now it's going to be curious to see how gold's going to react around this level. Okay, so that's going to be interesting. Shoham, share with us what you are looking at gold, so we can maybe take into consideration your idea. But at this point, it's based on the analysis that we did before. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of behavior we are going to have in here on gold. Maybe price actually can go a little bit higher, fake out this week, and get into there. Okay, so if I'm looking at gold at this point, I'll be still a little bit not concerned, but even the price starts moving a little bit to downside, I'll try to see how price would react from here. Maybe price can just retest and continue to push. So I'll be a little bit still hesitant to start shorting straight away. Okay, I need a little bit more confirmation. If I wanted to short from here, I'll be a bit more cautious. I still don't have that confirmation just yet. Yeah. Any more assets, guys? What you guys are looking for? Any other assets? So you got your 20k account yesterday. Congrats, Ramer. Congrats. What does the mixed data release mean for the XY? A cross between the GDP and the unemployment claims? Apparently, it means that the dollar moved to the downside, so they're kind of taking it a little bit as a negative approach. But in reality, I think that's happening as well because price reached a really good level on basically yesterday night. Okay, so yeah, we're kind of already looking for that move more, and it just continues to move. So I don't know if there's any news specifically now. More focus on the. Yeah, I'm not really sure, but it's really moving quite strongly. Yeah, it may come all the way back to the retest as well. Okay, 1 second. So let's take a look at Raphael. Raphael, the Geolong is it's already happening. What are you looking for now? Which level are you looking for? It's already happening that. Like already talked about that one. New Zealand can be an interesting one. Yeah, it's moving as well. So New Zealand, in a bigger picture, similar to Aussie, we did took the high, okay, this week or last week. We managed to take this top in there, which can potentially open space for price maybe to continue to push higher. And after price took that top, this was one of the levels to pay attention to. Okay, this demand zone. Okay, this is basically just simple. All the way from previous low, breaks structure, actually took this level, okay, collected liquidity, moved to downside initially, but this could be the next natural level to look for a continuation setup in here. Okay, we talked about that one as well this week, I think. Even during the interest rate decision, that's basically what happened in here on New Zealand this week. So that happened. Price even created a double bottom in here, and now price is pushing higher. So I could see price maybe trying to retest, coming all the way back into this top in here, and there still may be the chance that price can actually just continue to go even higher. Okay, because we move higher, kind of retested, and maybe can even move higher. And if you look at it in the higher time frame, we basically created this bottom. This bottom is reacting a double bottom in here. Okay, we managed to break this major structure, and since then we actually started to push higher, and maybe we want to feel all of this. So now it's a little bit normal. This kind of a more mid-range move, where price tries to accumulate maybe more buy orders before continuing to push higher. So we created a little bit of structure here, price fake out that level, start to breaking here, now we tested the demand, and maybe you can have the continuation. We'll see, and maybe the next level could be somewhere around here. But yeah, let's see if it actually goes like that or not, if it's ready or not to break. But yeah, that's a bit more of my take on New Zealand.
Just want to jump back to NASDAQ quickly. Is G, our resident NASDAQ trader, G trader, you still in your trade? What's that looking like for you right now?
Yeah, you removed your monitor, Josh. I don't know if you want to add it, so I can kind of go back and forth between adding your.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can
Yes.
do it. I mean, we've not seen a lot as of yet, but let me. Yeah, I'll share it back.
Where price may go to? Okay. Yeah, could have a little bit of a reaction here, but I'm not really expecting much reaction in here. I think price may have already fought this level, but yeah, maybe can have a little bit. Maybe it's going to fight it, and if it breaks, I think you can go. You can start challenging a little bit more. Yeah. So basically, the next levels. Yeah, next levels could be somewhere around here. Let's see how price may react from here, and then let's see if it reacts from here. If it drops in here, let's see. It can go. If it starts breaking to the upside, it can try to go a little bit higher. There's maybe something here just above this double top that price could find some selling pressure as well. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. But this is the first level. This is the first level structure that we have around here. But that will be the first one to pay attention to. And I didn't get filled on this one. Oh, damn it.
So it's another opportunity.
Yeah, but it's gone already for my style. Yeah, this was. Yeah. I was looking for a retest again into here. Oh, damn it. Yeah, I've been waiting for this one for so long. It reacted nicely now from the weekly level. Yeah, basically reacting from the weekly open in here from this candle. Beautiful reaction. Also in the lower time frame, there's kind of a demand zone in there. So you respected this level. Again, you start having a little bit of a break. This actually was a great trigger for me. Yeah, this was a great trigger. Kind of breaking slightly structure before this push down. That's a great indication that price may be creating the bottom in here. And I didn't place it. I fought a little bit more to get a better price entry, and I may be missing all this move. Yeah, I've been waiting for this one for a while. I think target can be back into this level in here. Maybe there's an entry in here again to make this move. Yeah, but this one I've been waiting for it for a while on the euro pound. Yeah, I took a look at New Zealand. Erwin, welcome. Yeah, literally this is the next level I'm looking for. Overall higher time frame, I'm bullish. I think can continue to go higher. But yeah, let's see first how price may react within this structure. Yeah, that will be kind of my next key level to look for. What do you think, Ahmed? Tell us. What do you think? Buy or sell? You tell us what you are looking for. already seen my idea in the 5ers trade talk. Yep, that's a new option that you have as well. So we are providing our traders to share their trades within the dashboard, which is beautiful. There are great ideas and great analysis and trade ideas that you guys are sharing there. So great job. Yeah. NQ, there you go. More people want to know S&P 500, NASDAQ. So we're going to take a look at that. Just before we jump into that one, Josh, and then you can stay there maybe until almost the opening. Let me just look at the dollar yen. There's a few people are asking dollar yen, and where is our favorite dollar yen trader? I always forget his name. There you go. Abdullah, tell us then about I'm still wait for trades to buy UJ. Okay, so we are waiting. So that's happening right now. So tell us, Abdullah, if you are there still, where are you looking for on the? Where are you looking for on the dollar yen? Because dollar yen made a massive move. It came all the way back basically to this previous structure, and it respected, basically reacted from it. I think it can go a little bit into here, or at least it can even go a little bit lower. Yeah, and meanwhile can maybe bounce a little bit. Let me just take a look at the dollar yen index. Yeah, yen index also kind of reacted from this level. So yeah, it was a nice move overall this week as well on the yen pairs. We kind of talked about that, and I'm curious to see how price may react a little bit from here. If there's any kind of selling pressure or not, or if price then is ready to go slightly higher. And that will mean basically the same on dollar yen. If price may react a little bit from this level, or if it actually kind of keeps pushing lower and maybe go into the next level in there. Yeah, a lot of the move has happened already. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how price may react from here, to be honest. It's having gold. What is gold doing? Yeah, it's having a reaction from the extreme. Okay, so it reacted nicely from this level, fake out slightly this top. I still need to see a bit more of a break of structure, to be honest. Yeah. I could then see there's some reaction from here, and then it's going to be the decision point is what's going to happen after that. After price maybe takes these lows, reacts from here, that's going to be the question. Is going to kind of manage to break again and then maybe can open, or it's going to kind of react, but then respect and push higher. I think that's going to be the key level is around here to see what gold's going to do. So depending on the approach, maybe you can even find something more aggressive in here of a trade. But yeah, I'm going to be curious to see what's going to happen here.
Okay, should we
jump
into NASDAQ quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. I know Khalil was asking the question about NASDAQ. As I said about 10 or 15 minutes ago when we last pulled up the NASDAQ chart, I thought we'd sit in this range for a little bit, which is exactly what we've done. We've just sat in the sort of this 20-point range. Again, we're showing resistance to wanting to run through this level, which again is something I'm looking for. 512s, like I've said. Crucial point, we still haven't got anywhere near the sort of 630, 640 level. We seem to just be barcoding a bit. I think we might sit in this area until the open because price is just consolidating and waiting, I think, for a breakout to the upside or a further move lower, but it's still around 100 points till I'm looking. Khalil, what are your thoughts about NASDAQ? Give us some of your insight. Are there any key levels you're interested in? And what's your viewpoint?
Thank you, great job. Yeah. Yeah, Kaveh, if you want to share a little bit more detail on what you are looking for, yeah, just let us know.
We have just over 20 minutes until market opens, so it's going to be interesting to see. I think the volatility from now until then will die down slightly, but yeah, let's see what we get open. I think it could be an interesting open. Typically on days like today, like I've said, we do see a retracement of a lot of the move. Like I'm looking at on the 4-hour chart, this area of like the 512s is pretty much a 50% retrace of the move, which could be interesting. It depends how heavy we come into it, obviously. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it could go up. I just think the only thing is we've had such a strong push that I feel like this session we could see. I think it's realistic to see a retracement. We typically do so. But yeah, I wouldn't rule out. I don't think that that's going to be the high. For how long, I don't know. Maybe tomorrow we see a push higher. But today I think it's going to be an interesting day just to see how we approach the big move that we made pre-open. And obviously the subsequent sell-off that we've seen. But yeah, I'm purely waiting for this level. But I know someone else was sort of talking about the 695 level, which is also interesting. But to be honest, with the way we're looking, I could see a push to the downside beforehand, but let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting in terms of volatility that we're going to have now, right? We already have a lot of movements. Basically, this move, it was also really strong on the euro and Audi euro pairs. But you already had a lot of bearish. Do you pay attention also to S&P or Dow, or just did you focus on NASDAQ, Josh?
No, I focus on NASDAQ. I know there's a lot of traders that trade in NASDAQ futures. They also look at S&P 500. The reason I don't is because I thought, like I said yesterday, I thrive on the volatility. I like the volatile market, and for me, the S&P is just a worse version of NASDAQ in my viewpoint. So when those markets are fairly similar, I prefer just to lean into NASDAQ and focus my attention on that. But I can see why a lot of people do watch the S&P if they're NASDAQ traders as well. There's definitely a place for it.
Yeah,
that 21,500 level. Yeah, that's exactly pretty much where I'm looking for. I'm looking closer to 500s, but yeah, I can absolutely see that. Again, we're still sat in this range, this sort of chop fest. I know there'll be a lot of traders out there getting chopped up in this move. It's important, clarity check for traders. I wouldn't personally be trading this close to open. I would be waiting. Let's see if we get a breakout in either direction, but remain patient on the quality of setup that you're looking for, and don't get chopped up in movement while we're waiting for open. This can be a dangerous moment for traders when there's no clear direction. It's important to remind yourself of exactly what you're looking for. Patience pays, and there will always be a trade for you to take.
Sure, we can see your message. Okay, there's no point in spamming. If you're going to spam, you're actually going to be removed from the chat. Okay, I want to make it comfortable for everyone, okay, and pleasure for everyone to actually that is joining and commenting. We see our messages. As you can see, you are always bringing your message. You're constantly taking a look at your guys are sharing. So there's no point in spamming. Actually, it's going to work against you. Okay, so we just look at gold, which we off a second ago. So you are long. You are bought at 3219. Some other people try to save it. Maybe I can just 1 second just bring my chart again. But yeah, there's no point. 3291. Yeah, good. Where is your take profit? Like, and again, even the question you are making, that's incorrect. Like we are not here to tell you what to do. Like that would be completely wrong from our side, and that's not the purpose of what we are doing in here with the live stream. We can share our ideas, we can share kind of our vision, but we're not here to tell you either to close your trades or to enter short or long. That's not the point in here, right? Your strategy should tell you what to do in this particular case, and where is your target and where you're kind of managing your trade in this case. We already talked about it. As you can see, gold is reacting now from this top. It's finding a little bit of selling pressure, and maybe can start moving to downside from here. You see, there was in here retick. He mentioned he's risking 0.5%, and I will add the rest after confirmation. But that's what he wants to do. Like I'm not telling also anyone here to either buy or sell. And the same way that don't blame us, okay, for the outcome of your trade. The same way that we are not here to ask you for any fee or benefit if the trade that we mentioned it's valuable and you guys make money from it, right? So it's you are the trader, you are the one deciding if you want to press to buy or sell or close a trade or whatever it may be. But in terms of gold, yeah, that's gold. That's the structure. It's fighting in between buyers and sellers. This is the key level that I'm looking for as well. There you go. We are separated between these two zones, and we'll see what's going to happen there. Okay, if it breaks in here, maybe can find some structure and maybe try to push lower again. If it keeps holding, then maybe it's going to slowly try to get into the next level in here. So yeah, it's now literally a level of buyers and sellers fighting for their life, basically, in there. Yeah, sharing ideas, exactly. This TP on chart, this could be a 4 to 5. Yeah, it could be. I don't think that's a trade. By the way, maybe you can mention what's his name again? What's his name? Yeah, Ritik. What target are you looking for? What target are you looking for on your short on gold? I don't think you mentioned that before. Yeah, around 4 to 1. Meanwhile, I can jump into... someone asked about silver as well. I don't remember now who, but someone asked about silver, potentially selling silver. Silver is back at the structure here, so this has been a strong level of resistance for quite a long time, around this 33,500, something like that. So yeah, maybe it's actually moving to downside already. So maybe that could happen. We did manage to break a little bit of this previous low, but you still have kind of this one holding. Yeah, who knows? For someone that likes to break ranges, this could be the great maybe level to look for another short. It's been working several times. You kind of fake out a little bit this top, kind of reacted into this supply level. So yeah, maybe that's a good trading here on silver that you can look for, and it's actually working quite nicely, to be honest. I actually don't dislike this trade because we had this top in here in the middle that creates liquidity, and yeah, price is moving quite nicely. A lot of compression. So no surprise with price moving so much aggressively to the downside, and it can easily come here or then into this level. So yeah, it was not a bad call. If you caught this trade, great trade, to be honest. Great trade.
Yeah, just quickly, I want to bring the chat into this. Obviously, as we've mentioned, there's been an increase in volatility as of late. I want to know from you guys, what do you do to adjust to volatility? Is there any changes that you implement in your strategy and your trading approach? How do you mitigate the potential risk of increased volatility? What's your approach? What's your viewpoint? I want to bring you guys into it, get your insights, and understand.
Yeah, it's a good question.
And then maybe as we're doing so, NASDAQ might actually finally break through the 3540 level. Looks like we're going for it.
Yeah. Yeah, if I'm looking at NASDAQ, if I was thinking about how could I manipulate the majority of traders into trapping them towards one level. For example, let's just maybe rephrase the question in this way, right? So many of you, and you inclusive, Josh, mentioned that you are interested around this level, right? This 21,500. So we are kind of looking to kind of buying here. So one of the ways that you could trap traders into, instead of buying in here, trapping them into placing their stop losses around this level. So it can create liquidity for then actually you can buy, because a stop loss in here to be kind of a sell position in here. So that can actually go into your buys, right? Into your longs. One of the ways to do that is literally to now make this level work and kind of look like a support level, right? Because again, many traders, they only look at the charts like this, they never zoom out, so they don't have this perspective. They are only looking at this price section. That's all they're looking at. And basically, as soon as they see maybe this level being broken, they are going to definitely turn maybe bullish, right? I think they're going to be thinking about something like this, or break and go and whatever. Maybe retest all the way back to the top, right? But kind of as we mentioned, maybe that's not the best level to look for longs. Maybe there is, who knows? But I think, and I agree with you, I think maybe the zone a little bit underneath is the best zone to actually potentially look for longs. So one of the ways to actually trap those traders exactly that. It's make them believe that maybe this value is working. They're going to place their stop losses somewhere around here. And also something else that they're going to do is when actually they, anyone that is looking at a chart like this, so if they see a move like this, and now they see price breaking, what is going to be their thought process? Like they're going to be looking for shells because now they see a new breakout structure happening in here, and they're going to be thinking selling. Right now, breakout setup, whatever, selling. So now they're going to be selling also into potentially the good level that maybe everyone is maybe potentially looking for longs in here. So maybe they're going to be maybe happy for a little bit, and then maybe they get see the rejection, and now price is maybe ready to move. This is exactly kind of what I'm describing. Is a little bit similar to what happened around this level yesterday. Okay, it's exactly the same type of price action that I'm telling. It's kind of price breaking one side, looking like it's going long, just breaks, smash completely the structure, everyone thinks going short, and then all of a sudden price just completely reverses to the opposite side. Okay, so actually in here, something that I would like to see is maybe actually price maybe getting into this level, maybe finding some selling pressure in here, and maybe from here maybe can find some longs. I think that could be quite interesting, or maybe even to test a little bit this level and to do so. So that's maybe some levels that I potentially can try to find some selling pressure in here.
Yeah, I completely agree with that.
Yeah, S&P is already a little bit closer to that structure. Okay, so when you're looking now at a little bit of confluence or correlation, maybe S&P is already a little bit closer to that structure that was created in here. And the Dow is literally at the demand zone. This could have been, again, this was a great level in here. But the Dow is actually already literally close to these walls. So there's a little bit of difference across the three different indices at this point. NASDAQ looks like that maybe a bit more room to go to the downside. S&P is already a little bit closer to the next level of structure, and the Dow is already into that level of structure. So there's a little bit of difference in there. Okay, so Henry mentioned regarding your question, wait for news, let it settle, wait for close of the hour candle and see if it broke a range, retest, and it shows a clear direction, is going to enter. Yeah, that's a good point.
Very responsible way of trading.
Yeah, personally, when volatility goes up, I widen a little bit my stop loss. Okay.
Yeah, so my question to that is, do you then reduce your position size so you're still risking the same dollar amount, or are you just exposing yourself to more risk? I think that's an important thing to understand there.
Yeah, it's a good question. That's a good question. Because many people, they manage the position size or the risk based on how wide the stop loss is. And some other people just really focus on percentage wise, and regardless if it is a 10 pips, a 5 pips, a 20 pips stop loss. Yeah. Second, how can someone is doing 40% in the second day of chart? Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. It can
it's
be
Pedro in disguise. He's secretly doing it.
If with high returns, like there's also most likely high risk being involved in that. So this is maybe just an approach for the challenge. Maybe that person is not doing or taking the same approach into his own personal capital or the funnel accounts, most likely. Watch gold. Yeah, gold is moving a little bit higher. We'll see. Yeah, both widen my stop loss, well, smaller lot size. Yeah, with smaller white size. Yeah, it makes sense. So you keep the same kind of risk in touch in there.
Right, I'm just going to grab a water quickly. Bear with me.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, guys, more trades. What are you guys looking at? So gold is fighting, okay? So again, the battle still continues. There's not even a break of this low just yet. So we'll see what's going to happen. It's going to be interesting, to be honest. Yeah, DAX is another one. Yeah, DAX was another one quite interesting as well this morning. Now it actually reached the target. This one didn't touch it. So DAX may be getting closer as well. If it comes back to the top, I think there's maybe more selling opportunity. I think this is already quite interesting. Maybe to look for shorts in there. Even FTSE 100 as well. Eric, good morning. What are you looking for on NASDAQ? Looking for EU sell for our time frame showing bearish quasi. Oh, bearish quasi. I like that. Bearish quasi. Euro dollar. Where from, Andrew? Any specific level? Any specific level? Which left shoulder are you using as a quasi model? I'm looking at this one, maybe. Hello, team Saudi. Hi, Rim MFT. Rim MFT, welcome. Yeah, we are reaching 5 minutes away from the opening, so we'll see what will happen. There's already been really strong moves on the euro. I think the euro just continues to move higher. Most likely the euro pound as well. Hello. Trader Vox, welcome. Let me just one second, Josh. Okay, there we go. They're back. You are muted now. Yeah, just check. I think you're muted. Looking for sales, waiting test, some surprise about 50%. Okay. 50% of that bearish flag. Okay. So that's NASDAQ as well. So we're going to be looking at that for sure. We're looking for a 50% retracement of this move. Okay, that takes us close to 21,700. That's going to be interesting. Yeah, I think someone mentioned USD CAD as well before. Yeah, USD CAD is really, it's reacting really nicely this morning. Also reacted from this previous structure. In here, it continues to push a little bit more to the downside. As you can see, kind of has been bearish recently. I don't think USD CAD has reached yet the final destination of the low. I can still see USD CAD maybe getting closer to this level in here. So I think there's more bearishness to look for. And basically this morning, great reaction. Price basically reacted from this next structure. Good price action in here, and now the price which is dropping. So yeah, again, we'll see how price may react eventually when it gets closer to these lows. But for now, really good reaction. Yeah,
and if we can just jump into NASDAQ, keep that recurring updates with what's going on. I mean, we just saw the level I was talking about, 640s, and as Pedro mentioned, sometimes traders they get caught out because they see the break of the highs and they go, right, we're long. I mean, look at what we've just seen. We have just seen a run of the highs to 38, so we ran it by 3 points, and then we've just dropped 30 points pretty much in the space of just one 5-minute candle. So we've come straight back into that range. And although, yes, okay, maybe we break 35, 40 level, and then do we get that move higher? But we haven't seen that. We've seen an instant rejection, which shows that really price is really struggling to get through this. And I wouldn't rule out seeing us run these lows market open. We are 3 minutes off the open. So this is the increased volatility coming pre-open. And yeah, I'd be very interested to see if we continue this move or if we are going to push. It's a very interesting time, but we have finally broken that 40 level and we've instantly rejected it.
Yeah, I'm just adjusting some of the lines. But yeah, we are reaching 3 minutes away, right? We are 3 minutes away from this open. So Josh, if you want to just kind of try to explain in a if-then scenario, what exactly would you like to see to get long on that trade? Like if you kind of just make a prediction.
Okay. So if we're judging off this sort of 510, 515 level, what I don't want to see in the approach to this level, I don't want to see heavy selling. I don't want to see really strong candles to the downside because I feel like I'm buying a falling knife here, and with a fairly tight stop, I need to be confident that we're getting a gradual retracement into that level. So if we're heavy selling, I'm not interested. Obviously, I have my 15-minute green light rule, which means I don't trade the first 15 minutes of the open purely because I want to see how volatile the market is, what moves we're making, get that initial volatility out of the way, and then I can approach the session in the same way. So it may be the case that in the first 15 minutes we get down here. I wouldn't rule it out with the volatility that we've had. So there's a couple of variables for me. How heavy are we selling into this area? And is it going to happen before 245? Because if it does, it's not a trade for me because the risk isn't there. What I found that trading the first 15 minutes doesn't usually work for me. I'm interested to know in the chat, do you have a similar sort of rule? How long do you wait past open? Do you not have a rule? Do you wait the first 15 minutes, the first 30 minutes, the first hour? What's your approach? How do you manage market open to ensure that you're taking the best quality setups and that you're also not going to get stopped out instantly because you've taken the trade right at open? What's your approach?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yesterday I got stopped out immediately at the opening. So when I was shorting the Dow, then I did manage to get to win the profitable trade on the way down. But yeah, usually I do tend to wait a little bit, especially the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes where it's a little bit choppy. Unless, again, because I was already in a trade and I was in a trade already for the last 15 minutes or 20 minutes before the opening, then I'm in a trade, right? It's almost similar to trade the news. I don't mind being involved in a trade just before a big news event. If I'm already in a trade for a while, especially if probably already took some profit out, or at least managed stop loss break even. I didn't do it this time. But on the news event, at least I would have protected it stop loss break even just in case I don't get any slippage. And then I'll wait kind of those 5-10 minutes just to see exactly what may happen. Unless I see a really strong move into a key level that I wanted to participate, and that may force me to be more aggressive and take the trade, because price will not spend that much time at around that level if I do have a key level that I'm looking for.
Okay, so here we go. Market is opened.
Okay.
This could be interesting to see if we're going to go and get this 70 level. We look fairly heavy, so let's see.
Yeah, and then we are going to answer your question a bit in regards to negative risk reward. Okay, just bear in mind we are going to come back to you. Let's just take a look at the market open and let's see what you can have in here. All right, so yeah, let's see. Actually, price is moving. Yeah, we have US30 as well, moving a bit more to downside. We continue to see. So what is gold doing? Yeah, gold broke this most recent high, so gold is actually going to challenge a little bit more that high on the left side. We'll see. There's still no break to the downside, so that's something that I'm kind of looking for. But yeah, so far there's no confirmation yet to look for any shorts at least. Yeah, if I just show really quickly. Yeah, so anyone that is asking gold, so I've been waiting to see if gold would manage to break kind of a little bit of this structure. So this has been a little bit of the key levels that have been looking for, to see if there's a break, potentially to look for the short. It did manage to break it, as you can see, respected all this time this kind of low, and now he actually managed to break this most recent top, and now it's going to challenge this level in here. Okay, so we'll see. And NASDAQ is breaking to the downside, if not mistaken. Yeah, NASDAQ is just smashing it.
It is. What we're seeing is we're coming into this area. Again, this is a comment that I made earlier. Look how heavy we are on this candle. If we continue this another 30 points to my entry, this isn't a setup for me. It's too heavy. Yes, we may see a price rejection, but again, it's something I said yesterday, and I'm going to touch on it again today. As a sample size, you have to judge everything over the long term. For me, what I have seen trading the first 15 minutes doesn't work. This setup, I know I've been talking about it for the last hour and a half or whatever, but if it comes within my 15 minutes, I have to be disciplined and tell myself I'm not taking the trade, regardless of how I think. As a scalper, the market can be a very intense place, and there's always going to be another opportunity for me to get that 10-15 point trade that I'm looking for. And if this does happen before my 15 minutes, then it's not going to be a trade that I'm interested in, but I'm always open-minded to seeing the next position. This is a very heavy candle, so I feel like I'm jumping in front of a train here if I'm buying 511s when I don't know if we're going to completely sink it. I would be looking for a less aggressive move to the downside if I'm going to be taking a long. But let's see. I mean, we've still got what we got there. There's still over 10 minutes left until I'm green lighted. But if there's a setup, I will execute as always. Yeah,
we can see a really strong move to downside across all indices. You can look at You can look at DAX as well. You can look basically at the Dow, continues to push a little bit, even though Dow is the one that maybe can have a little bit of a reaction early because it's already into the demand zone. So you may be finding a little bit of buying pressure at around this structure, basically a little bit of what we have seen. So it's going to be interesting to see if Dow may kind of takes this high again, potentially to go a little bit higher or not. Okay, that's something we're going to be looking for. NASDAQ, yeah, aggressive. So it's already kind of, anyone that was going long in here, that's already stopped out, okay? Anyone that was going there at this point is basically already got their stop loss. And then we'll see what's going to happen. Like we talked about that, it's really nice to see kind of a strong level of support just before it trapped everyone into going long. You look at what they did, like they even managed to break a top just before that. So with this break, literally what we described just kind of 20 minutes ago, like they managed to create kind of a bullish scenario of people trying to be trapped into getting long after the break, and then they get completely kind of price reverse completely and make everyone nervous, and now kind of price stops everyone out in here. So that was a nice move. Again, it can go a little bit lower. It's maybe reacting bounce off this. It's even more than that. Yeah, so we'll see how price may react eventually back into this structure here. I'm still expecting a little bit lower. Yeah, someone Rishu does bounce off of overnight value area low. I have a 10-15 minutes range. I'll wait for breakout. Okay, so similar to Josh, you are also always wait in here. Probably Trader Joe, our favorite NASDAQ trader, bullish after sweep go up. Okay, so let's see if this is the low already, or if price does want to go a little bit lower before that long. Okay, so basically many people in here are looking for that move. Question mark is this the low already, or price wants to go a little bit more deeper into this level before moving to the upside. Okay, maybe price can even go higher in here, correct again this sell orders that supply, and then push to downside. Okay, that can also happen. I actually would like to see that. Okay, basically if I'm looking for a bigger reversal from here, I actually would like to see price already come back here, take the orders from this level, come back in here, and then it's going to be easier for price to break through once it comes back into this level. Because if this level is still fresh, maybe price can just go down, retest in here, and find some resistance in here. So that's something interesting to look at. But yeah. Yeah, and with yesterday with the earnings, we talked about that, Trader Joe. I think you were here as well. Like, of course you were. And we talked about that. Like, if we take a quick look at NVIDIA, yeah, look at this. All the way to all-time, no, not yet all-time highs, but really massive, aggressive move. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, to be honest. There's still a lot of space in here for NVIDIA to go into that level. But yeah, Josh, I'm bringing your charts open now.
Let's see what we get. Let's see how we approach this. Again, this is not what I'm looking for in the trade, unfortunately, and it's a shame because I like this area a lot, but we do look quite heavy, and it's not within my green light session anyway, so I've still got 10 minutes to wait. But it does look like we get down to this 513 level. But yeah, I wouldn't rule out maybe a push back into the 80s. It could be interesting, but I'm not interested in taking a trade at that level with the current heavy selling that we've got going on. It's too early to judge. You know, this is.
I like his comments, like basically Rishu saying, yeah, it breaks out of the range, retrace back towards it before continue. That's true. And then I really like this comment from I Just a Potato. By the way, that's a really funny name, by the way. Too many trades, yeah. Too many trades looking for NQ long after the sweep, so it kind of needs lower. I kind of agree with you, okay? It looks like that when many people are looking at the same level, kind of everyone is agreeing. I'm actually, from this conversation with Josh and all of you guys, I'm kind of a little bit kind of already with a step back to see if I'm actually want to go long in that. It looks like everyone is in a great agreement, and I don't like to see that. I like to kind of go against maybe what many people are thinking about. That's kind of my contrarian mindset. But yeah, many people are looking for that move, so maybe price actually needs to go a little bit lower until we create some kind of liquidity to try to go higher. But yeah. That's
exactly what we're seeing here. We're literally just about to come into this area. We're pretty much there. So let's see what would have happened if I was in that trade. Maybe I would have got the 10-15 point bounce, but it's too early for me. You got to remember that The New York session is a long session. You don't need to be in and out of trades 5-10 minutes into the session. It's a long game. And for me, I know that there'll be another opportunity, so I'm not bothered if I do miss this. We did test the area, and we bounced maybe, yeah, we're bouncing a little bit. So let's see.
So would you place straight away buy? Do you place a buy limit, or do you just place kind of a buy order like at market? Like how do you enter in there?
With this sort of trade, I would have an order in if I'm waiting, because if I've seen this trade setting up for a while, it's one of those trades where I'd mark it in. I'd place an order, but often if this trade would come maybe half an hour after my green light, I'm marketing into trades 80% of the time because I'm scalping and I've got to be quick with the way I'm trading. But we're actually seeing that we got a little rejection. I think we went up to like 520s. But it's sitting around this area. So let's see what happens. I've got 5 minutes until I'm green lighted.
Yeah. Trader Joe saying 21.7 million buy in 8 minutes on the yeah, definitely after yesterday earnings. There's a lot of interested. UK swing trader, I think that this is for you, Josh. On the back, maybe behind you on the background, is that Iron Man? I'm not entirely sure if that's the.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see. There's Iron Man there. There's Thanos there, and then the one right to the right is Spider-Man.
Yeah, Spider-Man. All right.
I've had those for a while, and I look at that. Look, we're getting a rejection. I mean, we ran. Maybe, yeah, we have rejected it quite nicely so far. So let's see.
Yeah,
this is the thing for me. I don't necessarily need to be right on the move. You know, I could have longed that and got 13, 14 points out of it, and it could still flush lower. But for me, again, it's easy to say that, and it's easy to say, yeah, I could have just got 13 points instantly. But that also shows that there are other trades for me. You know, there are loads of other opportunities. We're getting a decent bounce off it. But yeah, I've sort of been a bit put off by the heavy sell-offs that we had really early into it. And I wouldn't rule out the fact that we could slap a bit lower. Obviously, I mentioned the 480s level, which are those prior highs, which we obviously we were talking about, would they break through yesterday's session? And obviously they did subsequently after the earnings. But yeah, 486 is another level that is of interest. But yeah, we could be pushing lower here. Yeah, see, we got a little rejection of that wick at 24, and then now we're running low. So actually, the sell could have been there. If you were interested in the continuation on the lower time frames, the 524 was an interesting level to short.
Yeah, it's a bit more move to the downside. Yeah, we're going to go
very aggressive though.
Yeah, it got very aggressive. Yeah, we're going to get back into those questions a bit more strategy-wise and stuff like that in a bit. Someone else also asked me a question before about negative risk reward. You can give our bias or opinion about that, but let's focus a bit more on the charts now that the market opened, and we're going to talk about that maybe in the last 10 minutes or 15 minutes of the stream. Basically 10 minutes because 15 minutes almost now. Okay, so I'm going to open a short on gold. Actually, what gold is doing after the opening? Yeah, there you go. Gold is still holding. So gold managed to keep holding the top. Interesting. Yeah, we'll see. I still need to see at least this low being broken. Even though that's kind of a nice candle in here, nice rejection already. These two candles in here, but I would kind of need to see this low being broken to aim for any kind of shorts. It went all the way literally almost back into this, which is the last supply in there. But yeah, let's see if gold actually managed to break or not these lows, and then can start opening the door to potentially can even create kind of a Quasimodo in here. Now, if it breaks like this, it can actually create a Quasimodo at this point, so that can be an interesting move. But let's see if it breaks this structure. Yeah, there you go, your chart again.
Yes, it's interesting. It's interesting. We did get the rejection off that 486 level, which were the prior highs. We look here, 486s. We've rejected that pretty nicely. I'm 2 minutes away from being green lighted. But again, this is heavy sell-off. This is what I outlined that I didn't want to see. I didn't want to see pure red for 150 points, which is pretty much what we've seen. For me to be buying that, I know, Pedro, you're a counter trend trader, but for me, I'm not. That's a very intense move in a short period of time. So for me, I think it's a pretty stupid idea on my behalf to be longing that, especially when my stop is relatively small compared with the move that we've just seen. Maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, I could have got away with it because our volatility was much lower in the markets. But obviously with the NVIDIA release, we've seen a spike in volatility and the tariffs situation. So I'm trying to be as patient as I can because the volatility is higher, and yeah, I want to see how we shake out around this level.
Yeah, it's interesting that many people are looking at the same level. So Richu and Trader Joe, I don't know if you guys are the same person or not, but both of you are looking exactly exactly at the same level. So you continue to see a bit more selling pressure. Maybe you can just jump into mine. I have kind of a few levels. So one of them is actually where price is now approaching. So that can be, in here can be some kind of reaction. The thing is, we haven't really managed to break any top just yet. So price basically retraces a bit, but breaks new lows without breaking any structure. So I still need to at least see price kind of starting to break some kind of level in here. So that will be one of them, a little bit where price is approaching now. It's around 21,460 something. Then you guys are looking at this one, 21,400. Which in that case, I'll be looking a little bit higher, to be honest, maybe 21,415. And then maybe I'll be looking a little bit lower. So it's kind of three levels in here that I'll be kind of interested to see some kind of bounces on NASDAQ. Yeah, that will be basically it. Yeah, in here. So yeah, we'll see how price may react from here. Even though I'm more looking for shorts than anything else, actually I'll prefer to look actually for a good short on the retrace to the upside than looking for a long, because I think there's maybe a bit more selling pressure. Also, S&P maybe getting a little bit closer to this level can be interesting. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, but we may be getting closer to find that buying pressure. Yeah, and you can take a look at gold a little bit. Yeah, gold is still somewhere in here. Someone mentioned gold 3296, 3296. He's looking for longs in 3296. Okay, so you're looking somewhere in here. Yeah, that's a bit in the middle, to be honest. For my liking, I would prefer to. If price starts breaking here, maybe price can actually go even a little bit lower. But yeah, let's see how price may still react from there. Josh, what are you looking?
Yeah, so what's the thought process behind the 400s area? See, I'm only looking at 4-hour chart here, but maybe if I go to the higher time, if I go onto like the daily, am I seeing I'm trying to establish what's the thought process behind the 400s? Because I don't think we've had any contact yet. This is an interesting point around 460s, to be honest with you. But what's the thought process?
Yeah, I can see it's maybe a previous level of structure that maybe price bounced from a few times in the past. That's maybe something to take into consideration.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that may be a little bit of a zone in there. Yeah, we'll see. Psychological levels, also opening range, high and low. Okay.
Yeah, so I did think that psychological level. Yeah, I could understand that. It feels like every call I've made so far, I've called it and it's just slapped lower. You know, we were initially talking about 510s, but now at 470. So this is just still very heavy selling, and for me, I don't want to jump in front of a train that is obviously going to the downside. I'd rather wait, let things shake out a little bit, and then we'll see what we get. But between 480 and 440s, I mean, we're pretty much in the middle of that now, and it's interesting. It'd be interesting to see maybe the 400s do come into play. I mean, it's looking like they might. I mean, we've since the open, we've dropped it's nearly 200 points. So yeah, for me, buying's off the table at the moment until we see less intense selling. 400.
Yeah, that's the. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying 400 is now only around 50 points away, so it's got into that area fairly quickly, which for me is a sign where I'm just going to sit and watch this, sit on my hands. For me now, obviously we've had the heavy sell-off. Another part of my strategy is wick tests. So if we are seeing retests of the prior low of the prior candle or whatever, that could be an opportunity. If I'm going to sell, if I'm going to look for moves to the downside, maybe I take a wick test with the trend. That's also something I'm open to. But so far, I'm not seeing. There's nothing for me that's worthy of a wick test per se. But yeah, we are sitting around this sort of 60 level, which is interesting. But yeah, I definitely believe that the 400s could be in play fairly soon.
Yeah, and that's the thing with quantitative trend trading, okay? And that's a little bit kind of my experience, because that's exactly the type of opportunities that I trade. And sometimes just placing a buy limit immediately, just because maybe like a level, sometimes it doesn't work. Right? Price just breaks through and it keeps falling, and that can lead into, those actually used to be my worst days, kind of me trying to continue to kind of go long, and price just keeps going down. And that's where I started to add a little bit more of a few filters or confirmations to actually look for before jumping into a trend. Okay, because again, when you're seeing prices dropping, yes, you now you are having the right mindset of, okay, price is too heavy, maybe let me wait. But some other people may think, okay, price is dropping so much, it cannot drop anymore, right? But it always can drop a bit more, of course. So they kind of start looking for those reversals without confirmations, without anything, and then can end up in a terrible outcome. After 10 minutes, we have more information when closed 30 minutes candle, and we can see volume for long or continuation or short. Yeah, exactly. Information, like just being patient, be an observer of the market, and then we will see. We are having a little bit of a reaction now, kind of a little bit of a bounce across the different indices, to be honest. We'll see.
It'd be interesting to see in 10 minutes. It's obviously it's the new hour. So we may see a potential retracement, but yeah, it's the first green candle we see. Let's see whether it closes green or not. If we don't close green here, I think it's almost I think 400 is acting as a magnet. To be honest with you, I can see that maybe. Yeah, we went into what was the low of this candle around 430. So yeah, we've had a decent bounce already. It's a 30-point candle. But yeah, let's see if we reject this level or if we can break up into the 80s again.
Yeah, it's going to be.
But we are getting strong volatility. You know, we're getting like 50-point 5-minute candles plus. So this is an important reminder to everyone to ensure their risk management's in check if you are trading the NASDAQ or any market, because the volatility is increased for all markets. But 50-point 5-minute candles are decent amounts. We haven't had that so far this week. We've had quite a shift in volatility. Obviously, Monday being a bank holiday, and then Tuesday being a sort of continuation of that volatility. Wednesday being waiting for earnings and those reports. So today is really the first day where we've seen this increase in volatility. So it's important to make sure that every trader is ready to adjust to that and ensures that they're not being reckless with their trading.
Yeah. What's up, Ribaki? Welcome. I was actually looking for a short on euro here, waiting on some kind of sweep or retest. Yeah, we'll see. We haven't been looking at the euros today. It's more indices. But yeah, let's see what happens on euro. Euro's been quite strong as well after the news. But yes, we are noticing a little bit of a move now. Maybe this can be a little bit of the first attempt to go higher. Maybe this is still not the bottom. Maybe price still wants to create a little bit more of a move. Yeah, it's around this structure. Just try to bring something here to where price action is reacting. Yeah, it's a valid support resistance as well in the past, where price is bouncing right now. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what will happen. we actually look at gold as well. So gold kind of one more time, still respecting a little bit this demand zone. So we still needs to break it. So it keeps fighting this level. Someone mentioned about gold, like Brez. Thank you guys for the setups. Entered short in gold and exit after 100 pips profit. So did you short from the top? Did you get out in here? Was this the move, Brez? What is this smile? Okay. I promise that you cannot wait to watch the charts and we make wrong entries. But honestly, since following this live broadcast, I've become more proficient at watching and waiting for the setup. And that's the goal. That's actually one of our. That's one of the main steps towards the right direction as a trader is the ability to be patient. Okay. The ability to be patient, the ability to actually wait for the right moment or for the confirmation or whatever setup you are looking for. That helps tremendously in keeping the account steady and not kind of having too many potential losses in a row or entering into the wrong trade, because you can also think about what follows making one wrong trade or two wrong trades. Okay, usually it follows is maybe another sequence of bad decision makings because now you are too emotional, affected with mistake that you did, and then that lead into more losing trades. Okay, usually a bad decision can lead into more bad decisions, and that's usually where the wrong, the best behaviors and trades happen, and the most damage happens into a trading account. While if you actually are patient, then you actually make a good decision, and that good decision can lead into good decisions in the future. Okay, that's actually kind of a little bit of a snowball effect into making a good decision versus a bad decision, and that's the reality of the fact in here. But yeah, that's great to hear. Thank you for your feedback on that.
It's why we do it. It's why we do it. It's important for all traders to know when not to trade, and if we can be the voice of reason for you during your session, then that's fantastic. That's why we're here, and hopefully we can help a lot of our traders watching. Just as that reminder, I like to do that sort of constant reminder as a trader that patience pays. Patience is patience. Absolutely, yeah, I like that saying. But yeah, it's an important reminder to all traders that you can be patient for those setups, and if we can help you as that reminder and that asset to your trading, then that is absolutely great.
You're welcome, Fabian.
I know it's looking like a great trade. It's looking like a great trade. It'd be interesting to see. I was very much waiting for that 400 level, but yeah, for me 56 was interesting. But yeah, the 40s level off these wicks here from Tuesday at 4 p.m. We pretty much bounced that perfectly, and it's a decent rejection. So hopefully, let's see if we get any continuation back to the upside. But yeah, it's the first green candle we've seen so far.
Yeah. But in my opinion, I think it just respected the previous supply, the most recent supply. So I'll need kind of to see that supply being broken to actually complete this turn. So that's kind of where I've marked. I think this can be just a continuation. Maybe it's going to trap a few people into buying here. Maybe we can see a little bit of some buying pressure just to fake it before maybe making another leg down. We'll see. We'll see if this is already the bottom or not. That's going to be interesting to pay attention. But I would definitely like to see this level in here being broken to the upside to start going a little bit higher. But due to reaction already from this month, so which we are between these two levels. Similar on gold, it's basically the same thing on gold. So it's kind of fighting between here. Let's see which level is going to be broken first. Where is NASDAQ? Yeah, here. Yeah, so yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to pay attention. But yes, Fabian, nice call. Nice call. Next time, literally tell us kind of put kind of a red covers like in the calendar, kind of literally high probability level, kind of medium and low, and they're going to start placing buy limits or sell limits in those high important levels. Okay, we'll trust you next time. But if it goes wrong, okay, we want your number as well. Yeah. Okay, I'll send you. Yeah, I'll send you the bill. Exactly.
max contracts every time. No risk.
Yeah. This is a trader question for you, Josh. Say that this level are being very good resistant. That is mean that now is a strong support here, but still candle 30 minutes is not closed.
Yeah. So
how do you take it?
Yeah. So obviously we've got the top of the hour coming. So the levels of very good resistance. Well, they proved to not be very good resistance because we fell straight through them. But yeah, they could be. Now strong support, but there's still 30 minutes. It's not closed. Yeah, I think let's wait for that. Let's wait to see how this candle closes out. We've got a minute or so. Sometimes we do see a retracement at 3 o'clock, half an hour into the open. But to me, in my opinion, we still look quite heavy here. So I know everyone's been pointing out the 400 level so far. So that could still be an area for me. How do I grade my support and resistance levels? I'm very much looking at the higher time frame. I'm looking for sort of like areas like this, which we did get, to be fair, we did get about like a 15-point bounce off it briefly, but it was too early into the session to know if we were really going to hold some as a support level. But yeah, support and resistance levels are often areas where, in my opinion, I've seen price rejecting of that chart pattern. And generally speaking, I've seen enough trades and enough setups because I'm a scalper to know where we may see price rejections. And a lot of that comes from the 4-hour chart. I've seen that the 4-hour chart, since I started trading, I've been using it for the sole purpose of understanding areas of potential bounces. And for me, I'm not entirely sure what the data is behind it, but the 4-hour chart for me is a very clear way of understanding where we may see some price rejections. I haven't done some detailed analysis on all the other charts to understand it, but for me, the 4-hour chart seems to be the sweet spot with that.
Yeah, so we're getting close to the end of the. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying we look heavy going into 30s here.
Yeah.
So it may look we may see the 400s.
Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, swing trader, in terms of looking for how to grade the support and resistance levels. Of course, the higher time frame, the better. Maybe next time I'm here, I can maybe explain a little bit how do I look at the support resistance. I may look at a little bit different. Okay. Because what I look at, again, just to explain quickly, what I look at the support resistance, where is NASDAQ, whatever. So when you do have a line, okay, let's pretend that we have kind of a strong level in here. Okay, then what I'm going to pay attention is when you do break this level, I want to see what structure is being created around that level. Okay. And that's basically what I'm going to look for. Sometimes it can be straight away almost to the peak of the previous top, and that kind of works indirectly, or maybe there's some decision point in here that maybe the level itself is maybe slightly higher and doesn't really need to go there. Or maybe when price breaks it, already kind of retest and go. So that's already taken on the lower time frame, but on the higher time frame, you still maybe don't see it. So it's more a little bit what's going to happen or what's going on in here. On the decision point, or maybe it is the months one. Okay, so that's a little bit of how I look at support resistance. Yeah, it was great to meet you. Just to finalize, because someone asked about that risk reward, like negative risk reward, and if it is possible. Someone asked this question before. I have a question, please. I'm new to trading, 5 months. I trading with negative risk reward. I avoided it for a long time, but I've been doing it lately. I think it's very bad, actually. So basically, you answer your own question, saying that it's very bad.
Yeah.
But someone else also asked about that question. Basically, of course, it depends how low the negative risk reward is. Like it's 0.9, it's 0.5, it's like 0.4. Like even within that there can be different levels of it. Now, there are many traders that trade with negative or inverse risk reward below 1, and I think Rich maybe is one of them. Of course, that requires you with a higher winning ratio, a higher winning percentage. Okay, it cannot be a 50% winning percentage with a negative risk reward. The numbers doesn't add up. But it can be literally, it's profitable if it adapts your style and if you actually have a high winning ratio. Now, reasons to look for a negative risk reward. Maybe you are not comfortable with the volatility of the market or being exposed, looking at the trade fluctuating between kind of almost break even, going up, or something like that. So you actually are more suited for quick profits, and that's why kind of you get those take profits quicker, which doesn't really maybe even allow you to get a one-to-one. That would be kind of a little bit of usually you can see. Also, when you do have a loss, how big that loss is comparing with your winning as well. Personally, I always struggle a little bit. I like to feel comfortable that kind of maybe 2 or 3 losses I can compensate 2 or 3 losses with a winning trade instead of the opposite, kind of having 3 or 4 wins just to compensate 1 loss. I think that creates a lot of pressure, but it depends on your own style. Okay. Now, there could be a different situation is where you haven't really kind of felt comfortable enough with the probability of the market, and that's why you are rushing and taking profits too early. But if you actually get a little bit more experience, you may be feeling comfortable maybe taking trades with a little bit of higher risk reward, or letting price breathe a little bit more. Okay, that can be maybe a little bit more of a psychological aspect of it, where you can maybe do some tweaks and be more comfortable exposing the market. Now, Josh is a scalper. He actually is a bit more aggressive on the way he's actually looking for trades. So maybe he can also give his own take on that, and then you finish the stream. You're muted, Josh. You are muted.
Yeah, I keep muting myself. I'm all right. I'm back. Yeah, but I had this question yesterday about gaming. Actually, I don't know. I used to play. Fortnite a lot. Call of Duty when I was a lot younger, probably too young to be playing it. Formula One, reaction-based games. That's what I used to play. I don't play them so much now. But maybe I'll dabble back into it. But yeah, it is 3:05, so that unfortunately only means one thing. It's been a pleasure as always. Thank you for all the kind words, you guys. I've appreciated it, and I'm looking forward to being here again next week. I'm sure the schedule. I do. Yeah, that's a good comment. But yeah, I'm looking forward to being back next week. I'm sure you'll see a schedule through the 5ers email about who's on when, and yeah, if you're interested in more about what we do at Made Trading Work, you can click the link in description, and yeah, you can head over there. But that's all from us today. Pedro, I don't know if you want to add anything else, but it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. It has been your first week in here with us, so it's been a pleasure also to be around you. And I think you have been providing a lot of value already, and everyone is interested on your approach in terms of scalping NAS and the analysis that you are doing. So that's great. On my side, first of all, thank you very much, guys. You can still press the like button if you want to, just to keep kind of ranking the video into the YouTube algorithm. Continue to subscribe. Next week we are going to be back again, normal hours from Monday to Thursday. We start again at 9:30 with Josh, maybe Dirk in here, all the way till Thursday. So thank you very much, guys. For anyone that is Portuguese and speaks Portuguese and is joining our live stream at 5 p.m, we are going to be giving our first giveaway. I think we are that close already to 1,000. We basically double our subscribers in 1 week. So thank you very much for everyone that has done that, and that actually is part of the community at the moment. So thank you very much, and I'll see you basically in 2 hours. With that being said, enjoy the rest of your week, enjoy your weekend, and you're going to be back in here on Monday. Thank you very much, guys. I will see you. We are going to see you on Monday. Yeah, just end stream. Thank you very much. Bye, guys.
See you soon. Bye.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all, go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.